Chapter 694. The Battle of Divinity was a battle of authority. The four abominations standing on Immoden's side were all old monsters who had experienced many battles. Compared to reincarnated humans, each of them had the pinnacle of control and development of their abilities. They had developed techniques based on the essence of sin, time, illusory space, and unreadable to their very limits. Shin Tu-gong trembled as he watched from the sidelines. Their incredible control over their abilities, as well as their various strange and wondrous attacks, made him deeply understand that the power they had previously displayed was probably only a tenth of their true power. Sekai's dense mist of original sin wandered around his body like an arrow. The soul of any living being could be interpreted as a special stream of information. This stream of information was extremely encrypted, and its core was a black box formula of the final variable. Under the condition that the dependent variable of the formula changed, a part of the special solution was obtained, which could be called the 7 emotions and 6 desires. And the special solution to the soul formula, the 7 emotions and 6 desires, would ultimately interfere with the objective world's information. The negative part was sin, which was also known as karma in the Eastern magic system. Using the soul's desire to interfere with reality to create karma was a relatively complete information interference process. Using the karma of reality to interfere with the target's soul's desire, which would then affect the target's intrinsic soul. This was Sekai's technique. In other words, it was a reverse invasion using the shallow information in the soul database to interfere with external data channels. Shin Tu-gong finally witnessed how terrifying such an ability could be. Wherever Sekai's dense black mist went, the world of hell would completely distort into a completely different appearance. The glorious palaces were distorted by the black mist's corrosion into a bloody and filthy hell. The souls that Anubis clone Amut had devoured before broke out of Amut's abdomen, with countless hands breaking out of Amut's abdomen and reaching out. Shin Tu-gong had only been touched by a trace of the black mist's shadow, but he already felt that something was wrong with his own consciousness. The normal world in his eyes slowly faded away, and reality distorted into something indescribable. A part of hell's essence that mortals couldn't see was revealed in an absurd and distorted form in Shin Tu-gong's eyes. He saw that the surrounding space had turned into countless overlapping lights and shadows. There were large blocks of color and blurry tones everywhere. All matter and existence had been taken out of shape and turned into a superimposed coating. Shin Tu-gong realized that he was unable to understand or sense what he was seeing. At this moment, an indescribable object in the midst of the blobs of colors suddenly distorted and returned to the appearance of a somewhat delicate and handsome young man. Shin Tu-gong could recognize that this was the appearance of the person in charge of Team 9 States, Professor Chen, as described in the intelligence report. Chen-ong smiled at him and said, "I was wondering why I sensed an abnormal observer. So it's you." Seeing this, Shin Tu-gong hurriedly asked for help. "May I ask why I became like this? Also, where is this place?" Seeing this, Chen-ong shook his head and sighed. "You haven't left the underworld at all. In fact, you haven't even left the battlefield between Immoden and Anubis. Look, those are the two sides testing each other." Shin Tu-gong took a closer look and only felt that it was a blob of constantly changing colors. He could not see anything else. Chen-ong explained to him, "You have just been contaminated by the black fog of sin. This special authority can search for the information interference you have caused to the objective world and reverse invade your soul. The soul is a conceptual term that includes memory databases, emotions, feelings, perception, cognition, and so on. It is a general summary of the information variables of intelligent life. Generally speaking, the function of the black fog of sin is to lock onto your soul perception system and completely take over your perception methods, including vision, hearing, and feelings. By controlling the input of information from the outside world, It will distort your soul and mood, including contaminating your emotional system and memory system. Finally, it will contaminate your entire soul and distort your information interference. But because Sekai Mibu has determined that you are an ally, it has restrained its influence on you. As a result, your perception is not contaminated, but there is an error in your cognitive system. Shin Tu-gong looked at the chaotic and messy world around him, and was at a loss. Chen-ong had no choice but to give him an example. Do you know that in the real world there is a disease called dyslexia? For us, words are something that can be easily understood, but for people with dyslexia, words are just a kind of irregular and chaotic pattern. They can't read, and their cognitive function is impaired, so they can't understand the information. Your symptoms are very similar to this situation. Unlike dyslexia, the original sins have damaged your perception of shapes, so you are unable to understand the sense of space and flatness. Everything you perceive has no sense of space and even no shape. And I only discovered your problem after I realized that the observer did not correctly understand the information of my existence. Chen-ong smiled and said, So I bypassed your perception of space and shape, and directly projected my concept into your perception, allowing you to correctly understand yourself. Shin Tu-gong sighed and said, It's really a terrifying ability. If that's the case, I don't have the ability to resist at all. It should be very dangerous. However, Chen-ong did not agree. Although your sense of space and perception of shapes have been damaged, your direct and martial will as a martial artist is still present. This godlike ability will allow you to maintain the lowest level of vigilance. Sekai's black fog has the ability to affect a person's soul directly. The first stage is to control a person's perception, completely controlling your 5 senses and even your 6th sense. Everything you see, smell, and feel are all illusions created by him. This situation is sufficient to completely control a person. The second stage is to control a person's cognition. For example, if he destroys your perception of harm, then even if he were to kill you right in front of you, you wouldn't resist. It's because you don't understand harm at all, and your soul's reaction to it will be obstructed. The third stage is to control the soul's desires, or rather, the emotional system. It's easier to corrupt a person's intrinsic quality, and as the corrosion progresses, the essence of your existence will be slowly controlled and distorted by him. That's why it's said that sin is a loophole in the soul's database. Once the soul's database is invaded, your life and death will really be in the hands of others, and you will be at the mercy of others. Shin Tu-gong appeared to be extremely guilty, but Chen-ong said with great emotions. Chapter 695. Anubis fearlessly displayed the astonishing demeanor of a dog of authority. Under the pincer attack of Sekiembu, Menes, and Kasakamwe, he was completely unaffected and still stood firmly in his original position. The fog of original sin corroded the underworld. The eye of infinity distorted space and devoured matter. The shadow of the universe changed dimensions and caused space-time to distort. The faceless woman was nameless, unknown, and invisible. The reason why abominations were dangerous was because of their power. Their very existence was a bug in the normal programming of the world, an error in the laws of the world. They were like viruses in normal programming, appearing based on the loopholes in the laws of the world. Other than Sekiembu, who Chen-ong had analyzed just now, the abilities of the remaining 3 still did not exceed this category. Although Shin Tu-gong and the others viewed these abilities as heaven-defying and unsolvable, at the level of Anubis and Chen-ong, there was nothing that was truly unsolvable. When Menes' eyes were first born, they were a bottomless black hole. At that time, the Egyptian nobles who had offered her to the sacrificial ceremony believed that her eyes were connected to the lowest level of the underworld. Of course, Chen-ong had already deciphered the coordinates of that space. It was the imaginary solution of the Bolyai equation in advanced space physics. In other words, It was an imaginary space whose spatial attributes were completely different from the displayed world. The imaginary space did not exist behind Meanie's eyes. Instead, it was Meanie's observation that had collapsed the relative function of the Bolyai equation, causing an error in the quadrant of space. This caused the Bolyai equation to collapse, causing the matter of the physical world to collapse into the imaginary space. If one did not know anything about the space physics involved in this process, and did not know how to use the principles of modern arcane spells or the principles of ancient simple idealism spells to analyze it, then no matter how powerful one's power was, one would not even look at Meanie's. In theory, if Meanie's were to look directly at the sun for a long period of time, the violent collapse of space might even cause the sun to collapse, forming a small black hole. This was a very powerful force that could theoretically destroy a star. Unfortunately, this kind of power was completely based on the simple use of the laws of the world. For Chen-Ong, who had not only studied space physics in depth, but also once developed the technology tree related to imaginary space, it could be considered as showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. Meanie's had studied for more than 2,000 years. Although his control over his ability could be considered to be precise, when it came to the scientific essence, he was far behind Chen-Ong. It was to the extent that the Samsara travelers were using Meanie's eyes in the virtual space to leisurely watch her and Anubis fight to the death. But she didn't notice it at all. The essence of Cassicumwell's power was a temporal distortion, which was also an error in the laws of the world's surface. To the normal surface world, all existence was present, but Cassicumwell's past, future, and present was a temporal distortion point, forming a considerable contradiction with the normal time around it. This distortion of Cassicumwell's essence, and the world, was not harmonious. Within the range of his information interference, it formed the unique power of a divine abomination, allowing him to come into contact with an existence's past, present, and future. In theory, this power was extremely powerful, because every existence would have a moment of weakness, as well as a moment of death. To be able to kill a powerful enemy when they were weak, or to collapse their existence to death, dusk, or end, could easily wipe out a powerful opponent. However, it just so happened that Anubis was an existence that extended endlessly in the river of time. Fortunately, he didn't have Chen-Ang's terrifying power that was highly unified between past, present, and future, and he still had a period of decline relative to time. However, he hid this weakness of time very well, and it wasn't as if he didn't have any defensive measures. That was why Cassicumwell could only try his best to drag Anubis towards dusk. In fact, it greatly weakened Anubis's divine power. However, this situation couldn't be dragged on for long. The time point of Anubis's peak was projecting its power to the present. If the few of them didn't take advantage of the fact that Cassicumwell dragged Anubis to the end of dusk to complete the god slaying while he was weakened, then Anubis would only become more and more powerful. The last was the Faceless Woman. Her ability was the most unique, and she couldn't be understood by the present world. She was like a file without a driver installed in the system. The extension was too foreign, and the universe couldn't decipher it. Of course, same Kate wasn't that advanced. Most of her existence could be deciphered, but there was a small part where there was an error. That was why no one could see her face clearly, because that part was an error in the analysis of the universe. Same Kate, the Faceless Woman's main contribution was playing the role of a shitstirrer. In Anubis's attack, an attack that used the universe's authority on the information level, she used her unreadable essence to interfere with the operation of authority. It was equivalent to Anubis's program moving an unreadable file, causing internal contradictions and errors in the attack. But Anubis was about to catch her tail. If Anubis found the essence of her soul, which was the address of the soul database, then Anubis might use his authority to delete the erroneous file and completely wipe her out. As Chen-Ong had expected, the situation was slipping in the direction of Imogen's side. The place where Anubis was had been distorted by the collapsed space into a singularity with a strong gravitational force. The stone statue that formed the surface of Anubis was collapsing toward the singularity, but Anubis's voice was still calm and cold. Unfilial son, don't make any more futile struggles. You're just the twisted corpses of a real god. Your power is like a baby to me. This is not a difference in numbers, but a difference in essence. He looked at Menes's pale face and said calmly, You can't even understand my existence, and you still want to banish me to that space? Ignorant arrogance. In the distorted space where Anubis was, the origin of all the distortion interference, suddenly came the voice of a man speaking in ancient Egyptian. Imidin, hurry up. I can no longer maintain his twilight's end. He is breaking through my blockade, going upstream, breaking through his own twilight, and moving toward the past when he was at his strongest. Seymour Kate also said, Imidin, our father. Anubis has almost locked on to my existence. He will use his own divine power to completely destroy everything in it. It's almost too late. In the hall of the underworld, the phantom of Anubis suddenly became stronger. He tore apart his own dim twilight shadow and broke away from the decline. His body, which was about the size of an arm, stretched out from the distortion of time. A giant hand that seemed to be made of gold tore apart the dark sky of the underworld above everyone's heads. The giant hand was like a mountain, covering the sky and the sun. Chapter 696. The true body of Anubis finally made its move after figuring out all the secrets of Imidin. One of its right hands tore apart the sky of the underworld, and its palm looked as vast as the sky. Zhang Ziqiang saw this scene through Menes. He secretly gulped and said in a trembling voice, Is this the Buddha's palm? Chen Ong had once reminded them that the Amzi oasis was a world between the real world and the imaginary space. It had part of the laws of the real world, but it obviously also had part of the nature of the imaginary space. Just like the concept of imaginary numbers, the imaginary space was the coordinates of the real space. There was no size, space, distance, or even direction. Such a discrete and non-continuous spacetime was the imaginary space. As everyone knew, the symbol for imaginary numbers was equal to the square root of -1, or I squared. Equals -1. Its mathematical meaning was actually on the one-dimensional real number axis, using mathematics to represent the change of 1 and -1 in the two-dimensional plane coordinate system. In the real number axis, the coordinate of 1 was rotated 180 degrees counterclockwise with the origin as the center, and it would coincide with -1 in the coordinate axis. Using mathematics to redefine this process by rotating the coordinate by 90 degrees counterclockwise and defining it as I, then one could get the definition formula for imaginary numbers, I squared, equals -1, that is, a real number 1 rotated counterclockwise by 90 degrees in the plane coordinate axis equals -1. The meaning of imaginary numbers was to represent the coordinate axis of real numbers, which were numbers that did not exist in the one-dimensional universe. In the one-dimensional universe, the universe was a straight line that extended endlessly, and all positions could be represented by real numbers. The coordinate relationships of the two-dimensional universe, such as direction and angle, did not exist in the one-dimensional universe, and could be called imaginary numbers. Using this non-existent relationship to redefine the relationship between real numbers in the one-dimensional axis, this was called the imaginary number operation. Then, relative to the coordinate 1, the solution obtained by the imaginary number operation 1 asterisk I was the point represented by 0, 1 in the two-dimensional plane coordinate system, and the space represented by the imaginary number I was the plane coordinate axis y relative to the real number axis x. Then, one could obtain another one-dimensional universe y relative to the coordinate axis of the one-dimensional universe x. Y could be called the imaginary space of x. In the one-dimensional world, Imaginary numbers were real numbers with an additional directional variable. The imaginary number 1 I of a one-dimensional coordinate axis was represented by a real number, 0, 1 in a two-dimensional coordinate axis. However, in the one-dimensional universe, the directional variable did not exist, so it was called an imaginary number. When the one-dimensional universe was upgraded, this imaginary number would have practical significance. Then let me ask you, does 1 I make sense on the real one-dimensional axis? Chen Ong turned around and asked the reincarnators, who were already shocked by the boundless, planet-sized giant hand. Edward borrowed the mysterious image of Chen Ong in their hearts to temporarily shake off the impact of this shocking scene. He replied in a low voice, "It's meaningless because it doesn't exist. But in higher latitudes it has meaning. Therefore, it exists and doesn't exist. Relative to the one-dimensional universe, it doesn't exist, but in higher latitudes it does exist." It's the same for the underworld. The underworld is not an imaginary space, but it is a world that exists and doesn't exist after the three-dimensional space has undergone imaginary changes. Using length, width, height, and space to define it is meaningless because it doesn't exist in the three-dimensional space. Chen Ong lamented, "Why do I say that the Assam Oasis and the underworld are God's kingdoms on earth? Because it has some characteristics of information interference. This is a world that deviates from the information in the real space. In the real world, because of the ebb of the origin tide, the gods are greatly restricted and bound. If Anubis appears in the real world, I have 18,000 ways to toy with him to death. However, in this space where imaginary numbers are calculated, there is a high-dimensional deviation from the real world. There are some characteristics that the real world does not possess. It's also a place where the gods can use a part of their power. Here, there exists the law of God's words as law." Looking at the dumbfounded reincarnators, Chen Ong smiled and explained, "It's a characteristic of high-dimensional information that directly interferes with matter. It's also a law that must exist in a world like the underworld. The essence of the soul is a projection of high-dimensional information. So in this world where the soul reincarnates and judges, it will definitely allow high-dimensional information to interfere with matter to a greater extent. So in the real world, it's difficult for the soul to even interfere with light and shadow. When it's difficult to pick up a stone, it's invisible and untouchable. But in the worlds like the underworld, hell, and heaven, it can appear and exist. Compared to the soul, the essence of the gods is extremely similar, but more powerful. They are all projections of high-dimensional information. Here, the information interference from the higher dimensions can display greater power, which means that the interference ability of divine power has become stronger." Looking at the hand of judgment slowly falling from the sky, Chen Ong said lightly, "That is why Anubis can magnify the material power of high-dimensional information distortion to such an extent. In the real world, the high-dimensional information that a stone can carry can only slightly change its nature. It can set off a sandstorm in the desert, it can make the land desertified. However, even if Anubis uses all his strength to turn a fist-sized stone into gold, his divine power will be exhausted. But in this world, divine power can change the color of heaven and earth with a single thought. A single word can turn a mountain into gold. An ordinary rock that contains divine power can evolve into a planet. A palm that contains divine power can cover the sky." Edward's expression changed abruptly. "Then why are we still dealing with Anubis in the underworld? In the real world? Does he dare to show himself?" Chen Ong laughed. "Don't underestimate a god's endurance. In the real world, even if I stepped on the face of his statue, he would still be able to endure it. In the world of the underworld, a gigantic golden hand came crashing down. The magma on the ground of the underworld was pulled by a tremendous gravitational force, shooting up towards Anubis's hand. The tremendous change in gravitational force tore apart the continent beneath Imogen's feet. As the gigantic hand descended inch by inch, the lines on Anubis's hand gradually became clearer. Like a mountain abyss, an incomparably powerful force instantly tore apart space, and the entire world of the underworld seemed as if it was about to be destroyed. Menes controlled her gaze and stared at Anubis's hand that came crashing down with unparalleled power. The full-powered spatial collapse formed a distorted black hole that was dozens of kilometers wide beneath the gigantic hand. The spatial collapse caused an even more powerful collapse force, and the tremendous gravitational force between the gigantic hand and the black hole instantly tore the world of the underworld into a world of lava with thousands of ravines. Countless wailing black shadows of souls turned into ashes. The mountains on the vast land of the underworld collapsed, and the mountains were torn apart as they rose into the sky. The entire world was collapsing and surged towards the gravitational turbulence. It was as if the entire world was about to be devoured by these two existences that were gradually approaching each other. Anubis's hand clenched slightly, and the powerful gravitational force almost tore the black hole created by Menes into pieces. Menes's face turned red, and her body swayed. Her life force was being sucked away at a visible rate. Will couldn't care less about restraining Anubis anymore. He rushed to Menes's side like a ball of distorted, glazed light. He grabbed her and said, "We need your future power. Look at me and search for your shadow in the lower reaches of the river of time and space. Remember, that is your own power." Chapter 697. The power of the endless eye triggered a change in the illusory space, completely collapsing the underworld. The vast world that Anubis had opened up quickly collapsed towards the singularity where Menes's gaze converged. Like pulling out a tablecloth from a hole in a table, countless matter was torn apart by gravity and collapsed towards the singularity. The earth was torn into huge chunks, and then collapsed into even finer fragments the size of mountains, which were sucked into the black hole and disappeared. A tornado of matter formed outside the huge black hole, blocking the giant hand in front of Menes. Anubis's body came from the vast and invisible sky. Useless struggle. His giant hand grasped the air slightly, and his divine words resounded like thunder. In these 3 moments there are 18,300 outcomes, all under the coverage of my divine power. As I observe, there are another 39,000 outcomes after this divine word. Among them, there are 25,000 outcomes for you to die without a burial place, and 8,000 outcomes for you to linger on with your last breaths. Imogen, don't you know what the biggest difference between me and you false gods is? God, the omniscient and omnipotent. The giant hand in the sky continued to press down, and Anubis's palm seemed to have turned into a black hole, causing the void to collapse. Even the huge black hole formed by Menes's full-powered spatial collapse was nothing more than a futile resistance in front of this power. Will activated his ability with all his might. He tried to trace the past and future of the giant hand, but no matter how he tried, the giant hand in the sky seemed to press down on them eternally. Will changed his method. He began to activate his ability, seeking the strongest future state of Menes. He saw that under the special perspective of the river of time, Menes' future was like a winding giant snake entrenched in the timeline, and all kinds of future projections of Menes that emitted great power appeared behind the present Menes. Will stretched out his hand towards the future projection of the most powerful Menes that he could perceive, but before he could touch her, the projection burst like a bubble. This was followed by a second and a third. In Kasaikamwe's vision, the shadows that represented Menes' future were disappearing on a large scale. The massive amount of information about the future was rapidly shrinking, and the endless possibilities were collapsing. Countless possible futures for Menes had already been wiped out. The timeline that he could reach was getting closer and closer. Hundreds of years later, decades later, the time distortion projection that was like a long river shrunk into a small segment. The rest of the future was covered by Anubis. In those future possibilities, Anubis killed Menes and covered the timeline of her survival. Will finally saw the tip of Anubis's iceberg. What he revealed wasn't just the gigantic hand in the sky, but also the infinite timelines that covered almost all the possibilities that Will could pry into at this moment. Omniscience was omnipotence. A god's great power didn't lie in their destructive power and energy. Instead, it lay in the information that there encompassed and covered their information. Whoever had more possibilities and covered more timelines was the more powerful god. When Anubis had fought with the 4 abominations, Anubis had already covered enough information. He had already grasped all the variables of the abilities of the 4 abominations and controlled all of their possibilities. Therefore, when Him took action to restrain the timelines, every possibility of Menes was under Anubis's control. Any of their resistance, any of the variables of the relevant information, could not escape Anubis' control. Him was like a huge shadow that encompassed the 4 abominations. Toward them, Anubis was already omniscient and omnipotent. Now, the only variables that could exceed Anubis's variables were Imidon, who hadn't made a move yet, and Chun-Ong, who was hiding behind Menes' eyes. Only they were not in the range of Anubis's omniscience and omnipotence. Only then could they expand a timeline variable that was not under Anubis' control in a short period of time. Only then would there be enough possibilities for them to turn the tables. The time that Anubis had reserved for the abominations was 3 seconds. In these short 3 seconds, if no new variables exceeded Anubis' control, then after 3 seconds, Menes and the other 3 would be slapped to death by Anubis. The 4 abominations had already been included in Anubis's omniscience. Any resistance they made was within Anubis's expectations. However, Anubis still did not let his guard down. This was because there were still 2 important factors that he had yet to bring into his control. The first was Imidon. Anubis had not been able to cover Imidon's information with the information, so a huge variable could happen at any time. The second was Menes' eyes. He already knew that Chun-Ong and the others were hiding in the world behind Menes' eyes. However, this variable outside of the information was like a fog that could not be dispelled. In the first second, the gigantic black hole that caused the illusory space to collapse was destroyed by the gigantic hand. The next second, Menes looked at Anubis's hand in despair, which had already reached their heads. The time distortion was mercilessly torn apart by Anubis, but Imidon remained silent, as if he was ignoring the fatal blow that was about to land on his head at any moment. His variables had not interfered with all of this. Sekimu burned his original sin and launched a desperate revenge against Anubis. The revenge that he had been accumulating for 2,500 years was charging towards Anubis with Sekai's despair. Sekimu's endless hatred towards the gods was triggered because he had truly felt it before, but had never received any motherly love. Sekimu's original sin was twisted as he launched a desperate revenge. Sekimu only wanted to use the sin caused by the god's desires to create a sin loophole that connected to the god's soul database. The resentment of countless souls in hell towards the gods in the river of time converged into a gigantic sin mutation that was locked onto Anubis by Sekimu. The gigantic sin mutation that came from countless souls gathered the despairing thoughts of countless souls. At that instant, the information of the sin mutation's variable greatly expanded. Even the tiniest of souls had miracles that the gods were unable to control. When these tiny miracles gathered together, they would create a qualitative change that even the gods would fear. This change would be beyond the gods' control. However, this sin had the possibility of surpassing Anubis's omniscience. However, Sekimu, who guided the sin mutation, didn't. Sekimu's every move was covered by Anubis's information. The powerful original sin mutation didn't even have the chance to harm Anubis before Anubis eliminated it. This was just like the oldest and most basic type of internet virus, which attacked the target computer by creating a tremendous amount of spam. The countless souls in hell were filled with resentment towards the gods, and the resulting sin was indeed enough to taint the gods' divinity. However, Sekai Densely, who guided this power, was able to easily block the request to pass through Anubis' sin loophole. Chapter 698. In the virtual space, Chen-Ong raised his head. There was no aura of great power about him. Ever since he entered the Master God's space, Chen-Ong had existed as a mortal. Not only did he not display the power he had in the world of Shushan, he had opened up the world of orthodoxy beyond the seas, he had opened the calamity of the 4 seas, and he had controlled the 7 great innate waters. He also did not control the most basic superpower cells in his body to restore the hyperdimensional power of the apocalypse. He had always maintained a power that was below the Master God's vigilance. He had either used knowledge to develop the Master God's power system, or he had used the ancient Egyptian spell system in the plot world, using the 2 scriptures to pry open the power of spells. That was why, even though the reincarnators had been trained to the point of submission, they did not see power beyond 10 stars or even 11 stars from him. In terms of power, Chen-Ong was still immortal, and might not be as powerful as Imidon. Chen-Ang's gaze followed the various connections, piercing through the layers of virtual space to meet the owner of the giant hand in the sky of the underworld, Anubis, through Mini's eyes. It was as if he was looking at an excellent experimental material. I've finally locked onto you. That wasn't easy. Chen-Ong sighed. Ever since I entered this world, I've confirmed that the time and industrial foundation this world has left me does not allow me to slowly develop technology and finally materialize the will of China. The Master God's surveillance of the plot world is both strict and negligent. The strictness lies in the fact that any power beyond the threshold of 10 stars will be closely monitored. As a result, I can't expose my power and resources. The negligence lies in the fact that there are many loopholes in the surveillance of powers below the threshold of 10 stars. For the Republic to be reborn in this world, it must have the will of China descend. This is not a difficult task, but in the plot world closely monitored by the Master God, I must find a residence for it, an existence that can act as the residence for the will of China, which is essentially the soul of a civilization. At the very least, it must be someone with authority or a god-level existence. Without such an existence as a carrier, the Republic will not be able to take root under the Master God's surveillance. So, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Anubis. It is only by disguising will of China as a god that the prime gods would not be able to detect the anomaly in this world, while at the same time turning the Republic, a treasure of proof that the apocalypse had prepared for itself, into a tumor that lurks within the prime god's system. The apocalypse wants to place the Republic into a system that is naturally suited for the development of civilization, while the true god wants to use the prime god system that is naturally able to sense the coordinates of the multiverse to nurture more possibilities for himself. River Styx went to the primordial world to prove his Tao. Adam wanted to imitate the god space and open up his own experimental Tao field. That's why I'm here to guide Imidon to stare into the abyss, forcing him to kill a god. That's to separate the existence of Anubis, borrowing the idea of Anubis to let will of China go public through a backdoor. I've already prepared the backdoor. Yinglong has already rushed to the First Emperor's mausoleum and replaced will of China with Qin First Emperor. Using the understanding and knowledge of countless individuals in will of China about Qin First Emperor as a foundation, he will reshape the virtual personality, Qin First Emperor. When Anubis's divinity is split into 2, the 2 undead empires of the East and the West will be born in the burning of the divine fire. Imidon will lose himself and ascend to the throne as a god, while Qin First Emperor will be reborn from the long river of history, leading the undead army in the first emperor's mausoleum to recreate the Chinese Empire. When the confrontation between the two undead empires reaches its peak, triggering the third plot of the Mummy, the legend of Xianqin, I will return to this world again. At that time, Chinese Empire will destroy the Mummy dynasty, and the Chinese people in this world will be able to inherit will of China, transforming the Chinese Empire into the Republic of China. Chen Ong suddenly recalled a conversation between them after the birth of Yinglong. As long as I get the essence of Anubis, I can transform it into an external component of will of China. Chen Ong looked at Yinglong and said, with the help of the essence of Anubis, we can create our own gods. I think Qin First Emperor is a good choice, and it can reasonably start the third plot. At that time, your personalities preserved in will of China by the Republic of China can directly cover the consciousness of the current Chinese people, essentially resurrecting the Republic of China. In the later technology tree, under the condition of controlling a god, you should be able to achieve the conditions to liberate this world before the time cycle of this world is completed. However, Yinglong shook his head and said, China in this world has just been liberated from the rule of the Manchurian Qing dynasty and has woken up from the darkness of ignorance. Its people are ignorant and self-abased, and its culture is backward and feudal. It is not enough to carry the glory and ideals of the Republic. However, if we cover her with our personalities and consciousness, how is that different from killing the Chinese people of this era? The Republic of China is a pursuit, a legacy, and an ideal, not a group of wandering ghosts trying to take over another person's body. We are the corpses of the past that have taken over the people of the present. Even if we stand up again, we will only be a group of walking corpses. Only they will be strong in fear, aware in pain, awaken in ignorance, accept and find the light that we pass on to them. That is the civilization that will truly inherit our will. For this, so what if we, the wandering ghosts, all dissipate in the long river of history? We are not an old and stale country, but a civilization that is constantly advancing and expanding. They are our past, and they have our heritage. When they understand our ideals and agree with our beliefs, the will of China will naturally continue. Then you will all be buried, Chen Ong said in a deep voice. At the beginning of the ancient times, who taught? The top and bottom have not yet formed, so how can we test them? The road is long, and I will search from top to bottom. My heart is good, and even if I die 9 times, I will not regret it. Yinglong looked at the sky above his head and sighed deeply. We may disappear, but the Republic will never grow old. Then let's start the Xianqin plan. Let the China of this world learn pride and confidence, understand seeking and perseverance, and carry on the glory of the Chinese civilization. When humans replace immortals, when science surpasses myths, and immortals willingly become mortals, the Great Wall of Xianqin will collapse, and the new republic will be reborn. Spear, come. As soon as he finished speaking, a spear that seemed to be the convergence of endless light appeared in Chen Ang's hand. It was solemn and sacred, like a holy object that was worshipped on an altar in ancient Egypt. However, under the spear, near where Chen Ang's right hand was a simple Chinese character engraved on it, and the light on the tip of the spear illuminated the endless darkness of the illusory space. The name engraved on it suppressed this powerful artifact that had been modified by Chen Ong. Chen Ong raised the spear of judgment in his hand. The body of the spear was engraved with the name Chen Ong, and it carried a tiny but intrinsically powerful dazzling divinity that surpassed Anubis by countless fold. Its use was to conceal the detection of the will of China hidden within the spear of judgment. Beyond the immeasurable distance of the multiverse, at the core of the massive nested gray space, a being that looked identical to Chen Ong stood amidst the endless divine light at the core of the gray space. He slowly pushed the wheel of the gray space, turning fate and time, all things and all life. When Chen Ong threw the spear of judgment in his hand, the being suddenly opened his eyes. "What's wrong, Lord Chen?" His Holiness Ong Chin? Another god who was following him respectfully asked curiously. The being shook his head slightly and smiled. It's nothing. I'm borrowing my true name. As Menes and the others looked on in despair, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the collapsed black hole formed by the Eye of Infinity that connected the illusory space. Like a meteor, it streaked across the sky of this world that was about to be destroyed. Imogen saw that the core of that ray of light was a very familiar spear. The Spear of Judgment? Anubis also recognized that it was a divine artifact that he had forged himself, but he did not understand. Who could harm him with a weapon that he had made? Not to mention that the Spear of Judgment could not even pierce his true location. The being that operated the wheel of crystal wall suddenly said, "Anything that has my true name on it cannot be reversed. It will definitely be hit by karma." The Spear of Judgment pierced through the dark underworld like a brilliant meteor and disappeared into the sky that Anubis had covered. Anubis let out an angry roar. At the core of his divine fire, a Spear of Judgment silently appeared in the middle. His divine fire and being were split into two halves by this spear that carried a trace of ultimate divinity. Half of it was possessed by a vast will, which tore through the void and disappeared. Mummy E2, main mission completed. All Samsara travelers return. The Samsara travelers in the illusory space, as well as Shin Tu Gong and the others under Imogen, were stunned. They disappeared from the illusory space and the underworld with confused looks on their faces. The abyss in Imogen's eyes devoured the underworld. With deep darkness and destruction, it also devoured the other half. Anubis's god kingdom was torn into a dark abyss. Imogen's consciousness wandered in the abyss. The enormous soul and divine power that Anubis had accumulated was completely devoured by Imogen. In the abyss, he scattered his soul and used his divine power to cultivate. After a while, death guards and undead spirits emerged from the abyss one after another. They passed through the corrupted underworld and turned to the Isim oasis, appearing in the yellow sands north of the Sahara in Sudan. The Isim oasis could no longer be called an oasis. It was burning with lava and hellfire. Right in the middle was a pyramid made of obsidian. Countless spirits climbed up the pyramid. In the mausoleum of the Qin first emperor, the bronze man on the bronze carriage suddenly opened his eyes. He looked around. The densely packed terracotta warriors were trembling slightly. However, these terracotta warriors were made of steel, machinery as their structure, and fission energy as their core. Inglong stared at a huge steel mill in the center of the mausoleum of the first emperor. Boiling molten steel flowed along the tracks into an indescribable space. After being reshaped by the will of the Qin first emperor, it became part of a huge base. Chapter 699. The underground palace of the Qin mausoleum had been developed into a vast underground world. What Qin Eng's spear had torn apart was not only Anubis' divinity, but also the kingdom of Asim that he had created. Half of the illusory space had been moved here, turning this place into a half-real, half-illusory arcane realm. The vast underground palace of the Qin mausoleum had become Emperor Qin's half-divine kingdom. Countless terracotta soldiers and puppets were working here. Hurry up and fix the main mausoleum. Those foreigners are idiot. They have no knowledge of China's etiquette system and the culture of the Qin mausoleum. They put the Qin first emperor's coffin on a carriage, and the structure of the first emperor's mausoleum has become strange. They even want us to clean up their mess. Inglong commanded the industrial robots to place the bronze coffin in the main hall of the floating divine palace. For this, not only did they use special superconducting magnetic materials, they also created an anti-gravity illusory space in the main burial chamber of the founding emperor mausoleum. With the vast floating divine palace as the center, the terracotta army was densely packed underground, which was being modified by magic and technology. Then, at the edge of the main burial chamber, there was an underground palace built to look like a city of the Qin dynasty. It included weapons manufacturing, puppet, robot manufacturing, scientific research, and the development of magic and divinity of a large area. The entire illusory space of the founding Emperor Mausoleum, which was transformed from the Akim Oasis, was as majestic as an underground heavenly palace. A young man next to Yinglong looked up at the floating palace built in China's traditional style. He emphasized, "The details must be real. This concerns the most important part of our Xianqin project, the acceptance level of this era by the Chinese. Why do we have to go through so much trouble and make up a non-existent Xianqin era? Because if we drive spaceships and use planetary obliteration cannons and dimensional distortion bombs, will our compatriots in this era accept us? They will only feel that we are a civilization that is even more foreign than the Westerners. They will not be able to integrate with us and resonate with us. Therefore, although the apocalypse is our greatest enemy, Adam is right about one thing. We must take the initiative to integrate into the Chinese civilization of this era. Even if it's a big lie." Yinglong frowned. The man nodded and said, "Yes, even if we have to lie to the heavens. We also need to let the Chinese of this era understand us and take the initiative to integrate with us. Only then can we subtly change them. If there were even 1,000,000 cyborgs carrying our personalities, we could forcibly assimilate them in the form of the government. But even if the information interference window will of China, Qin First Emperor has the ability to interfere with reality on a large scale, we can only carry the personalities of over 200 compatriots, and we are already the last batch in the plan. Therefore, we must focus on the people of this era and reshape civilization. The compatriots of this era do not understand advanced technology, science, and science. We can completely repackage it and change it to a way that they can accept and that the people will like to hear and see. For example, we can call science the Great Way, call learning cultivation, call the young people of the new era who have science, ideals, morals, knowledge, and discipline, call them immortals, call genetic surgery body tempering, call nanomedical robots elixirs, and call technological weapons magic weapons. Won't the people like to hear and see these things? In my opinion, not only will they accept it, but they will also actively pursue it. China's 1,000-year dream of becoming immortals is no joke. For the reshaping of the Republic, this is the simplest path. Moreover, the compatriots of this world will soon face the attack of the Western undead army. When Immoden massacres cities and countries in Europe, how are we going to explain the interference theory under the grand unification theory to them? The scientific thinking of this world is destined to be even more difficult to develop. Why don't we first build a civilization that is half scientific and half mysterious? When the conditions are met, we can leap out from this civilization and let the Republic be reborn, going public through a backdoor. Yinglong, you have to understand. Moreover, from the Qin First Emperor. Ahem. Forget it, I still don't admit that the Western three-headed black dragon is the Qin First Emperor. The 5 elements immortal arts obtained from his original consciousness have been recompiled by the will of China. Much of the content on information energy mechanics and information interference has been deciphered. There are also some things that our science can't study systematically for the time being, but they have been perfected according to the traditional magic system. At present, we already have the possibility of promoting learning on a large scale. The future Xianqin will not only be a cultivation civilization disguised with technology, but it will also slowly sprout and develop into a real cultivation civilization. When we degenerate and emerge, those who are unwilling to follow us can also continue down this path and become a branch of the Chinese civilization. As long as they don't violate basic humanity and the will of China, they will be our branch civilization, the Xianqin civilization. After hearing this, Yinglong smiled bitterly and said, "Although what you said makes sense, it still conflicts with my worldview. The foundation of the Republic's civilization lies in science, and the spirit of science lies in advancing, understanding, research, and development. Those things that we can't understand at the moment will eventually become a part of it. That's why I instinctively reject trickery and deceit. I believe that science will always move towards truth, and all lies will go against it. That's why I'm here to mediate. Although the Xianqin plan has its flaws, it's in line with the Republic's changes and development. My code name is Li Si, and I'll push forward the Xianqin plan. Yinglong, since the plan has been decided, you should try your best to avoid being affected by this emotion when you're carrying out your mission. That Professor Chen Ong must have been influenced by the apocalypse when he pushed forward this plan. It seems like he wants another control group to enrich the existence of the Chinese civilization. Li Si and Yinglong both looked down at the huge construction site that was the mausoleum of the first emperor. In this heavenly palace and underground palace, that were rich in detail but were essentially absurd, all sorts of anti-gravity devices, gravitational weapons, energy weapons, individual weapons, and other high-tech facilities had reappeared in a different way. Most of the facilities, including lighting, communication, and energy, had been changed to a simple and unadorned appearance that had the aesthetic characteristics of the Warring States period and celestial culture. There were also wireless networks and circuits, with special energy constructs that could receive wireless emission of electric current and perform functions such as lighting, heating, and cooling. There were also several different designs, including lights that hovered like pearls and even the real celestial stars above their head. These ingenious lamps were essentially very advanced energy technology, but under the packaging of immortal culture. Who could deny that these were the handiwork of immortals? If a qualified citizen of the Republic was defined as a celestial being, their ability would not necessarily be inferior to the celestial beings of legends. In fact, they might even be much more powerful. After all, there were no internet novels of the future, and the level of celestial beings was at most that of a planet, a trifle for a high-dimensional civilization such as the Republic. Liquid metals that resembled mercury permeated every branch of the mausoleum of the first emperor. They were composed of substantial nanomachines, the fruits of the Republic's research on intelligent matter based on the foundation of Skynet. Since it could self-replicate, its supply capacity increased exponentially when the virtual divinity, Qin First Emperor, used its divine power to create a portion of it. Now, by recreating the scene of the first emperor's mausoleum with Mercury as the 4 blasphemies, the 100 rivers, the 5 mountains, and the 9 provinces, it provided irrefutable proof of the creation of a Xianqin civilization and the continuation of the source of China's civilization. Li Si said emotionally, "I'll flip through Candle-Blowing Ghost later and use it as a teaching material to create the basic structure and details of the first emperor's mausoleum. Together with the virtual floating celestial palace in myth, we must make the mausoleum of the first emperor shock the people of China. Only then will we be able to lay a good foundation for the birth of the Xianqin civilization." Meanwhile, Yinglong, who was supervising the modification of the terracotta soldiers, war robots, was speechless. The person in charge, codenamed Meng Tian, explained to him, "Currently, we're focusing on the modification of the Qin crossbow. Originally, we planned to design a small missile in the shape of a Qin crossbow. With our technology, a missile the size of a bow and arrow can already cross continents. Its lethality is as high as 9,000 tons of TNT, but Li Si objected. Yinglong was speechless. Now, our main enemy is the Chinese warlords who don't even have heavy firepower and can't gather enough bullet. Is there a need to design such an exaggerated weapon? Therefore, we changed the plan later and designed the Qin crossbow as a cold weapon that uses telepathy. Its magnetic fluid propulsion speed is fast and its lethality is relatively low, but it is flexible and small. It also meets the design requirements of the celestial culture. Just like a flying sword, through the detection and sensing device built into the terracotta soldiers. Its lethality is the same as an arrow, but it is very flexible. Not only can it be used in long-range combat, but it can also be used in close combat like a flying sword. We originally designed it based on the functions of a flying sword. Although its lethality is a little low, it is more in line with the requirements of less casualties and more captives in a civil war. Yinglong nodded. What we lack now is not a lethality weapon, but a lethality control ability. This modification is reasonable. How's the modification progress of the terracotta soldiers? Meng Tian explained. Initially, we chose the direction of a low-cost robot with a simple structure, ready to be used in a large army battle. But we soon discovered that our biggest demand is actually raw materials. The raw materials purchased through the external Horus's I forces are far from meeting our needs. However, China's industrial foundation is too poor. No, it should be said that there is no industrial foundation at all. Xianyang's local mines have already been developed to the limit, and there is a huge shortage of raw materials. Therefore, we changed it to the path of elite soldiers. Currently, we are using the basic design of low-level mechanical descent bodies. After the relevant modifications, the template of the terracotta soldiers is a Chinese man who is 1.8 to 2 meters tall. They are equipped with a magnetic phase personal shield. The halberd in their hands is a circular vibration energy halberd. Not only can it shoot high-energy rays, but the halberd also has a high-frequency vibration. They have the ability to fly, a small gravitational anti-gravity engine, and a maximum flying speed of Mach 2. The left palm is an infrasonic energy disabling weapon, and the right palm can eject a variety of bombs called thunder magic. The original fragments of consciousness in the terracotta soldiers have been extracted and transformed into AI. Chapter 700. The Pole of the World, Shangri-La. The Qinghai Tibet Plateau was extremely cold all year round, shrouding this world. But in the wind and snow, there was a hidden fairyland-like secret land, Shangri-La. The fairy Ziyuan lived here in seclusion. 2,200 years ago, it was she who sealed the Qin first emperor. Of course, the sleeping dragon emperor in the Qin mausoleum was no longer the three-headed black dragon. Her virtual personality, which was remolded by will of China, was useless in front of the Qin first emperor, who gathered the knowledge and belief of the first emperor of the Republic of China. Now that he had obtained half of the divinity of Anubis and the divinity of the first emperor, he no longer needed the fountain of youth in Shangri-La to obtain immortality. As a manifestation of the soul of a high-dimensional civilization, even a virtual personality, Will of China had a higher status than Anubis. Imodin had obtained half of the divinity of Anubis, and Will of China had obtained half of the divinity of Anubis. There was a huge difference in the utilization and result. Ziyuan stood in front of the fountain of youth. Her daughter, Shaolin, hurried over from outside the secret land of Shangri-La. Without waiting for her to approach, Ziyuan took out a dagger decorated with ancient patterns from behind her and said to Shaolin, "A month ago, there was a wildfire in the west. I felt the death of a strong will in the far west. At that time, I felt that the tyrant's seal had disappeared. Over the past month, a murderous aura has occupied the west. I have a feeling that there will be a disaster in the world. After my constant confirmation, the tyrant should have taken this opportunity to get rid of the seal and reappear in the world. The world will suffer, and a bloody storm is coming. The tyrant longs to be immortal, so I must stay here to guard the fountain of youth and stop his ambition to rule the world forever. With the tyrant's cruelty, if he is allowed to live forever, it will bring a great disaster to the world." Shaolin took the dagger and said, "I will stop him, mother. I refined this dagger with magic. It is the only weapon that can kill the tyrant. Take advantage of the fact that the tyrant has just broken the seal and is at his weakest, and you have to stab it into his heart." Ziyuan instructed, "Remember, your father died under the torture of a tyrant. If his army returns to this world, it will bring a great disaster to the common people. You must kill him. Right now, the Dragon Emperor doesn't have enough power to summon his army. But if he obtains the power of the immortal spring, or if the moon in the sky waxes and wanes 9 times, he will be able to recover enough to summon the terracotta army. The Dragon Emperor had mastered the power of the 5 elements from the hands of the warlocks. Although he was strong, he was not invincible. But his army, in the current China, is invincible. Xiao Lin was puzzled. Now that the warlords of China have mastered the power of gunpowder, they have an army that can use firearms. Today's war is more terrible than any era. With such a powerful army, why would they be afraid of an emperor and his army from 2,000 years ago? Maybe we can use the army of the warlords to help us take revenge. However, Zi Yuan sneered and said, I have to say that although the Dragon Emperor is a tyrant, he is a man with great ambitions. Although the current warlords of China have firearms that surpass those of his era, their talent and boldness are far inferior to the Dragon Emperor. He is a brutal, cunning, tenacious, and ambitious tyrant. His army obeys orders strictly and rejoices at the news of battle. It is not comparable to the warlords of today. The warlords know how to use firearms, but doesn't the Dragon Emperor know how to use them? His Qin crossbow army is the best at drawing on the strengths of the enemy. Moreover, it is an undead army. When he learns how to use firearms from the warlords, his undead army will be 10 times more terrifying than the Qin dynasty. At that time, it will no longer be China alone. His ambition will be the whole world. Furthermore, the Dragon Emperor's book is written in the same language, and the carriage is on the same track. His prestige in China is very strong, and in this dark era, there will definitely be many ambitious people who want to rely on him. Right now, the common people are very eager for a strong ruler to lead them out of this difficult and dark era. If the Dragon Emperor ascends the throne again, the consequences will be unimaginable. Xiao Lin frowned and said in horror, Mother, are you saying that someone will help the Dragon Emperor? Not just 1 or 2 people. Ziyuan said, the lifespan of mortals is only a mere 100 years. They have long forgotten the terror of the Dragon Emperor. Now that China is suffering from invasion and oppression, everyone from the top to the bottom yearns for this tyrant to restore the glory of the past. They yearn to follow him to conquer the world. Mortals are not like us, immortal. After experiencing the chaos of the 5 barbarians and the Yuan dynasty entering the Central Plains, they have already seen through the struggles of the world. Time passes like flowing water. The glory and disgrace of the world, the rise and fall of the world, they have all seen through it. I'm afraid they don't understand the terror of the Dragon Emperor and are vainly trying to control him to achieve their own desires. They don't know that they are accomplices to a villain. Ziyuan shouted, we must stop these ambitious people. Originally, I thought that the only thing in the world that can unseal the Dragon Emperor is the Eye of Shangri-La, so I was going to give it to Yingyi and use Yingyi to help us protect this thing that can help the Dragon Emperor break the seal. But because of the accident a month ago, the Dragon Emperor still broke the seal. The Eye of Shangri-La has a magical power. We can't let it fall into the hands of the Dragon Emperor again. Now the Eye of Shangri-La is in Shanghai. You go and get it back this time. Yes, Mother, Xiao Lin said, holding his sword. In the short period of peace after World War I, the Qinghai Tibet Plateau was more like a land of peace and tranquility. When China was divided by warlords and wars were endless, this plateau was like a pure land without war. It still maintained the ancient order of serfs and nobles. The primitive and cruel feudal order firmly existed here. The lamas were the spiritual masters of this land, while the Tibetan nobles were the political masters of this land. The special geographical environment led to the central government of the Northern Ocean to rule this land only nominally. The Tibetan serf owners took advantage of the special environment of neighboring India and colluded with the British. 6 years ago they concocted the McMahon Line. On the snow-capped mountains and grasslands, a long line of people appeared. But if one looked closely, one would find that these people with a human appearance were actually a group of special troops with steel as the structure, electrons as the nerves, small cold fusion cores as the energy source, and special ceramic plates inlaid on the skin. The hardness of these ceramic plates was amazing. They were generally used to defend against anti-material sniper rifles, and the effect was even more amazing in defending against weapons and cold weapons. There was also a group of Qin crossbow troops among them. The crossbows in their hands had the shape of a crossbow, but they were high-tech. They had their own radar scanning function, electronic command components, and guidance capabilities. The crossbow box installed on the crossbow also had the auxiliary function of a launching platform. The large launching platform was integrated into a small crossbow, disguised as a magic weapon. The ingenuity of this could not be said to be not ingenious. Seeing the red walls and golden roof of a temple vaguely appearing in the distant snow-capped mountains, a group of terracotta soldiers stationed on a relatively flat platform. Wang Jian, who was ordered to control Tibet, took out an infrared positioning telescope and easily locked the location of the Lama temple. He smiled and said, "Although the Qin crossbow troops with ballistic missiles have been rejected, the equipment produced before cannot be wasted. However, the equipment produced before cannot be wasted. Although it is difficult to develop resources in Tibet, with our scientific and technological strength, we can still achieve result. Before the implementation of the Xianqin plan in the mausoleum of the first emperor begins, we must develop and expand a new base here. At the same time, we must start the exploration of the resource points of Shangri-La. Since the central government has decided to start the Xianqin plan, then we must first solve these obstacles that compete with us for the right to speak in religion and theology. In the future, when Xianqin enters Tibet, we must not let a group of lamas come and talk nonsense with us." Li Xian, who was next to him, was busy adjusting the trajectory. Seeing that the Qin crossbow in his hand had already locked onto several coordinates that had been detected, he turned his head and ordered, "Prepare to fire. 3, 2, 1. Just as Ziyuan and her daughter, Shaolin, were explaining the important task of sealing the Dragon Emperor, 28 Qin crossbows shot into the air 5,000 meters to the left of the temple in the north of the Tangula Mountains. The tail feathers of the 28 crossbow bolts spewed out light blue ferrofluid propellers, cutting into the stratosphere at a gentle speed. Another crossbow bolt directly shot into the top of the Lama temple not far away. The powerful force allowed it to shoot through the golden roof. Under the horrified gazes of the Lama in the main temple, it sank deep under their feet. Soon after, accompanied by huge flames and shock waves, the other 27 crossbow bolts shot in all directions. In the Patala Palace in Lhasa, a monk looked at a small black dot in the sky that was rapidly approaching. The black dot's flight trajectory was completely different from that of a falcon. At the moment he hesitated, he saw the black dot deeply penetrate into the main hall of the Patala Palace behind him. Then, a blazing white fireball erupted not far away from him. At the foot of the mountain, the serfs who were not qualified to enter the palace worshipped the Patala Palace devoutly. Chapter 701. Houghton's lips trembled slightly as he stared at the information his team members had painstakingly collected. They had only been here for half a day, but they had already realized how ridiculous this mission was. Their first main mission was to help Imogen conquer London, and their second main mission was to release the sealed Dragon Emperor and fight against Imogen's undead crusade army. The former reincarnators had created a huge problem for them. For the mission reward, they had actually helped Imogen kill Anubis, and allowed Imogen to obtain Anubis's divinity, which was many times more dangerous than the original plot. Now, for some unknown reason, the Lord God probably wanted to intervene in the muddy waters of the previous reincarnators so that the former reincarnators' plan would be destroyed to a certain extent. It seemed like the Lord God didn't want them to succeed. Houghton pondered seriously for a moment and noticed the relevant clues. Our former reincarnators must have wanted to make arrangements in this plot world in advance. That makes sense. They had helped Imodin become a god, so they naturally had the strongest power in this world. So, when they were carrying out the first mummy plot, they also triggered the second plot. They even used items to strengthen Imodin's strength and triggered the conflict between Imodin and Anubis. He intervened and reaped the benefit. Now that Anubis is dead, who knows how much they have gained? There was a subtle hint of jealousy in Houghton's heart, but he knew that the reincarnators who could reverse the plot to this extent and directly intervene in the killing of a god had amazing courage and strength. The kangaroos were far from being able to provoke them. But the Lord God sent us here to stir up shit and destroy their plan for the third part. So, the more variables we create in the current situation, the more chaos we create, and the more trouble we create for the previous reincarnation team, the more recognition we will get from the Lord God, and the more rewards and gains we will get. Of course, this will definitely offend the previous reincarnation team. But who cares? Anyway, I have to get my hands on the benefits first. We can talk about the rest later. With a trace of the short-sighted mentality unique to reincarnators, Houghton was not afraid of offending the former reincarnators of this world. He did not even know if he could come back alive from the next mission. Of course, he had to seize every opportunity to make himself stronger. But what he didn't know was that the former samsara traveler, Chen Ong, whom he considered, didn't plan the details at all. Even if the Eye of Horus was damaged in Egypt, he didn't care at all. The big picture he wanted to shape couldn't be changed. As long as Imodin was alive, he wouldn't be able to suppress his desire to destroy the whole world. This was something that Chen Ong had already decided upon when he killed Ansuna. The most important reason why Chen Ong killed Ansuna was to make Imodin stare into the abyss and become a demigod full of destruction and madness. Then, by giving him half of Anubis's divinity, he would successfully make Imodin sink into the abyss forever and lead the army of the dead to destroy the world. As for the other half of the plan, Will of China, who had obtained divinity, was molded into the virtual godhood Qin First Emperor. Now that the Qin First Emperor had obtained the relevant authority of Anubis, it was no longer something that the Lord God could easily deal with. It was like a virus lurking in the Lord God's system, and it had amazing strength. It was an existence that surpassed 11 stars. The samsara traveler sent by the Lord God was not qualified to touch it at all. Since there was no way to stop the Qin First Emperor, there was no way to intervene in Xinqi's plan. If they couldn't intervene in Xinqi's plan, Chen Ang's arrangement would basically not be destroyed. As for the Horus's Eye organization that seemed to be the core interest of Chen Ong, it was actually useless. It was a dispensable arrangement in Chen Ang's plan, and it was originally sent out as a target for the Lord God to hit. Now the key layout was in the east. Even if the samsara traveler turned Egypt upside down, it would not be able to touch Chen Ang's core plan. Therefore, unless the Lord God directly sent a samsara team that had the virtual godhood Qin First Emperor to compete head-on, it would not be able to play the role of disrupting Chen Ang's plan. But this possibility was broken by Chen Ong from the beginning. Chen Ong had gone around in circles and paved the vest of Anubis for the Qin First Emperor, creating an identity that was reasonable in the evaluation of the Lord God, in order to avoid exposing their true intentions. Under this strategic deception, the Lord God system could only send some small samsara travelers to touch Chen Ang's arrangement. Most of them would be attracted by the obvious cover, the Eye of Horus. Things would eventually go according to Chen Ang's plan. The Western Imodin's undead army would rise, and the Western continent would be bathed in blood. The Eastern virtual godhood of Qin First Emperor, the Dragon Emperor, would be born, wiping out everything and shaping the Xinqian civilization. Then, the two great undead empires of the East and the West would compete with each other, triggering the third plot. Chen Ong would lead the Kyushu kingdom to reappear and recreate the Republic of China from the body of Xianqin. By that time, the reborn republic would have passed through its weakest period with the help of Xianqin. It would not be afraid even if it faced the Lord God head-on. In the darkness of the broken underworld, Immoden was like a shadow burning with black flames. He was fusing with the divinity of Anubis, and he was growing stronger at an alarming rate. The four abominations watched in fear as he slowly lost his humanity and became an indescribable existence, just like the abyss in his eyes in the past. Immoden used the last bit of his humanity and sighed. I still failed in the end. When I stared into the abyss stared back at me. I used to think that my greatest enemy was that terrifying mortal, but in the end I realized that it was actually me. When he killed Ansuna and destroyed me, he had already created an abyss, and for the sake of revenge, I stared at it for a long time. Until this moment I also became an abyss. Hatred and hatred also destroyed me in the end. It was only at this moment that I realized that he wanted me to be devoured by the abyss. I used to think that he would use the legacy of Anubis to completely control me, but I was wrong. He wanted me to be uncontrollable. Blood and black tears flowed from Immoden's eyes. He watched helplessly as he was devoured by the black flames, and with the last bit of his consciousness, he struggled and said, Menes, Kasaikamwi, Sikemabu, Sekit, I can no longer control myself and I'm falling into the abyss. When I open my eyes again, the one in front of you will no longer be the benevolent high priest Immoden who took you in, but a monster in the name of Immoden. Don't try to resist it, don't crave for its pity and forgiveness, treat it carefully, don't talk nonsense about resistance, and let it die in its own hatred. Otherwise, it will also let the abyss devour you. Under the complicated gazes of the four, Immoden closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was only an endless abyss in his eyes. Chapter 702. In the port of London in 1920, the stench of the copper-green Thames River frothed. Most of the ships were coal-fired steamships. The Thames was busy with shipping. In the early morning sun, ships came and went, shuttling under the London Bridge. O'Connor looked at the port of the Thames River, a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. London, which had just ended the First World War, had returned to its former prosperity. It was even more prosperous than before the war. During the First World War, the British soldiers had only lost about 700,000 people. It was less than 50% of the Irish famine caused by the British aristocrats, and less than 30% of the casualties in China's anti-Japanese war. Chen Ong felt that with such a small number of casualties, how could it reflect the weight of Britain's hegemony in the world? How could it reflect the sacrifices that had been made for Britain's hegemony for hundreds of years? In order to defend hegemony, more than half of Britain's population of 50 million had died? Chen Ong felt that it was not much. In order to gain independence, 20% of East Timor's population had died. In order to destroy the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, the Qing dynasty had slaughtered nearly 20 million people, which was close to the total number of casualties in the First World War. However, Britain's hegemony had fallen, and only 700,000 people had died. Chen Ong felt that this was a disgrace to Britain. When the evil Immoden's army of the dead was resurrected, only Britain had the right to represent the Western world. Only by sacrificing 2 generations of people and shedding their blood could humanity regain its glory and triumph over evil. According to Chen Eng's plan, Britain should fight for 14 years until the last generation died. The darkness before justice was always long, wasn't it? For the dawn that was about to come, Britain would not have to pay a painful price? It would all be worth it. For justice, Britain should persevere until the last Indian was dead. At this moment, in the House of Lords, the Speaker, who was wearing stockings and representing the authority of the House of Lords, walked into the auditorium of the House of Lords. The auditorium was already filled with members. O'Connor carefully passed through the side door and walked into the auditorium. A group of members roared at the speaker. The British Empire should know what happened in Egypt. We have special interests in Egypt. No matter what, the British Empire will never allow the Suez Canal, which is the lifeline of Europe and can control the situation in Europe, to leave our control. There has been no news from the Suez military base for almost 2 months. Shipping has been cut off for a week, gentlemen, and the London Stock Exchange is going mad. And you still don't know what happened? Don't tell us that the telegram is true, that the undead army has taken over Suez. This is the Senate, not a place for liars and lunatics. We need accurate information from the government. The president shouted desperately, "Quiet, gentlemen, please be quiet. We are dispatching troops from overseas military bases. The truth will come to light soon." In the midst of the chaos, someone stood up and shouted, "If they want a war, then give them a war, no matter who they are. Be it the French or the Americans, we need to know who they are. Where are our diplomats stationed around the world? Why are we like blind men? We are not afraid of the enemy, but the Prime Minister can't cover our nose and ears." The speaker shouted, "Our enemy is very cunning. I've invited Mr. O'Connor, a veteran who was passing by the Suez military base when it fell. He will tell us what happened there, but gentlemen, I don't know how to judge because it's not just Mr. O'Connor's confession. He brought back a platoon of soldiers to share his story." The speaker asked the people around O'Connor to move aside. O'Connor squeezed onto the podium with difficulty. He hesitated for a moment before saying loudly, "Gentlemen, what I'm about to say might be absurd and shocking, but I swear in the name of God that it's all true. Every word, every sentence, I'm willing to take responsibility for it. It all started when I was stationed at Hamunethar with the army last year. I and a battalion of men saw with our own eyes that thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky. That Easterner was bathed in countless silver lightning bolts and turned the place into a barren land. About 5,000 feet away from me, the blazing lightning destroyed everything. What followed was a group of evil vampires. They took over the entire military base. The soldiers panicked like rabbits, and no one could organize a resistance. I stole a ship at the port and retreated from Suez with about a platoon of soldiers. After that, I came to London and reported this to Sir Edmund." O'Connor finished his report amidst the commotion. As soon as he finished, someone jumped up and said sarcastically, "So, Mr. O'Connor, do you think we're children listening to a good-night story? He shouldn't be standing on the podium of the House of Lords. He should be saying this in a theater. Who knows, maybe I'll give him a tip for this wonderful story." The House of Lords roared with laughter. Another well-dressed House of Lords stood up and said, "We want to know the results of the government's investigation. It's been a month, and the government can't have done nothing. I know the Prime Minister sent an investigation team. How many ships pass through the Suez Canal every day? I don't believe that no one has brought back any information. Yes, we want to know the truth that the government is hiding," someone shouted. The speaker hesitated for a moment, then said to the House of Lords, "Everyone, please be quiet. We will tell you the results of the investigation. Next, we will invite Deputy Commander Corbin of the investigation team, but due to some accidents, Deputy Commander Corbin might." At this moment, a person in military uniform walked out from the side door under the watchful eyes of the House of Lords. The reason for the double quotation marks was because the person was only left with a human form. His hair was thin and withered, and his skin looked like it had been skinned. Rotting bones and withered muscles were exposed, and his face was only left with a few large black holes. His teeth were exposed without the cover of his lip. His appearance made people tremble in fear. The speaker said softly, "The investigation team has a total of more than 130 people, and they also have the diplomatic support of the Empire's embassies. They can even mobilize the army." At that time, they approached the Suez Canal under the protection of a regiment. In the end, only 51 people managed to escape. On the way to London, 13 people died. Currently, only 25 people survived, and Corbin is the only one who still has the ability to speak. The rest of the people are either crazy or living a life worse than death. The speaker's words silenced the House of Lords. The House of Lords were either frightened or confused as they looked at the rotten meat on the stage. They heard him mumble incoherently, "Black fog, devil, the undead army is coming here. Everyone is dead. Everyone is going to die." Then, the dying man suddenly trembled violently. His body twitched violently, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear. He used all his strength to shout, "They're coming! They're coming! Run! Everyone is going to die! No! God! Save me!" His throat suddenly swelled. His Adam's apple protruded, and his mouth opened wide. Some people were horrified to see a finger coming out of his throat, followed by a hand. A large amount of black fog suddenly came out of his body like countless wriggling insects. In the blink of an eye, he was drowned in the sword. The House of Lords was in an uproar. The House of Lords was in an uproar. The House of Lords retreated in fear, and the speaker shouted for the guards. At this time, in the fog at the mouth of the Thames River, an empty ship sailed silently towards the port. Behind the wreckage of this ghost ship, there were more unmanned ships sailing towards the Thames port. Imogen's bald head reflected the sunlight and appeared at the bow of the ship. He stood at the bow of the ship and looked down at the busy city. The navigator at the port took a small boat and approached the ship in the fog. He shouted at the ship, "Check the ship! Hurry!" Because of the line of sight, he could not see anything on the ship's bow. But the long silence made him feel uneasy. He quietly put his hand on the gun at his waist. Chapter 703. Amidst the smoke, the wreckage of London Bridge was cut in two. About 200 feet of the bridge was slammed into the Tower of London. The huge tower was cut in two. The 10-century-old building had multiple towers. It had been a fortress, an armory, a treasury, a mint, a palace, an observatory, a refuge, and a prison. It had imprisoned the two youngest sons of King Edward IV, the king before him, his cousin and brother, and the two queens of Henry VIII. But today, it had become the battlefield ruins of Imogen's invasion of London. The British Royal Navy was torn apart by the powerful dimensional collapse outside the port of London. The Archbishop of the Anglican Church had his soul devoured by Imogen. The Grim Reaper's army had massacred the British army. Even the ceremonial troops in traditional red uniforms were reduced to wreckage. They were buried under the ruins and then stood up again to fight for their enemies. Countless undead were slaughtering the living in the streets and alleys of London. London resisted for 3 weeks. During those 3 weeks, the British Empire mobilized its world-renowned Royal Navy and brave Royal Air Force, risking their lives to take off at night and bombard the undead, just to soften the nighttime assault of the undead. But O'Connor could not forget the abyss in her eyes when the eyeless woman next to Imogen opened her eyes and looked down at the British Empire's fleet outside the port. The sudden appearance of a huge black hole and dimensional collapse twisted the battleship into a huge steel twist. The flesh and blood of the naval soldiers were like squeezed out of a tin can, turning into a pool of juicy meat paste. This was a war between the dead and the living. In the 2 most intense weeks of the war, the British Empire mobilized a total of 300,000 men, nearly 18 divisions, and mobilized 80% of the citizens of London to resist. The other 20% were not deserters, but Imhotep had converted them into his own soldiers and sent them into the war. At one point, both sides had more than 1 million men. The British side defended London with all their might, while Imogen's side benefited from the fact that cremation was not so popular during the First World War. There were trenches and fortresses everywhere. The British citizens fearlessly organized resistance in their houses, blocked the streets and built fortifications. King George V once stood up and called on the British people to stand up and resist. He cried out, "One step back and we will be in London. We have no way back." The battlefield in London was now splattered with the blood of the British soldiers and civilians. The entire city was in ruins. The British used artillery, explosives, and bullets, but the terrifying and shameless Immoden also used bacteria, viruses, and plagues. In this war, Immoden let the rotting corpses run amok on the streets, using them to incubate a large number of flies, beetles, and fungi. At the beginning, there were only 50,000 undead who landed in London. They were all sailors and passengers who died at the Suez Canal. There were already a large number of Egyptians, but their strength was not considered strong. In the 3 days offensive, the first 3 days of contact between the British troops stationed in London and Immoden's army of the undead, other than the London harbour and most of the South and East London, they quickly eliminated a large number of enemies, pushing the front line back to the vicinity of London Bridge. It was at that time that the Tower of London became a meat grinder. Just as victory was in sight, Immoden's real attack had only just begun. The undead that invaded London carried a large number of viruses, bacteria, and fungi. After breaking through to the city in a short time, they followed Immoden's orders and quietly sank into various drinking areas and hidden spots. Decay allowed bacteria and viruses to flourish, and the viruses developed by Immoden's divine powers nurtured unimaginable horrors. In a few short days, the plague engulfed all of London, and more than 190 members of the British royal family died. Just as they boasted, Eton's death rate finally surpassed that of civilians. The death rate of Londoners was 48%, while Eton's was 90%. There was no doubt that this was the glory and honor of the British nobility, and they represented the conscience of the nobility. Of course, it also had something to do with the fact that Immoden focused on the battle. One of his 4 abominations, the mist of original sin, used to linger around Eton, and the British army that they focused on was coincidentally the place where the graduates of Eton gathered. With the joint efforts of both sides, they created a miracle that made the upper class of Britain wear mourning clothes. The soldiers and civilians who died in the plague rose again to fight for Immoden. Immoden, who had been taught a lesson by cannons and bombings, knew very well that the undead and the death guards would not be able to make humans surrender. Machetes and martial arts would not be able to compete with the armies of the imperialists, but bacteria and the plague could, and could even be enough to destroy humanity. This was what Chen Ong had earnestly taught him in Khufu and the pyramids of Giza. O'Connor carefully wandered through the ruins. There were many people like him. They all covered their mouths and noses with long masks that looked like the beak of a bird, and their bodies were tightly wrapped up. They had to be careful to avoid being discovered by the undead. Most of them were here to pick up scraps. It should be noted that this city, which had accumulated the fruits of Britain's colonization for hundreds of years, had immeasurable wealth. The undead did not care about gold or wealth, so this ruin was hell for the poor who had nothing, but it was also a treasure trove. Even the British government had secretly sent people to search here. Most of them had locked onto the target based on the information they received, and then guarded the area around the gold. They would then send a signal to the British army, and they would come to the city in the form of small teams to excavate and transport the gold. Before the war, at least 10,000 tons of gold had been placed in London. Even now, the city still contained an insane amount of wealth. The government of the United Kingdom needed this wealth for military expenses and to recover London. O'Connor was this kind of official tomb raider. The British Empire had been raiding tombs all over the world for hundreds of years. Now they could finally loot at the doorstep of London. The people of London were overjoyed, and there were often rumors of wealth. The undead under Immoden also welcomed the flesh and blood of the living to add to their meals from time to time. Now, even the skeletons, which were so rotten that only their skulls were left, knew to wander around the palace and the bank. The more luxurious the house, the more undead there were nearby. Tomb Raider O'Connor was here to find another legendary tomb raider, Indiana Jones. Mr. Indiana had recently been ordered by the government of the United Kingdom to explore the British Museum. Now, it had become one of the headquarters of the undead army. Immoden's men all said that they felt like they were home in the Egyptian relics section of the British Museum. One by one, they moved their coffins to that place. Immoden often came here to reminisce about the past. From time to time, he would touch the mummies and golden coffins, and read the stone tablets and murals that the British explorers had excavated from the pyramids. During the war, it was not that the government of the United Kingdom did not think about moving the cultural relics here. Unfortunately, before they could be alerted, the army and guards here died because of the plague. O'Connor carefully avoided the bodies of the eagle men in the sky, the sharp eyes of the undead with wings, and the patrols of the jackal men with amazing martial arts. He made his way to the vast British Museum. He nimbly followed the route that he was familiar with and arrived at the library that the undead would not be interested in. He climbed to the top shelf of the library and moved his hands on two inconspicuous tomes to open a mysterious door. As soon as O'Connor entered, he felt someone pointing a gun at his head. "Mr. Jones, it's one of us." O'Connor slightly turned his body and showed the person the ID in his pocket. The person was younger than O'Connor. He was wearing a cowboy hat and a classic shirt. It was worth noting that he had an especially long whip tied around his waist. Indiana Jones took O'Connor's ID and quickly glanced at it. "I know you, Mr. O'Connor. Former British soldier, now an archaeologist, and the famous demon door opener." "We didn't release Immoden," O'Connor retorted with dissatisfaction. "It was a group of Easterners who released him." "Then, Mr. O'Connor, what business do you have with me?" Indiana asked as he put away his gun. "Mr. Indiana, you became famous because you retrieved the Ark of the Sacred Covenant. At the time, the entire United Kingdom saw you as their savior. They thought that you would bring back the glory of God and help him destroy the demon Immoden. But you failed. Not only did Immoden not perish, but he also took away the power of the Arkansas. Although you destroyed a large number of the undead, it was useless. They would still crawl out of the corpses. You, who failed in the end, were not willing to let it end just like that, so you came to the British Library to look for clues about the Holy Grail. O'Connor, is that what you want to say?" Indiana Jones interrupted him impatiently. "No." O'Connor shook his head and smiled sarcastically. "What I want to say is, if the Ark of the Covenant couldn't destroy the demon Immoden, can the Holy Grail? What God and Moses could not do, can Christ Jesus do?" "You're slandering my lord." Indiana Jones angrily grabbed O'Connor by the collar. O'Connor glared at him and sneered. "If you want to lure Immoden here, then we can fight here." Indiana Jones let go of O'Connor unwillingly. O'Connor said coldly, "The government of the United Kingdom wants me to find you and tell you a new clue and mission, a clue that can really defeat Immoden. The group of Australians who searched for the Ark of the Covenant with you provided a very crucial clue. I've said it before, there was a group of Easterners who played a key role in Imhotep's death. They were the ones who awakened Imhotep and destroyed him. Now, the Australian called Horton has provided a crucial clue. That group of Easterners also participated in the crucial battle where Imhotep killed Anubis and transformed into a demon. They even took away half of the divinity. This is our only hope to defeat Immoden. Only by finding the divinity that the Asians took away can we have a way to kill the demon Immoden. According to reliable sources, this group of Asians brought the divinity to China to resurrect a tyrant called the Dragon Emperor, awaken the undead army of the Dragon Emperor, stop Immoden's invasion, and let that ancient country rule the world again. We must stop their evil actions, take back the divinity, and bury Immoden. Then what is my goal?" Indiana Jones frowned slightly and said, "The Dragon Emperor is buried in a huge mausoleum. He was the first emperor of China. The legend of him being cursed is vaguely related in the history books of China. It is said that a fairy named Ziyuan sealed the tyrant Dragon Emperor who wanted to conquer the world. If that group wants to resurrect the Dragon Emperor, they will definitely go to his mausoleum. So the government of the United Kingdom wants me to go to the mausoleum of the Dragon Emperor and help them take the divinity of Anubis to prevent the Dragon Emperor from resurrecting? Not you, us. O'Connell pointed at himself. Me, an archaeologist from the United States called Laura, and an explorer called John Adams Gates are also on this journey. In the United States, the young female archaeologist Laura said to the American government officials sitting in front of her, "What? You want us to explore the mausoleum of the Dragon Emperor that is far away in China?" She flew down from the cliff and nimbly rolled 2 steps before landing on the ground. She untied the rope on her body and asked in confusion, "Why?" In China, Partridge Whistle sighed deeply and said, "Hare Hill Seal, touch the golden talisman, move the mountains and unload the ridges, dragon seeking formula. Human lighting the candle, ghost blowing the lamp, survey the inverted bucket, find the star peak, Mercury spot, raise the bright artifact, go to countless dragon pavilions and treasure palaces. Dark sunken coffin, bronze outer coffin, don't get close if you are not strong. Vertical burial pit, Xia Zi tomb, move the mountains and unload the ridges. Red clothes fierce, smiling corpse, ghost laugh is better than ghost cry." Did you hear that? Vertical burial pit, Xia Zi tomb, I have to walk around when I hear it. You actually want me to touch the mausoleum of the first emperor? Chen Yulo, are you trying to push me to my death? The person sitting in front of him was called Chen Yulo. He was born into a family of grave robbers and was the leader of 3 generations of robbers. His father was the helmsman of the Unload Ridge bandits. He had a pair of eyes that could see through mud, recognize the color of grass, and find hidden treasures. Although he was still young, his ability was already extraordinary. Hearing Partridge Whistle's refusal, he was not angry. He only smiled and said, "Yang Xiao, do you have a red birthmark on your back that looks like an eye?" Legend has it that the exquisite queen's eyes are connected to an unimaginable world, that is the Ghost Cave. After her death, a tribe called the Ghost Cave was cursed for generations, and their people would die suddenly at a young age. The cursed people all have an eye on their back that symbolizes the Ghost Cave. Yang Xiao, you can't fool me. You are the people of the Ghost Cave. But now, another pair of eyes like this has appeared in the West. Your destiny has ushered in the dawn of liberation. Only one thing in the mausoleum of the first emperor can save you. Otherwise, when the woman in the West with eyes connected to the Ghost Cave gets closer and closer, your entire tribe will be dragged into the Ghost Cave, never to be reincarnated. Partridge Whistle was silent for a long time before he said, "Okay, I will go with you." Chapter 704. 1920 was the 3rd year after the end of the First World War and the 8th year after the establishment of the Republic of China. In July of this year, the Zhili-Anhui War broke out in China. Wu Peifu tried to capture Duan Qirui but failed. Duan Qirui of the Anhui faction was defeated. On July 17, floods flooded the 4 counties of Zhejiang, Jiangzhou, Wanling, and others. The disaster was unprecedented in 60 years. On December 16, 280,000 people died in Haiyuan, Gansu, Ningxia Haiyuan earthquake today. It was under these circumstances that Partridge Whistle and Chen Yulo came to Xi'an, Shaanxi. Chen Yulo was a well-known figure in the Lulin society. In every dynasty and every generation, only when the world was in chaos would the Xialing bandits live in the mountains and rivers. They would dig up tombs and break the dragon vein of the royal tombs. During peaceful times, the government was in charge. China had always been strict with household registration check. A large group of refugees like the Xialing bandits would wander around and become a thorn in the side of the government sooner or later. Therefore, it was only when the world was in chaos and the vagrants became bandits that these Xialing bandits could change their appearance and put on the identity of the Lulin. Usually, they would roam the mountains and forests, and there would be troops who would travel everywhere to observe the landscape of the mountains and rivers. Once they found a great tomb, they would gather and rob the tomb clean. Chen Yulo's father was the head of the Xialing bandits. He controlled the famous horse bandits in Hunan, Shaanxi, 2 lakes and several other provinces. He was a big figure in the 3 provinces and 4 rivers. Partridge Whistle came from the Zagrama tribe. In order to break the curse caused by the shaman in the tribe, who used the jade eye to peek into the virtual space, these people painstakingly searched for the Mukan pearl that appeared for a fleeting moment during the time of Emperor Wu of Han. In order to find the Great Tomb, they formed a branch of the inverted fighting sect, the Banshan Taoist. After thousands of years of inheritance, Partridge Whistle was probably the last Banshan Taoist in their tribe. When he was young, he learned this skill from a tomb raider whose name was Liao Chen. He became a master of 2 great inheritances. Chen Yulo knew about his skill and insisted on bringing him on board. Chen Yulo and Partridge Whistle were in the territory near the ancient city of Xi'an. They found a clue at the northern foot of Mount Li, the shore of the ancient Wei River, east of Lintong County and Ma. Partridge Whistle saw that the terrain here was very open. The mountain range was symmetrical on both sides, the forest was lush, the valleys and peaks intersected. The mountain range was slightly curved in the south of Mount Li, like a blooming lianhua. The imperial mausoleum was in the middle of Mount Li, surrounded by peaks and ridges. It was one with the entire Mount Li like a lotus bud in the middle. According to feng shui, this place was the remnant of the Qinling dragon vein. Partridge Whistle had been traveling all over Mount Li these past few days. Only then did he have the confidence to tell Chen Yulo, the first emperor had the ability to conquer heaven and earth. He was the ruler who unified the 4 seas. Although his second generation died early, his burial place must be the Dragon Vein True Cave, the main vein of Daqin. This kind of Dragon Vein True Cave cannot be hidden easily. That is why so many imperial mausoleums have been robbed. The Taizu Mountain of the first emperor's imperial mausoleum carries the Qinling dragon vein through Mount Li. The Wei River flows from the Qinling Mountains to Xianyang. Layer by layer, it repeatedly opens the tents, passes through the gorge, gathers its qi, and travels to the shore of the ancient Wei River. Then it enters the protruding cave where the star sand intersects with the water and the yin and yang mat. The Imperial Mausoleum is the Imperial Mausoleum. There is an open plain east of Lintong County to Ma. The Imperial Mausoleum is located at the fetus, nurturing, longevity, crown and belt areas. It should be the most appropriate location to locate it from here. Good. You are worthy of being Partridge Whistle, who has 2 branches. Chen Yulo was overjoyed. Since you have already located the earth vein, then it is time for us Xianling branch to show our skills. Since ancient times, the Xianling strongmen were skilled in equipment and cooperation. Even the Qin Emperor's underground palace was not difficult for them to create a tunnel that led directly to the main burial chamber. However, what the 2 of them did not expect was that although the main structure of the first emperor's imperial mausoleum still followed feng shui geography, after Yinglong and the others' crazy modifications, the underground palace was so vast that it could no longer be called an underground palace, but an underground city. The entire first emperor's imperial mausoleum was embedded in Mount Li, covering an area of more than 200 square kilometers. It was built into a complete underground city by the construction robot. It was really unimaginable for the 2 of them. As for O'Connor, Indiana Jones, Countess Laura, and the others overseas, the distance from London to Shaanxi was very high. Fortunately, the government of the United Kingdom knew the importance of the matter and the urgency of the situation. On top of that, Imogen burned and killed along the way and swept across the British Isles. Countless people were killed, forcing the few of them to travel through the night and night. All the British colonies overseas gave them their full support. At the beginning of the 20th century, they set a record for a flight around the world. In just 10 days, they landed outside an airport temporarily requisitioned by the British consulate in Wuhan. In these 10 days, Imogen's army of the dead had already reached Cambridge, which was only a dozen kilometers away from Coventry. The entire United Kingdom was in a crisis of national annihilation. The Wuhan Council did not dare to delay, and arranged for them to board the plane to Shaanxi that very night. O'Connor looked at the vast fertile land outside the window and seemed to have a lot on his mind. Indiana Jones had already asked for the key information in detail on the way. He spread out the map on the table and pointed in the direction of Mountley. He said, "Although London fell and most of the precious historical information about China was left in the British Museum, after my infiltration and excavation and the government's investigation, we have already locked the Dragon Emperor's tomb in this area." O'Connor nodded and said, "Don't worry about the manpower. The Council has already reached an agreement with one of the biggest warlords in China, Mr. Pefyu Wu. We have also reached an agreement with the Guoming government in the south. In China we will be unimpeded. The Empire requires the warlords in both the north and south of China to give us the greatest convenience. For this we have to pay a certain price in diplomacy." Laura frowned and said, "Are you sure that there won't be a strong protest from the media and newspapers if we go to dig up the tomb of their oldest emperor? I mean, China is becoming more and more nationalistic. I'm afraid that their people will not agree to let us dig up their ancient monument." O'Connor sneered and said, "The British Empire will not care about the protests of their people. This journey is related to the safety of our country. No matter which warlord, they will not be able to bear the consequences of the imperial government's wrath. They will obediently take us there. As for those newspapers, if they don't shut up, they will never be able to open their mouths again. No one will care about the protests of the dead." The Wuhan consulate informed us that when they received the order from the British Prime Minister, they had already arranged for people to go to Xi'an first. They have contacted a group of China's civilian explorers to help us go down to the tomb and find Imogen's divinity. There is also a battalion of British Army with us. They are responsible for protecting us and supervising and controlling the entire excavation camp. We need about 5,000 people to be responsible for the excavation and exploration. It is too dangerous without an army to suppress it. 5,000 people? Laura exclaimed in disbelief. Is there a pyramid buried there? Chapter 705. The next morning, O'Connor and his group came to the construction site at the foot of Mountley. The place had been protected by the people Feng Yuxiang had sent. The British Council in Wuhan had sent someone to contact Feng Yuxiang. Previously, Yan Xiangwen had suddenly committed suicide not long after he became the Shaanxi military governor, so Feng Yuxiang, the commander of the 11th Division of the Direct Army, had taken over as the Shaanxi military governor. Feng Yuxiang was the military chief of the Northern Ocean warlords in Shaanxi. When he received O'Connor and the others in the Shaanxi military governor's office, he was dressed in a soldier's uniform. Due to the fact that he was a soldier, he always liked to put on a simple and hard-working look. However, he was also a devout Christian. When he received the foreign believers, he even wore a cross hanging on his chest, making him look neither fish nor fowl. In fact, at this time, believing in Christianity had once become a trend in China. The warlords took pride in believing in Christianity. Deep down, it was nothing more than currying favor with the foreigners. In the mess of the warlords in China, the words of the foreigners were more effective than the president of the Northern Ocean. Putting everything else aside, if the British were to loosen their grip and give Feng Yuxiang a discount on the interest on the arms and loans, it would be worth it for him to curry favor with them. Feng Yuxiang entertained the foreign archaeologists with great enthusiasm. He courteously invited O'Connor, Laura, and the others to pray in the small church at his home. In the name of discussing doctrines and the Bible, he became familiar with these foreigners. Although the British had suffered a heavy blow at this time, firstly, Feng Yuxiang might not know about it. Secondly, even if Feng Yuxiang knew about it, The British Empire still had some asset. Even the French and the Germans did not dare to look down on the British who controlled the sea power, let alone the China warlords. Although the family business in England had failed, they were still nobler than the inferior Asians. O'Connor and the others all thought so. From their point of view, only Europe had culture and civilization, and Christianity was a universal value. The British were first-class civilized people, the Europeans were second-class civilized people, the Americans were low-class civilized people, the Japanese were civilized barbarians, and the Chinese were at best a little better than the African natives. They were classified as half-civilized barbarians, and the religious Chinese were a completely civilized breed of civilized barbarians, a little nobler than the rest. Therefore, when Feng Yuxiang revealed his identity as a disciple, they still had a good impression of him. However, when the two sides began to discuss the specific division of interests, the good impression was immediately thrown to the back of their minds. The British deputy director who led the way had a cold expression and said with a hint of a command, "We request that the Northern Ocean come forward to protect our archaeological team and suppress the local bandits and rebels. They will facilitate our activities here as much as possible." Feng Yuxiang laughed and said, "We must protect the legitimate interests of your country, but we can't betray the interests of China, right? Right now, the people on the streets are not giving you a good reputation for this archaeological activity. Qin First Emperor was a great emperor of China. His tomb was also an important property and treasure of the Chinese government. If your country forcibly takes over its archaeological activities, I'm afraid that public opinion will be unfavorable to the United Kingdom. You know, there's also the group of rebels in the south causing trouble. If we, the Northern Ocean, give in to England, the group of rebels in the south will definitely besiege the Northern Ocean in public opinion. The cultural and educational circles will also strongly oppose this behavior of infringing on China's treasures and reselling China's cultural relic." The deputy director's eyes turned cold and he said lightly, "The government of the United Kingdom has no intention of robbing China's cultural relics." As soon as he said this, Feng Yuxiang cursed in his heart, "You're lying. The Dunhuang scriptures from Gansu province from more than 10 years ago were not displayed in the British Museum. There are so many treasures in the China Pavilion. Were they given to you by the people of China? But with all due respect, the Chinese government does not have the conditions to excavate and preserve cultural relics. Your country has no archaeology at all. Your country's history and culture can only be recognized by the international academic community under the development and protection of the United Kingdom. If we hand it over to you, it will only cause these precious cultural relics to flow into the international cultural relics market, causing inevitable damage and loss. This archaeological operation is of great importance. My country hopes to have a battalion of embassy guards at the archaeological site to protect our country's archaeologists and work normally. At the same time, we also need General Feng to provide reasonable help, such as guides and excavators. For the sake of the friendship between our two countries, General Feng should carefully consider our proposal." In order to force Feng Yuxiang to agree in the shortest time possible, the deputy director had to violate the British diplomatic circle's usual method of stirring up **T. He used a stiff threat to make Feng Yuxiang relent. Sure enough, when the deputy director's tone contained a hidden threat, Feng Yuxiang agreed to all the requirements of the United Kingdom despite his ugly expression. The deputy consul knew that the matter of bribing Feng Yuxiang later would be settled by them. The most important thing now was to let O'Connor and the others start working. Arriving at the foot of Mount Lee, Laura saw a well-organized excavation site. She was surprised to see a few people wearing hemp shoes and dressed as grave robbers. They were currently inserting a semi-cylindrical shovel into the ground. The leader of the group was an old man with grizzled hair. He was still holding on to his whip. His braid was coiled up on his head as he carefully inspected the soil that had been brought up. O'Connor walked behind Laura and asked in surprise, "What are these China people doing?" "Shh." Laura interrupted him and whispered, "I've heard from archaeologists who came to China that China's explorers and grave robbers used an archaeological tool called the Luoyang shovel to bring out soil that was tens of feet deep for analysis and inspection. They would observe the color and smell of the soil to determine its age, geological characteristics, and the burial soil. Experienced China explorers could even use them to determine if someone had excavated this land on a large scale hundreds of years ago." "That's amazing!" Laura exclaimed. "The art of geomancy, the most important thing is to taste the water from the soil." The old man with gray hair whispered to Chun Yulo, who was beside him, "I've tasted 17 ancient wells around here, and confirmed that the water here is soft and sweet. It's 30% gold water and 70% silver water. It can be said to be rich and long-lasting. It's also suitable for the soil and weighs 8 taels. It's very auspicious." "Then why are you frowning?" Chun Yulo was puzzled. "It's the soil brought out by the Luoyang shovel. It's very strange. I've already explored the upper layer of the tomb of the first emperor, but if it's according to what I've found, the tomb of the Qin emperor has soil marks for 12,000 steps back and 30,000 steps to the left and right. And the top layer of the soil is greenish-black, which is yang green soil. Yang green soil often appears in the tombs of the Warring States period. But I've only seen this color of yang green soil in the tomb of a noble of the Qin dynasty. At that time, your father was the leader. He led us to the tomb at the foot of the jagged mountains. At that time, we noticed the strangeness of this copper-colored soil. Later, when we broke through the robber's hole in the soil, an unimaginable horror happened. Later, we learned that this copper-colored yang-green soil is also called hibernating dragon soil. This yang-green soil needs to be mixed with human blood and mashed together with the yang-green soil excavated from the ancient tomb. A soil ball has to weigh 9 taels and 9 parts. It's mixed with goo insects and foreign insect eggs and poured on the outer layer of the tomb's soil. There are 8 kinds of goo insect eggs mixed in the hibernating dragon soil, plus the eggs of a foreign insect called goo insect. The goo insect hatches when it sees the wind. After the soil is covered, if it's more than 3 feet deep, with the nourishment of the underground spring, then the goo insect in the soil will slowly lay eggs and die. This kind of foreign insect has a very strange temperament. It needs to parasitize goo insects to reproduce. The adult insects need to parasitize goo insects to borrow the goo insects to lay eggs. At that time, the eggs laid by the goo insects will carry the goo insect eggs and goo insect egg. The goo insects hatch together with the goo insects will parasitize the next generation of goo insects in the shortest time. In order to let themselves parasitize goo insects to reproduce, the goo insects will secrete a kind of colloid-like propolis before they die to protect the goo insect egg. After they reach adulthood, they need to face the wind to grow wings. So after the first batch of hatched goo insect eggs, the goo insects that grow will die because they can't see the wind after protecting the goo insect eggs in the soil. But the goo insect eggs they parasitize can be maintained for thousands of years without losing vitality. Only when they see the wind, the secretion protecting the goo insects will disappear, prompting the goo insects to hatch. The old man sighed and said, "When we robbed the tomb of the Qin aristocrat, because we dug up the soil, the 2,000-year-old goo insect eggs inside were exposed to the wind and decayed into countless goo insects as fine as dust. Unknowingly, they parasitized in our bodies." As he said this, the old man carefully crushed the bronze-colored soil that was lifted up by the Luoyang shovel for Chun Yulo to see. Some large goo insects the size of sesame seeds and small ones that could not be seen fell from the soil. Chun Yulo's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "So there is this kind of soil under our feet? Then when we dig up a robber's hole, how much of the soil will the goo insects in it revive?" The old man thought for a moment, then raised his head and said, "As the wind blows in the robber's hole, It will probably alarm the goo insects in the surrounding area. These goo insects like Een and Hatyang. Normally, they will not appear in areas where the sun shines, but very quickly, they will be everywhere in the robber's hole. When we dig into the robber's hole, it will be like entering a worm's hole. Starting from digging to the hibernating dragon soil, it will only take 3 minutes for the goo insects to revive and breed. The larger the area we dig, the more goo insects will be alarmed. This is the first layer of defense of the first emperor's tomb. Chen Yulo sighed and said, with the great talent of the first emperor, who knows how much more danger he will face this time. O'Connor looked at the few people who were staring blankly at the Luoyang shovel under their feet and laughed coldly. I think we don't have to look forward to that group of Chinese. They are ignorant and lazy, uncivilized people. We don't have much time left. We have to quickly dig up the coffin of the Dragon Emperor and stop those Easterners from reviving him. Laura objected. I think we should listen to the opinions of the local explorers. Chapter 706. Seeing that O'Connor had left by himself, Laura did not take his words to heart. She went straight up and greeted Chen Yulo in broken Chinese. Hello? Do any of you speak English? I'm an archaeologist from England. My name is Laura. As the most outstanding female archaeologist in Britain, Laura could speak 7 languages. Although her Chinese wasn't very good, she could still communicate with the Chinese people with some difficulty. On the contrary, Chen Yulo was shocked by this foreign woman who could speak Chinese. He immediately reacted and asked in Xiangxi dialect, Miss Laura, did you understand what we were talking about just now? Chen Yulo did not know how much these foreigners understood. Now that he thought about it, it was really careless of him to talk about his old profession in front of these foreigners. Fortunately, the Xialing bandits were used to using Xiangxi dialect. A sly light flashed in his eyes, and he used this to test Laura. China was a vast country, and there were many different dialects. China did not dare to say that it could understand all of them, let alone a foreigner like Laura. Therefore, Laura naturally showed a puzzled expression and said with difficulty, Can you speak slower? I don't understand. Chen Yulo was experienced and could naturally read people's expressions. He felt that Laura did not seem to be lying, so he slightly relaxed. In order to take care of Laura, he deliberately slowed down and explained in official Chinese, Miss Laura, when Marshal Feng from the Northern Ocean contacted us, he did not say that foreigners would be joining the archaeological team. Although we are only hired by Marshal Feng, we also know that China's treasures should not fall into the hands of outsiders. Although we are lowly people, we also know that it is a big crime to deceive your ancestors. So, Miss Laura, please forgive us, we cannot let you enter the construction site. Laura vaguely understood half of it and tried her best to explain. We will not steal the cultural relics left by your ancestors. We only want one thing inside. That is, someone stole something from our country and put it in here. That's why we need your help to bring that thing out. Otherwise, not only the British but the kind people all over the world will face a huge disaster. Laura struggled to explain in Hunan Mandarin. Halfway through her explanation, O'Connor, who was far away, turned around and called out to her, saying that he had found something important. She could only end it simply. My companion is calling me, but please believe me, we need to build trust and cooperation between us. Goodbye. After saying this, Laura turned around and left the construction site. The gray-haired old man moved closer to Chen Yulo's ear and whispered, What should we do? Young master, if the British drive Feng Yuxiang's people to block this place, we will have to work for others, and now the foreigners are also involved. The mausoleum of the first emperor is dangerous and unpredictable, and Feng Yuxiang and the foreigners are eyeing it covetously. Should we still do this job? Feng Yuxiang invited us, but he never mentioned that the foreigners would also be involved. It can be seen that they are up to no good. They want to use us to crack the mechanisms of the first emperor's mausoleum and the dangerous geomancy. We also want to build a plank road in the open and move in the dark, bypassing their sight, sneaking into the main chamber of the tomb first, and fishing out a lot of good things. We, the Ridge's excavator, have always only been after money and goods, regardless of good or evil. Chernulo's eyes flickered, and he hesitated. The first emperor's mausoleum is huge, and it is close to Xi'an City. Normally, we would not dare to touch the tiger's buttocks, but now that we have Feng Yuxiang's support, we can use a lot of manpower to dig up the first emperor's mausoleum. This is really a rare opportunity. As for the Westerners, how could they understand the mysteries of Chinese feng shui when they entered the tomb? At that time, if we want them to live, they will live, and if we want them to die, they will die. If we want them to come to China, they will run into a big rice dumpling. Now tell everyone not to move, so as not to alarm the hidden dragon below. There are poisonous insect eggs everywhere. Once they all hatch in the wind, people within a radius of dozens of miles will die. What if the foreigners act rashly? The old man said worriedly. Tell everyone to stay away from the foreigners. A battalion of British is not easy to deal with. If they don't move, I will frame them once. If they move, they will be asking for trouble. Tell people to prepare more kerosene and firewood. When the time comes, we will set up the fire dragon formation on the high ground in the east, and naturally we will not have to worry. I will go and discuss with Partridge Whistle now. Don't move. If Feng Yuxiang urges you to come down, just say that we need to worship the god when we open the tomb, and we will not start work if we don't worship. When Laura returned to the tent, she heard O'Connor say, Now the British Empire is in a stalemate. Today's telegram said that the plague has swept through all the counties in England, and even Ireland has been infected. The group of dead people has already reached Birmingham, and the British Empire's survival is at stake. We do not have time to work according to the normal archaeological process. We must make progress as soon as possible. O'Connor's eyes flashed, and he suddenly said, Now there are 3 tons of explosives in the camp, and with the support of the engineering battalion, we can completely open a passage in the less important part of the mausoleum below, and use the explosives to lift the soil covering the upper layer of the underground palace. This way we can excavate the entire mausoleum in only 2 days. Hearing this, Laura was shocked and hurriedly objected. Impossible, this will cause immeasurable damage to the ruins below. If the worst happens, and the underground palace collapses and is buried, then the time to clean up the underground palace will be delayed for at least 3 months. The risk is too great. We should get the support of the local explorers and make a more reasonable plan. After listening to the tit-for-tat between the two, Indiana Jones hesitated for a moment. He agreed with O'Connor's decision, but Laura's words were also very reasonable. If the explosives failed to lift the soil layer and create a gap in the underground palace, and instead caused the underground palace to collapse, then the whole operation would suffer a heavy blow. Although Jones did not know the saying in China, more haste, less speed, he still understood similar principles. If we spend a lot of money to bribe General Feng, and let him send a large number of workers to excavate this mausoleum at all costs, then the efficiency should be increased to a level that we can accept. Indiana Jones's meaning was very clear. The so-called, at all costs, was to let the Chinese work at the risk of their lives, just like the East China Road and the American West Railroad, to let the Chinese do the most dangerous work, using human lives to pave a path to the tomb. Instead of studying the traps and mechanisms, they would use living people to test it, and let the Chinese take the risk to dismantle it. There was one more thing Mr. Indiana did not say. This way, they could safely supervise the work of the Chinese without risking their lives to explore. O'Connor rejected the idea without hesitation. The Chinese are not trustworthy, just like the Indians. They can't bear this level of responsibility, and they will make a mess. In this case, we should let the trustworthy British solve the problem. In the end, they discussed and decided to carry out the two plans at the same time. On one side, O'Connor would command the British engineers to find out the general shape of the underground palace, blast a hole to the side of the tomb, and then detonate it in a directional direction to create a relatively large gap. On the other hand, Indiana would let the Chinese civilian workers continue to dig down to get more information about the underground palace. If O'Connor succeeded, then the Chinese civilian workers could enter the tomb to explore the underground palace first, and the British Army would be responsible for inspection and security. If O'Connor failed, they could also enter the tomb from the other side of the underground palace. Coincidentally, the area of the underground palace that the Luoyang shovel had dug was at the edge of the British Army's camp. They could blast a tunnel from the back of the camp and then detonate it. O'Connor commanded the engineers to quickly dig a tunnel from the side of the sealed earth to the underground palace, while Laura and Indiana went to contact Chen Yulo to continue the excavation. The Shelling Bandits' camp had been moved to the high ground on the east side. In front of the camp's gate, Partridge Whistle and Chen Yulo were having a heated argument. Chen Yulo explained, "We didn't know that the foreigners were involved, and we didn't know that there was a foreign army watching over us. Besides, this place is full of traps, and we can easily investigate them. It's not difficult to kill all the foreigners." "Brother Yang, why do you have to do this?" Partridge Whistle said solemnly, "We, the mountain-moving Taoists, are only here for the precious medicine, not for wealth, let alone to associate with the foreigners. Forgive me for not being able to explore the first emperor's mausoleum with Brother Chen." Chen Yulo persuaded, "Partridge Whistle, listen to me. The foreigners forcing Feng Yuxiang to dig the first emperor's mausoleum is a foregone conclusion. Feng Yuxiang is a cunning old fox, and he tricked me to come and pave the way for them. After I found out, I was also very angry. But even if we are not willing to be used by Feng Yuxiang, does he not have anyone in his hands? Most likely, he is still forcing the people to open the tomb for him. Brother Yang, do you know the danger of the hibernating dragon soil? If it weren't for us, who would be able to protect the people digging here? At that time, when the goo insect attacks, will it be a warlord like Feng Yuxiang who dies? Won't it be those innocent people? And there are countless rare treasures in the first emperor's mausoleum. Even if Partridge Whistle's people can't find the phoenix gall, it may still be here. If the British really get the phoenix gall, will you, Brother Yang, be willing? Treasures of heaven and earth belong to the virtuous. Instead of letting the foreigners get the relics of the first emperor, it's better to let us get it." As soon as Chen Yulo's voice fell, they heard a loud noise coming from the west. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. Chen Yulo even stomped his foot and said, "F***ck, the foreigners actually used explosives. Are they tired of living? Damn it." Everyone knew what was buried under their feet. It was thousands of acres of high-density goo insect eggs, which would rot in the wind. If the explosion really alarmed these goo insects, there would be hundreds of millions of them. Chen Yulo started running towards the high ground. As he ran, he ordered, "Quickly open a trench along the high ground, pour the kerosene in it, and set up the fire dragon formation. Otherwise, if the goo insects are alarmed, hundreds of millions of them will gather and fly over the ground like a black cloud. If they land on the ground, they will die instantly. These goo insects like Yin and hate Yang. Only a wall of fire can block them." When he ran to the top of the high ground, he saw a halo rising from the explosion site. It was like a colorful circle, and in the halo, there was a huge black hole swallowing the flying dust. It was as if a whirlpool had suddenly collapsed and formed under the dust. Chen Yulo was proficient in the art of listening to the mountain and distinguishing the dragon. By listening to the wind, thunder, and the echo of the explosion, he could determine how big and how deep the tomb was. However, at this moment, the echo of the explosion was long and slow. It was as if there was a vast space that went straight into the belly of Mountly, almost hollowing out Mountly. If this was the underground palace of the first emperor, it would be shocking. Chen Yulo saw the old man rushing over. He pointed at the colorful light and asked, "Sir, is that the chi of the earth leaking from the dragon vein?" The old man who had experienced the hibernating dragon soil in the Qin aristocrat's tomb had a huge change in expression. He pressed down on Chun Yulo's head to hide and said, "It's a pig's block bullsh *t." The few of them hurriedly poured kerosene into the trench and ignited the fire. Other than the path at the front of the camp for the workers and peasants to take refuge on the mountain, there was only a wall of fire in the rest of the place. The fire rose 3 feet high. The camp was set up by Chun Yulo. The wind blew from the back of the wall of fire. It was very safe for them to hide here. Chapter 707. This old man used to be a scholar in the former Qing dynasty, and later became the military advisor of the Xialing mountain bandit. His family name was Bai, and the bandits called him Commander Bai. Everyone knew that when he was a scholar, he had read many strange books that were looked down upon by scholars. Later, he followed old bandit chief to travel all over the country and had seen many things. When they heard him talk about the dangers of the 5-colored poisonous fog, they all felt guilty. As soon as Commander Bai finished speaking, they saw 2 military vehicles rushing out of the British military camp not far from where the 5-colored poisonous fog landed. The military camp was only a few miles away from the high ground where they were hiding. In the middle was the 1,000 Li Ming Hall of the Qin Emperor's mausoleum. It was a flat piece of land, so although the 2 vehicles rushed forward with all their might, regardless of whether there was a road or not, as if there was something terrible chasing behind them, they could still rush all the way. When Commander Bai saw the 2 fleeing British military vehicles, he said in horror, "Those foreigners are really lucky to be able to grasp a chance of survival in this kind of dead end." He didn't know that the military vehicle in the lead was full of protagonists with the strongest destiny. Also, the venomous insects in the air that gathered the colorful gas were not the feng shui secret techniques of the ancient people, but real high-tech products. The hibernating dragon soil was indeed something. It was a combination of the secret feng shui techniques of the Yin-Yang necromancers and the witchcraft techniques of the Chu kingdom during the Warring States period. Combining the qi of medicinal stones with the yin qi of feng shui, it cultivated a land of insects. The Book of Changes said, "The gu of the Godfather, there is no blame, and the end is good." It also said, "There is wind at the foot of the mountain, the gu, the gentleman uses it to inspire the people." During the Warring States period, the art of feng shui was not yet perfected. It was a branch under the yin-yang technique. However, the Tao existed before the technique was completed. In the yin-yang school, necromancers used the yin-yang technique to control feng shui. It had another wonderful effect. Compared to the feng shui perfected by Lai Bai and Lu Qingyi in the later generations, it was closer to the primitive and simple origin of feng shui. With the Book of Changes as the general principle, it had another kind of wild and primitive feeling. The hibernating dragon soil from the mountain wind gu was like this. In feng shui, mountains were called mausoleums, and the dragon veins that controlled the yin and yang hubs were called mountains. The dragon vein system of the first emperor's tomb was a mountain, but there was wind under the mountain, so there was some decay and decay. This logic was like how a system was perfect and exquisite, it needed to gradually accumulate the aura of decay when it operated. Even with the prestige of a feudal dynasty, it had to constantly breed internal corruption and cause decay. The mountain was tall and the wind and clouds were invading. The external force that eroded the mountain was the wind, and the internal force that acted on the mountain was the gu. There was wind under the mountain, and the wind blew the gu. This was the principle of the gu image in the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes. It referred to the cause of internal decay caused by the erosion of external forces after a system operated for a long time. Necromancers used the art of feng shui and the way that the voodoo insects were sterile to calculate the situation of the wind gu in the mountain terrain of the mausoleum. Using the terrain as the earth and the soil as the earth, They placed the aura of decay in a kind of strange soil to nourish the goo and form the mountain wind goo hexagram. They used the aura of decay in feng shui to raise the poisonous insects in the hibernating dragon soil. Usually, these goo insects could not only resolve the aura of decay in feng shui, but they could also be used as a defensive measure to prevent the tomb robbers from peeping into the mausoleum. The ingenuity of its use depended on one's heart. Commander Bai, with her own desire for wealth, speculated the bearing of the predecessors and thought that the hibernating dragon soil was a vicious trap to trap the tomb robbers later. She really underestimated the bearing of the predecessors and misunderstood the beauty of this secret feng shui technique. However, the hibernating dragon soil in the mausoleum of the Qin Emperor was completely different from the hibernating dragon soil in the Yin-Yang technique. The Xianqin civilization was a technological civilization disguised as a cultivation civilization. Originally, there was indeed a small piece of hibernating dragon soil in the mausoleum of the first emperor. However, when the first emperor's mausoleum was transformed by Yinglong, it had been completely burned by high-energy lasers. Not to mention the goo insects, even bacteria could not survive. The bionic hibernating dragon soil was actually a combination of the Xianqin nanomachine bionic insects and the goo insect feng shui environmental mimicry system. As an experimental site for the immortalization of biological mimicry technology in the mausoleum of the first emperor, it was responsible for reverse engineering the biochemical technology that the first emperor had cracked in the war against the plague and reintegrated it with the Republic's scientific and technological system to carry out adaptive transformation. Using the mimicry nanomachinic insects to imitate the evolutionary system of the plague Zerg, the nanomachinic insects were set up as an experimental site for adaptive transformation and evolution. However, the nanomachinic insects were no less dangerous than the goo insect. Those nanomachines, which were as small as insects, had already adapted and evolved as many as 8 or 9 types. They were as small as dust particles, only tens of nanometers in size. When they were commanded by the collective consciousness of each nanomachinic insect, they could be the best medicine, but when they became vicious, they were not much better than the most terrible poison. Not to mention anything else, as long as these nanomachines entered the human nerve cells and played a slightly blocking or interfering role, it could really paralyze or die. The larger nanomachines, when gathered together, could emit heat that could burn gold and melt iron, destroy cells, and turn people into pus. They could even synthesize high molecular toxic substances and radiation energy at any time. These bionic biochemical weapons, not to mention the backward technology and army of the 20th century, would not be a threat even if they were put in the interstellar era to fight a landing on a planet. The two military vehicles had just escaped for about a mile when Chen Yulo saw a cloud of colorful gas rising from behind them, gathering into a circle of light in the sky like a peach blossom. He did not know that it was the scattering effect of the translucent nanomachines and sunlight. Just like the rainbow near a waterfall, it was a normal optical phenomenon. He only thought that it was something like the gorgeous miasma that the poisonous flood dragons and pythons breathed in and out in the deep mountains and valleys. Chen Yulo felt a chill run down his spine, and his heart palpitated with fear. Commander Bai whispered in Chen Yulo's ear, "Young master, those foreigners are coming with poisonous creatures. Although we have the protection of the fire dragon formation, we don't know how many strange things this kind of poisonous creature bred in feng shui is. What if? Boss, you better make a decision quickly. As long as young master gives the order, us brothers will blow up those 2 vehicles on the road and let them go to hell far away from us." A thought flashed in Chen Yulo's mind, and he had already made a decision. Those foreigners are not Chinese, they deserve to die. Brothers, let's make their vehicles cripple. Partridge Whistle, who was next to him, heard this. Without saying anything, he stepped on a gun that was placed next to him, and with a skillful force under his feet, he brought the gun up. He pulled the bolt and pressed the butt of the gun against his left shoulder. With one look, it was obvious that he was an expert in marksmanship. Without moving, the military vehicle, the mountain, and his eyes formed a line. The muzzle was slightly raised, and then slightly moved up along with the wind. When the car was only 800 meters away from them, he shot the front wheel of the car. Seeing this, Cernulo's eyes flashed, and he also raised his gun to take aim. Although his marksmanship was good, he was separated by 800 meters, and it took him 2 shots to hit the front wheel of the car behind them. Both cars had broken down and lost their balance. The foreigners in the cars all jumped out to escape, but without the cars, it was very difficult to escape the pursuit of the colorful halo. Moreover, the bandits of Shelling Mountain had no intention of letting them go. O'Connor and the others were sitting in the first car, so they jumped out of the car and escaped relatively quickly. They were all agile and proficient in escaping. Laura supported an old white man as they escaped from the side. The bandits of Shelling Mountain were somewhat like the martial arts world, and they were unwilling to open fire on a woman and the old and weak. However, O'Connor did not receive such treatment. O'Connor saw a dark and skinny little man aiming his gun at him from afar. He frowned and vaguely felt that he was in great danger. He hurriedly rolled on the ground, and the sand in front of him was hit by the gun, and yellow smoke rose into the air. The British deputy director beside him was not so lucky. He was shot in half by Cernulo. O'Connor said in shock, "Are all the people in China sharpshooters? At such a distance, even in England, only the best fox hunters can hit them. If they were all so capable, why would they have allowed the British Empire's army to invade their capital?" Indiana Jones looked back and saw that the British people in the car that had fallen behind had been caught up by the colorful halo. The group of people were all enveloped by the colorful halo. Indiana knew how dangerous this rainbow-like halo was. When they were in the military camp, the explosives had blown up a hole in the underground palace, and he had seen with his own eyes the black and green soil at the entrance of the underground palace suddenly emit a white gas. It was like steam coming out of a stove in winter. At that time, he felt that something was wrong and told O'Connor, Laura, and the others to stay away from the white fog. Sure enough, not long after, the British soldiers who got close to the white fog started to wail, and pus flowed out of their mouths and noses. At that time, they thought that it was the poisonous gas that leaked out of the tomb, and for their own safety, they did not get close. O'Connor was the most sensitive. He had started the 2 trucks that were parked in the camp in advance. In just a short time, the flesh of the British soldiers began to fester. Under their gazes, the bodies of the soldiers who had come into contact with the white fog melted inch by inch into pus. The pus began to evaporate when it came into contact with the air, turning into white fog that floated up. At this time, they already knew that something was wrong. They hurriedly drove the trucks and a few British officers who had not been touched by the white fog and ran for their lives. At this time, at the entrance of the underground palace, under the ground near the camp, the pus that came out of the wailing British soldiers slowly rose like strands of white fog. It formed a colorful halo in the air and fell on the trucks, cannons, and iron tools. The iron and steel melted into molten iron. When it fell on the tents and clothes, the clothes melted as if they were soaked in acid. When it fell on people, they were like candles, slowly melting in the white fog. Chapter 708. Seeing that the car of British officers behind them had seen a ghost in the colorful halo, O'Connor gritted his teeth and took out a detonator wrapped in silk from his arms. This was what he had brought with him when he escaped from the barracks. He did not expect that he would need it to save his life this time. O'Connor ignored everything and was about to pull the fuse. He shouted at Laura, "Laura, tell the group of Chinese people that, if they shoot at us again, I will detonate the explosives in my arms." At such a close distance, the poisonous insects sleeping underground will definitely be alarmed. At that time, they will also be buried with us. Laura hurriedly repeated O'Connor's threat loudly in Chinese. Chen Yulo made a pause gesture to his left and right. He turned his head and asked Commander Bai in a low voice, "Mr. Bai, will the explosives explode on the surface alarm the hibernating dragon soil under our feet?" Commander Bai stroked the beard under his chin and frowned. "The first Emperor's mausoleum is 30 feet above the ground. Logically speaking, explosives shouldn't be able to blow up such a thick seal, but those foreigners have already let the voodoo insects see the wind over there, so it's a little hard to say. Moreover, we want to kill those foreigners to prevent them from causing trouble, but now that they have such a trump card, if we chase after them and force them to detonate the explosives and alarm the voodoo insects chasing after them, it will be easy to complicate the problem." After listening to Commander Bai's analysis, a trace of unwillingness flashed in Chen Yulo's eyes, but he still stopped his subordinates from aiming at O'Connor and the others. O'Connor and the others were not far from the wall of fire, but after the colorful halo swallowed the people behind, it had already caught up. O'Connor saw a circle of colorful gas above his head. It was as beautiful as a rainbow, falling on top of their head. They were still more than 200 meters away from the wall of fire. Seeing that they were about to be caught up, O'Connor gritted his teeth, took out the fuse of the explosive bag in his arms, and threw it at the colorful fog of voodoo insects behind him. Chen Yulo saw it clearly. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn, these damn foreigners. Brothers, run back and light the second layer of fire net. Partridge whistle, brother, let's stay and kill those foreigners first. We can't let them harm us again." After saying that, Chen Yulo raised his gun and aimed at O'Connor. However, O'Connor was cunning. He had already found a depression to hide in, so Chen Yulo was unable to aim at his vital point. The explosive bag that was thrown below the voodoo insects attacking O'Kong and the others suddenly exploded. The huge shock wave dispersed the colorful fog of the voodoo insects, just as O'Connor had hoped. Chen Yulo, Partridge Whistle, and the others had no choice but to lie down and avoid the dust and rocks that were thrown up by the explosion. The previous huge explosion had already caused a strong tremor in the huge underground palace below Chen Yulo and the others. This time, the bomb that O'Connor detonated on the surface had once again caused a huge impact on the structure of the underground palace. The ground under Chen Yulo and the others suddenly sank. The huge hole in the underground palace caused the entire geological structure of the area to become unstable. The huge impact of the bomb immediately caused the ground to collapse. O'Connor was too close to the detonation point. He heard a loud bang and his whole body was blown up by the shockwave. Then, he was thrown to the ground heavily. This time, he was really confused. There was a sweet taste in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision was pitch black. O'Connell felt a buzzing in his head, and his ears could not hear anything. The soil beneath him suddenly became soft, and then he felt his entire body and the soil beneath him sliding down, falling into a bottomless abyss. Chen Yulo, Partridge Whistle, and the others watched as the entire high ground, along with the wall of fire, sank into the huge hole that suddenly appeared behind them. The huge abyss was still expanding, and soon, the Westerners had all sunk deep into it. He sprinted in the direction where his brothers had retreated, but he soon realized that Commander Bai, who was beside him, was not following him. Looking back, he saw that because of her old age, Commander Bai had accidentally twisted her waist and was lying on the ground. Seeing him turn around, Commander Bai waved at him and said, "Young master, run! Don't wait for me." Seeing this, Chen Yulo gritted his teeth fiercely. The Xialing Mountain bandits were involved in the shady business, and the word loyalty was the most important. As the leader, how could he only care about escaping? Commander Bai had followed his father since he was young, and had made countless contributions to the Xialing Mountain bandits. As the leader, how could he abandon him and escape? Immediately, he let out a low growl and ran back to rescue Commander Bai. Chen Yulo had two generals by his side, Miss Hong and the mute Kunlun Mall. They had received his kindness since they were young, and were loyal to him. Seeing that he had turned back to rescue them, How could they abandon their young master? They hurriedly turned back to rescue him. Partridge Whistle and Miss Hong had some feelings for each other. Seeing that she was rushing back without a care for her own safety, he could not bear to abandon her, and actually ran back as well. The other shelling mountain bandits wanted to go back and drag their young master back, but after all, they were not as loyal as Maul. Seeing that the sky was collapsing and the earth was sinking, they could not help but hesitate for a moment. In just a moment, the land where Chen Yulo was, and the surrounding land that was tens of feet in circumference, had completely sunk into the abyss, leaving behind a bottomless abyss with a diameter of nearly 300 meters. When Chen Yulo woke up, he felt that his whole body was drenched. Commander Bai was lying on a rocky beach not far from him. They should be near an underground river, and this should be a karst cave formed by the erosion of the underground river. When Chen Yulo had traveled the north and south, he had also been to the Yunnan Guizhou region. There, the nobles of Bashu and the royal family of the barbarians liked to use the huge karst caves eroded by the underground river as natural tombs. However, he had never heard of such huge karst caves in the Guangzhou region or the Qinling Mountains. Chen Yulo was a little puzzled. Moreover, why would there be such a huge underground river in the first emperor's tomb? However, he did not have time to think too much about it. He hurriedly went forward to check on Commander Bai's condition. After checking, he found that although Commander Bai had been slightly submerged, she was not seriously injured. They must have fallen directly into the underground river and were pushed to the shore by the water, which was why they were safe and sound. Chen Yulo hurriedly pinched Commander Bai's philtrum to wake her up. Commander Bai opened her eyes weakly. When she saw Chen Yulo, she cried loudly, "This old man is useless, causing young master to be in danger while trying to save me. I really deserve to die." Chen Yulo told him not to talk about this for now. Finding out where the two of them were and how to get out was the most important thing. Other things could be discussed after they got out. This karst cave was over 100 feet wide, but the front and back were sealed. The ceiling was several feet high, but it was all rock walls. We must have rushed down from upstream. Most of the underground river is underground, and only one section leads to the karst cave. We were unconsciously swept into the karst cave. "It is really lucky," Chen Yulo said solemnly. Young master." Chen Yulo saw Commander Bai standing by the underground river and said to him in a trembling voice with extreme fear, "I'm afraid it was not luck that we were brought here." When Chen Yulo heard the two words, "brought here," he felt his heart skip a beat. He could faintly see that Commander Bai's face was drained of blood. She was looking at the underground river in horror. Chen Yulo moved closer to take a look and saw that the underground river was extremely clear. He could see the bottom of the river. There was no light underground, but the river seemed to be emitting a faint green light. At this time, Chen Yulo remembered that the two of them were in a karst cave, and it should be pitch black. How could he see Commander Bai so clearly? It was like under the moonlight on a good day. Now that he thought about it, it was the river that was reflecting the light. The underground river was about 10 feet deep. Chen Yulo saw a clear face at the bottom of the river. Through the refraction of the water, it was reflected in front of him. That face was tightly shut and had a trace of paleness. It was the foreigner who had threatened them with the explosives, O'Connor. He was carried on the back of a man wrapped in armor. The armored man was face down, lying flat on the bottom of the river. He was slowly moving forward with the current. He was not the only armored man in the river. His head and shoulders were connected as he slowly floated forward. When the armored man reached the center of the underground river in the karst cave, he quietly let go of O'Connor. Chen Yulo saw O'Connor's body slowly float up and float to the riverside under their gazes. Chen Yulo dared to go forward and carry O'Connor's body to the riverside. When he dragged the body, it shook a few times. It seemed to have stimulated the body to react instinctively. He suddenly choked and coughed a few times. A stream of water spurted out of his mouth and nose. He actually started to breathe again, and his chest began to rise and fall. At this time, Chun Yulo finally understood how he had come back to life. His face was pale. Trembling, he took out the pistol in his arms and was about to shoot O'Connor. Commander Bai hurriedly stopped him. "Young master, let's see how he is after he wakes up, just in case something happens to us." Chun Yulo hurriedly nodded. He knew that Commander Bai was right. Even if they wanted to kill this foreigner, they shouldn't do it now. The strangeness here was far beyond their imagination. A dead man came back to life in front of their eyes. They might have come back to life in the same way. Except for this foreigner, they had no other samples to observe. Qin First Emperor floated in the Sky Palace. Yinglong whispered to Gongshu Ban, the master architect of the Qin Mausoleum, next to him. "What happened to those grave robbers? We still have to wait for them to wake up." The Qin First Emperor. "The great show of immortal Qin's appearance should be opened by them. Only through the authentication of the protagonists who have been recorded by the god can we successfully launch the third plot of the mummy. The place where they fell is the number 3 machine building factory. In Xianxin, it should be called the Water Puppet Building Factory. It is a water machine building factory that we have newly modified. It uses special water as a tool for mechanical processing, machine building, metal polishing, smelting, and manufacturing. At the same time, it is also a special factory that acts as a transportation medium. Since we have made breakthroughs in the field of magnetized water beam operation and water machine tools, the craftsman supervisor has proposed an idea. Can we build a production line in water? Or we can directly use water to build a production line. No metal, no machinery. All the tools and transportation will be done by water. I remember that water machine tools have been researched in this area for a long time." Yinglong asked. Gongshu Ban explained, "That's right. Since the breakthrough in water material technology, we can create the Xianming true water with a temperature as low as -20,000 degrees Celsius, the Blood Sea true water, that can corrode adamantium, and the first Yuan heavy water, that can only be synthesized with high temperature and pressure as high as the core of a planet. Then, we have officially started to research and develop water machine tools that use special water material and magnetized control technology to process metals and other materials. The first-generation water material machine tool uses magnetized water to grind at high speed to process metal and non-metal materials. After we successfully developed it, we quickly upgraded it to the second-generation water material machine tool that has functions such as polymers magnetized quenching, radiation irradiation, superconducting polishing, and so on. It can basically complete most metal processing tasks. After the breakthrough in water machine tools, the success of the water quenching method for ore smelting and the success of the water refining method for alloy smelting finally broke through all the technological bottlenecks of the integrated production line. Yinglong lamented, using magnetized water beam to mine ores underground, using water hammer equipment to crush ores, using magnetized water sorting equipment to separate slag, using electromagnetic water quenching method to extract metal elements, using water refining method to smelt alloys, and finally using the water machine tools to process, assemble the alloy. The entire process and transportation is completed by water, just like a river of materials flowing downstream. Along the way, there are hands of water that process, assemble, and debug the materials until the final product is completed. In fact, the armored men that Chun Yulo and the rest saw were the production of the Qin Yong Type C puppet. The part of the river that they fell into was already in the semi-finished stage of the Qin Yong Type C. Yinglong took advantage of the situation to grab them and transport them to the underground palace. As for the Qin Yong Type C puppets that Chun Yulo and the rest saw, they were in the debugging stage of the transport process. If they woke up earlier, they might have seen the scene of the Qin Yong Type C puppets carrying them being polished and modified by the magnetized water in the surrounding river. One by one, the metal skeletons were being fitted with various parts. The whole scene was even more horrifying. As for the reason that Chen Yulo and the rest lost their breath, it was even simpler. Breathing was nothing more than to take in oxygen. However, Chen Yulo and the rest were surrounded by high-oxygen water. These invisible water shields were the water material equipment that was used to transport oxygen to them in the underground river. It was just that this water material equipment could not be discovered in the water. Under the protection of the oxygen water equipment, their breathing method was completely different from that on the ground. The movement of their lungs was relatively small, which was why Chen Yulo mistakenly thought that O'Connor had lost his breath. Ing Long stared at the circulating waterfall in the floating underground palace. Below the waterfall was the canal that transported Chen Yulo, O'Connor, and the rest. After the canal came to the floating sky palace, it lost its gravity and was transported to another water material production line by the ferrofluid propulsion equipment. Therefore, it looked like the 5 Milky Way intertwined under the floating sky palace to form 5 endless waterfalls. Countless Qin Yong Type C puppets slowly separated from the waterfall and formed a huge square formation under the floating sky palace. Chapter 709. Chen Yulo and Commander Bai had been waiting by the underground river for another 4 hours. During this time, the Qin Yong at the bottom of the underground river sent 2 more people over intermittently. One of them was a blonde barbarian. Because one of them was a woman, it was Laura who fell into the abyss together with O'Connor and the others. Chen Yulo did not make things difficult for the 2 of them. At this point, O'Connor, Laura and Indiana Jones were all sent to the bank of the river. Only their firearms were taken away by Chen Yulo and tied up together. By the time O'Connell's eyelashes trembled, and he slowly regained consciousness, Chen Yulo, who was guarding by the hidden river, finally saw a black servant rushing out from the river while being carried by Qin Yong. Upon seeing this, he was extremely surprised, for that was the Kunlun slave Mo Lei. Ma was the descendant of the Kunlun slaves during the Tang dynasty. He was born with great strength, and he was one of Chen Yulo's proudest subordinates. He was loyal to him. At this time, they were trapped in the underground palace of the Qin Emperor. Chen Yulo was overjoyed that he was able to get out of danger. Chen Yulo took the risk and waded into the river, wanting to bring him ashore. However, from the corner of his eye, he saw another shadow that was even taller than Maul. It was half red and half green, floating from the entrance of the waterway upstream. He could vaguely see a few limbs that looked like hands and feet moving. There were also many red hairs floating on the shadow's body. It startled Chen Yulo. One should know that Maul was very tall. He was almost 9 feet tall, which was half the height of an ordinary person. Except for the zombies in the ancient tombs deep in the mountains, Chen Yulo had never seen anyone taller than Maul. This shadow was green and red. There seemed to be red hair floating on its body. Could it be the red-haired roar? He took out the box cannon from his waist and stared at the shadow with a serious expression. The others were all carried by the Qin Yong-in corpses in the underground river. Only that thing, after rushing out of the underground river, broke away from the Qin Yong-in corpses and floated towards Chen Yulo. At this time, Chen Yulo discovered that the shadow seemed to be on top of the Qin Yong-in corpses. When the green and red shadow came closer, Chen Yulo slightly raised the box cannon in his hand. At this time, the Chinese people had given the Mauser C-96 automatic pistol many nicknames, such as the automatic box cannon, 20 shots, fast and slow machine, etc. This was the most commonly used pistol in China. It was loved by the warlord marshal and the gangsters on the street. This was because it had 2 modes, fast and slow. It could be fired continuously. It could be used as a machine gun. Chen Yulo also loved it. With 2 handguns in a 30-meter range, he could shoot wherever he pointed. When Chen Yulo raised the muzzle, he naturally recognized this thing. He said in a low voice, "Is this Brother Partridge Whistle?" So this green and red thing was Partridge Whistle carrying Miss Hong on his back. He was wearing a green robe and carrying a red-clothed Miss Hong. Their clothes were floating in the water, like hair. When they were far away, it was like a green and red-haired tall person. It actually scared Chen Yulo. Partridge Whistle carried Miss Hong on his back and carefully placed her on the shore. Then he said, "That's right. So Brother Chen has already arrived." Seeing this, Chen Yulo smiled and put away the 2 muzzle shell guns, shook his head and sighed. "In the end, I am not as capable as Brother Partridge Whistle. I was carried here by something under the river. Brother Partridge Whistle is really brave. You actually dared to use this evil east and westward journey to reach here. Since you can swim here, the place where we fell into the water is not far from here, you can just swim back." Partridge Whistle heard this and smiled bitterly. "On the contrary, I swam underwater for more than 2 hours before I floated here. I'm afraid we are already very far from the place where we fell into the water." Chen Yulo said in surprise. This, Partridge Whistle asked hesitantly, "Brother Chen, do you know the origin of the Qin dynasty's soldiers in the Dark River?" Chen Yulo frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "This kind of evil thing, wearing the Qin dynasty's soldiers, seems to be related to the tomb of the first emperor. I heard that in some dangerous places with feng shui, there are underground rivers that lead to the netherworld. Humans and beasts often mistakenly enter and fall into the yellow springs, neither alive nor dead. Their corpses follow the yellow springs back and forth, going back and forth between the worlds of yin and yang, and are called the Dark River yin corpses. There are necromancers who try to use magic to reverse life and death and live another life. Using feng shui magic, they are buried in the yellow springs yin rivers, hoping that in the process of returning from the netherworld to the living world, they will be reborn from the dead and resurrected. But this kind of magic to reverse life and death attracts the jealousy of the heavens, so they often transform into terrifying evil things. The Qin first emperor was superstitious about necromancers. At the time the Qin pacified the 6 states, the 6 states had the spring and autumn period, the sages, the 100 schools of thought, and the Tao technique. Among them, there are countless strange techniques. Perhaps there is this kind of underground yellow springs yin feng shui technique that was created in the first emperor's tomb. Partridge Whistle nodded and said, "Brother Chen really has a long history of learning. Your knowledge is vast. When we fell into the crack in the underground palace, you all fell with the rocks and soil. Luckily there was an underground river below, so we were not buried by the rocks and soil. I was lucky enough to use my flying tiger claws to hold onto the beam of the underground palace, so I did not fall into the water with you." Afterwards, the goo insects above formed a 5-colored cloud, attracted by the aura of the underground river, and fell down from the crack. I was forced to jump into the river myself, and was hit by the cold yin qi, and fainted for a while. When I woke up, I found myself on the back of this dark river yin corpse. That evil thing is strange. Even though we are in the dark river, I can feel that there is qi coming from its body to me. Yin corpse qi. Chen Yulo cried out involuntarily. The yin corpses in the dark river are neither dead nor alive, they wander between yin and yang. Naturally they gather a feng shui aura, that is life energy. It is when the yin corpses return to the world of the living from the yellow springs of the netherworld, they are reborn from death, from the stillness of death, a bit of life energy sprouts. That is why it can protect us in the dark river from death. Emperor Qin laid down the yin corpse, returned to yang formation. It must be to collect this life energy. Just the qi of a yin corpse can help us hold our breath for more than an hour without dying. There are probably more than 1,000 yin corpses here. After thousands of years, they have returned to the living world from the netherworld, and with a mouthful of qi, they can use the feng shui formation laid down by the dark river to transfer qi to the first emperor. This cycle goes on and on. Partridge Whistle's voice was a bit hoarse. Is the first emperor really dead? Chen Yulo was a bit confused and said, "This is the real magic of feng shui. The first emperor knew that the so-called Yin corpse returning to Yang usually turned into a big dumpling, or a terrible evil creature, so he turned his loyal army into Yin corpses, and let them go to the netherworld to collect qi and help him to be reborn. Chen Yulo and Zhigu Shao stared at the underground river. The Yin corpses of the Qin dynasty were connected head to tail, slowly drifting downstream. Suddenly, a shiver sprouted from the depths of their hearts. That's not right. If it's just to be reborn, why would he need to set up such a heaven-defying feng shui? I'm afraid that not only did Qin Shi Huang want to be reborn, he also wanted to transform into an immortal. Chapter 710. The two of them were relying on their half-baked yin-yang feng shui techniques to make wild guesses, but they gave themselves a big fright. If Chen Ong was here, he would certainly say, "The holes in the Earth Master's imagination are really big." But their cause was completely wrong, but the effect was somewhat clear. This puppet production line actually had the meaning of being reborn from death. In the reconstruction of the first emperor's tomb, there was also a similar arrangement. However, it was not their guesses to let the first emperor be reborn, because the first emperor had already been reborn, but he had not been awakened. He was only subconsciously operating the first emperor's tomb as a god. Controlling the terracotta soldiers, it was to give a bit of life to the terracotta soldiers. This was a combination of feng shui techniques and high technology, using the chaos of technology to create a low-level AI. With a bit of luck, the success rate would greatly increase. Chen Yulo touched upon the mysteries of the first emperor's tomb. His face became gloomy. At this time O'Connor and the others had already woken up. They were tied up on the river bank, facing the Yin corpses at the bottom of the river. Each of their faces were pale with fright. While Chen Yulo and Commander Bai were analyzing, Laura, who understood Chinese, also heard the latter half. She half guessed and half understood a bit, but her face was pale with fright. She fearfully moved towards the direction of the river. Chen Yulo held a dagger in his hand, quietly approaching the three of them. Laura's mouth was covered, so she could only make a vague sound while shaking her head. O'Connor and Indiana secretly tried to free themselves from the ropes binding them, but Chen Yulo and Commander Bai were both veterans of the underworld. After the leather rope absorbed the water, it became tighter and tighter. Not to mention breaking free, even moving was difficult. Indiana's eyes revealed a strong unwillingness. At this time, Chen Yulo had already arrived in front of Laura, taking the rag from her mouth. Laura loudly said, "I know, the Dragon Emperor is about to be reborn. We came to China in order to stop this. We must join hands and stop him from returning to this world." Motherf *Ker. These foreigners are hiding something important from us, Maul said angrily. Chen Yulo raised his hand to stop him from saying anything. Instead, he whispered to Laura, "You should have heard what I said before. Now, tell us what you know." Laura didn't feel that there was anything to hide. She immediately told Chen Yulo and Partridge Whistle about the birth of Imodin, the army of the undead sweeping across the west, and how Imodin had killed Anubis. Half of Imodin's divinity was stolen by the Easterners who helped him. She suspected that the Easterners wanted to awaken the Qin first emperor. Only now did the bandits realize that there were so many entanglements and troubles. Even the strongest country in the world was in danger of being massacred on its own soil. Laura advised, "Those resurrected undead hate this world deeply. They came to this world and are the enemies of all the living. No matter which country or nationality we are from, we have the obligation to bury them again. Today's England is tomorrow's China. You don't want the Dragon Emperor's army of the undead to ravage your compatriots on China's soil, right?" Chen Yulo was silent. He asked Partridge Whistle in Xiangxi dialect, "How many of her words do you think are true?" "I think what she said is basically feasible, but I'm afraid it's just her wishful thinking." Partridge Whistle said sternly, "In the history books, the first emperor has the name of a tyrant. But we all know that most of this was belittled by the Han dynasty. Even so, the Qin first emperor who unified the country would definitely not be a tyrant who only knew how to be tyrannical. On the contrary, I think he should be a king with great talent and bold vision. But looking at the arrangement of the Dark River Yin corpse returned to Yang Great Formation, we know that he is not a benevolent person. After dying and resurrecting, we don't know if his temperament has changed. Moreover, the order of Yin and Yang in the world has its own laws. He should not be allowed to destroy it. The dead should not come back to life. I don't know if the calamity of England will become a lesson for China today. After listening to Partridge Whistle's words, Chen Yulo was silent. Suddenly, he raised his knife and cut the ropes that bound Laura and the others. He said, "Now that our two sides have fallen into the underground palace, if we do not get out within 3 days, I'm afraid we will all die here. Although you have disloyalty, but one more person is always one more strength. As long as you swear that you will be in the same boat with us before we get out, and escape from this tomb of the first emperor together, I will let bygones be bygones." Laura also stretched out her hand and said, "In this hopeless situation, only if we are united will we have a chance to survive." "I agree." Laura told their agreement to O'Connor and the other two. They naturally understood the gravity of the situation. These people were all smart and knew that this was the most beneficial thing for them, so they did not hesitate to agree to the agreement to explore the tomb together. There were 5 people on Chen Yulo's side. Other than Commander Bai, the others were all strong and had guns and firearms in their hands. O'Connor and the other 2, as well as John Adam, were disappointed. Although Chen Yulo had given them some tools, they were far from being a match for Chen Yulo's side. Not to mention anything else, just Partridge Whistle alone could fight all of them, so they did not have any objections to not returning their guns. Both parties found a cave that led downstream of the underground river, and began to search for a way out of the underground palace. On the other side, after the tragedy on the surface, Feng Yuxiang sent people to dig at the scene again. During the Gu Worm disaster, other than the Chinese civilians led by the Shelling bandits, no one from the British had escaped alive. Not long ago, the Gu Worm had mysteriously disappeared. Only then did Feng Yuxiang dare to send people to investigate. He even followed a batch of resources to the foot of Mount Li. White bones were scattered everywhere in the British camp. Feng Yuxiang frowned as he looked at the people picking them up. The gap that the British had blasted open to the underground palace was like a gaping mouth that was several feet wide. Some engineers had already been sent down to clean it up. Because of the second explosion, part of the passageway leading to the underground palace had caved in, but the part that was not buried had already been excavated with a large number of bronzes and terracotta soldiers that were extremely hard and made of clay. Feng Yuxiang had come personally. On one hand, he was having a headache about how to explain to the British side. On the other hand, he was scheming for the precious relics in the first emperor's mausoleum. Many relics merchants had already come to buy the bronze artifacts in his hands. However, Feng Yuxiang realized that the bronze artifacts were extremely hard and could not be damaged by steel. Knowing that they were treasures, he was not willing to sell them easily. He even personally came to supervise and prevent anyone from embezzling. He led the supervision team and sealed off the entire plain at the foot of Mount Li. They surrounded the collapsed crack. Feng Yuxiang led 100 guards and surrounded the excavation site fiercely. He set up a warning line, and the muzzle of the muzzle moved according to his line of sight. The engineers knew how dangerous it was. They took turns to shovel and cleaned up the collapsed underground palace. Very soon, the head of the shovel hit something. The excavator felt that it was soft yet tough. It felt like dead wood and rubber. He knew very well that one of the biggest tasks of the engineers was to bury corpses. The feeling was very similar. Out of reverence for the dead, he carefully used the shovel to sweep away the dirt on the surface of the object, revealing a white fluffy object that looked like it was entangled with silk threads. The engineers were so frightened that they ran around and shouted, White-haired zombie, white-haired zombie. When Feng Yuxiang heard someone shouting, he fired a few shots in the direction of the sound and roared, "What's with all the noise? Dig down. Whatever you dig out, bring it up for me." At this moment, the engineers mustered up the courage to dig down. When the entire thing was dug out, they realized that it was like an Egyptian mummy. It was a human wrapped in a cocoon, but the cocoon that was wrapped around it seemed to be made by a moth or a spider. It was extremely strange. Someone mustered up the courage to reach out and touch it. The cocoon was sticky, and the douchey inside was full of flesh and blood. It was still warm and looked very alive. Later on, they dug out a few more such strange objects and brought them up for Feng Yuxiang to see. Feng Yuxiang looked left and right but couldn't tell what it was. He was the most courageous soldier from the military. He immediately pulled out a bayonet and stabbed it into the head of the human in the cocoon. Feng Yuxiang, who was used to killing people, was sure that, if there was a person inside, his stab would definitely pierce through the eye socket. Even the Emperor of Heaven would not be able to survive. The monster under the bayonet let out a scream as pus and blood oozed out from the spot where the bayonet had stabbed. Feng Yuxiang sneered, "Come with me. I'm going to kill you." After saying that, he cut open the cocoon where the bayonet had stabbed, revealing a naked human figure. This thing had no facial features, and even its limbs were not fully developed. There were fleshy scales on its skin that looked like feathers, and there was a pair of wings on its back. After the cocoon was cut open, the feathers on the thing's body suddenly grew, and it was covered in feathers. The bayonet that Feng Yuxiang had used to stab it disappeared without a sound. The thing looked like it was wearing a simple and unadorned feather coat. The feathers on its head were towering like a crown, and the wings on its back were spread out. Feng Yuxiang was a rough man, but his subordinates were literate. Someone immediately exclaimed in a low voice, "Ascending! Ascending to immortality!" Chapter 7:11. Chun Yulo, Partridge Whistle, and the others found the passage that led downstream. It was a narrow stone crevice that could only allow one person to pass through sideways. O'Connor was arranged to take the lead. He bit a flashlight in his mouth and looked down at the compass in his hand. Chun Yulo also had one of the seized items that Laura had stuffed into his hand. Chun Yulo walked at the back. He looked at the compass in his hand with an ugly expression and cursed, "What the hell? The qi of the earth here is dense, and the qi of the dragon veins and feng shui are chaotic. This is a dead end for feng shui. However, the first emperor's mausoleum has excellent feng shui. It is protected by the dragon veins of the Qinling Mountains, and there is also a feng shui formation like the Dark River Yin Corpse Yang Restoration Formation. Logically speaking, this situation should not have happened." Partridge Whistle laughed and said, "Brother Chun must be thinking too much." He took out the dagger and quickly polished it on the ground. When he picked it up, there was a lot of fine gravel on it. Partridge Whistle explained, "I added a little meteor magnet when I was forging this dagger. Normal magnets will lose their magnetism after being forged by fire. Only the meteor magnet, which is not damaged by fire, can be made into iron with magnetism. Look." Chun Yulo took the dagger and saw that the fine iron gravel was slightly trembling on the surface of the dagger. Comparing the peculiar behavior of the compass and compass in his hands, the conclusion was clear at a glance. Partridge Whistle took back his dagger and said, "Although the compass can sense geomancy, it is after all a metal object. Looking at the disorderly behavior of these magnetic objects, it must be due to the presence of some rare metal or metal." Laura made an excuse. "The magnetic field around here is chaotic, so the compass and compass are out of order. We need to be careful of losing our direction." Chun Yulo noticed that after Laura said this, there was a trace of hesitation on her face. It seemed like she wanted to say something, but it was hard for her to say it. They walked close to the stone crevice and gradually had difficulty breathing. It was hard for her to say anything. When they came out of the stone crevice and came to a relatively open cave, Laura hesitantly asked. I want to know, why didn't we go upstream from the underground river that the Een corpses brought us down from? You have friends and subordinates outside, they should be able to save us from the hole we fell into. Chen Yulo laughed and said, So you always wanted to ask this matter. First, my brother Partridge Whistle said, It has already been an hour since we entered the underground river. He did not know how far he had been swept away. He had relied on the Een corpses to bring him down, but to go against the current, did he still need to borrow the Een corpses' chi? Secondly, the Een corpses must have a reason for bringing us here. If we go upstream, wouldn't that be seeking our own deaths? Finally, that underground river represents the Yellow Springs. The Een corpses flowing downstream means they were born from death. If we go upstream, wouldn't that be seeking our own deaths? The direction of the river is the legendary netherworld. Going in that direction is seeking death. In feng shui there are many taboos, and going upstream to the Yellow Springs is the taboo of taboos. As they were talking, O'Connell and the other two Caucasians, as well as the old military counselor Bai, found a dilapidated wall in front of them. The style was somewhat similar to the wall in the Qin and Han tombs that Chen Yulo had stolen. It was built with rubble and earth and had coarse cloth tiles. Because of the long years, some parts of it had already collapsed. O'Connor shined his light on the broken wall, and a dark mass of things suddenly came out of the cracks in the wall. On the wall, on the ground, they ran everywhere. They were all millipedes, weasels, and earth elementals that liked dark environments. Bypassing the broken wall was the real tomb passage. The first emperor's tomb passage was wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. The ground and sides were paved with bricks, but above them was a rock wall. Chen Yulo carefully observed the rock wall and his face became uglier. He suddenly called out to the others and went forward to give a loud roar. Layers upon layers of echoes swept back. A few of the Westerners were sent down, but Partridge Whistle and military counselor Bai were not surprised. This was a unique skill passed down in Chen Yulo's family. It was a unique skill that allowed one to hear the location of the underground tomb, the distribution of space in the underground palace, and the distribution of the chambers in the mausoleum. In Chen Yulo's family's treasure hunting technique, he was best at finding the traces of the tomb by listening to the sounds and observing the color of the grass and mud. Usually, Chen Yulo loved to search for the tomb during thunderstorms. This was because the loud thunder in the sky would sweep across the land. Chen Yulo could clearly see if there was any abnormal space underground. The last animal that had such an ability was a bat. Chen Yulo closed his eyes and carefully listened to the echoes, distinguishing between the empty space and solid soil. The others were even careful with their breathing. However, after Chen Yulo opened his eyes, he shook his head at the others and said in a low voice, I'm afraid we have already been washed into the belly of Mount Li by the underground river. The mausoleum of the first emperor is not under the Thousand Li Ming Hall, but directly embedded into the belly of Mount Li. I always thought that opening a mountain as a mausoleum was just a legend, but now it seems that it is true. There is a huge space in front of us, and the entire mausoleum of the first emperor is shockingly large. Partridge Whistle added, Feng Shui of the Qin and Han dynasties was about treating death as life. It was different from the Feng Shui techniques of the later dynasties, which were used to bestow good fortune on their descendants. The nobles of that time paid particular attention to ascension and the afterlife. They wanted to live the same life after death, so the mausoleum was usually buried with the tomb owner's daily items and favorite treasures. Sometimes they even used the layout of the tomb when they were alive to set up the tomb. In the tomb, for the dead self, there would be a passage to the tomb, and there would even be a variety of burial rooms with different functions. Since the Qin first emperor had set up the Een corpse return to Yang formation, he must have planned for his own resurrection in the future. In his mausoleum, the concept of treating death as life would be even more obvious. That is why the whole mausoleum gives people the feeling of a city wall. Chen Yulo continued, You are saying that these tomb passages were prepared for the first emperor to patrol after his resurrection? Not only the first emperor. Partridge Whistle said with a serious expression, don't forget where this leads to. Chen Yulo came to a realization and said, that's right, how could Emperor Shi Huang revive alone? He must have revived together with his entire empire. His eunuchs, his concubines, his army, his generals, and even the entire imperial court of Great Qin returned to this world to rule China once again. No wonder the scale of the first emperor's mausoleum is so big. I am afraid this place is not built according to the tomb. It is a city of Xianying built underground and in the belly of a mountain. According to the historical records, the Qin first emperor used pearls to decorate the sky of his tomb, imitating the sun, moon, and stars. He used mercury as the river, imitating the rivers of the world. For such a person who wanted to rule the world in his tomb after his death, the mausoleum he arranged for his resurrection would certainly not be like an ordinary one. Chapter 51:11. The people from the Devil Hall kept on shouting that they had never seen Dr. Mu's husband before. She also believed that Dr. Mu's claim that she was a married woman was just an excuse to deny that she had any relationship with Di Zun. Who would have thought that physician Mu's husband would really appear? Moreover, this man looked very obedient and harmless. Compared to the young girl who was as pretty as a picture but had sharp words, they didn't seem to be from the same world. However, just as everyone was immersed in their own thoughts, just a moment ago, she was still arrogant and confident, and her words were sharp as she faced the demon hall and the doubts of the people around her. She was like a goddess of war. It flew towards the man with the delicate and obedient face. The girl, who was as pretty as a picture and looked like the girl next door, finally revealed her feminine side. Then, she threw herself into the man's arms and hugged. Yiqing Luo buried her head in the man's chest, inhaling the familiar sandalwood fragrance, her long and narrow eyes curved. You're back. The girl's voice was soft as she said those words. Like a huge bell, it pounded on the man's heart. Diamo Xian's eyes were gentle as he slightly lowered his eyes, congealing the young lady's face, his voice gentle. Yes, I'm back. His big palm covered the back of the girl's head, tightly hugged her slender waist. I missed you. Me too. Yiqing Luo's lips curled up into a smile, becoming more and more radiant. Seeing that Diamo Xian was safe and sound, his heart, which had been hanging in the air, was finally at ease. The demonic hall spread the news of his marriage with Di Zun. Yiqing Luo had been worried that Diamo Xian had met with some danger. Otherwise, how would the Devil Palace possibly have the guts to create a fake overlord to marry her? Moreover, Diamo Xian had not gone to the Devil Forest to look for her. There was no news of him either. She couldn't help but think about it more. Now he was relieved. You're Dr. Mu's husband? Just as the two of them were being affectionate, the demon hall's questioning voice rang out, How do you prove it? She stared at the man suspiciously, her eyes cold. This girl, did she really have a so-called husband? Then, was she really not? The demon royal palace frowned. Her cold and beautiful eyes glanced sideways at the groom beside her. If that girl was as he had guessed, when she saw the groom, it was impossible for her to remain indifferent. Time and time again to test the waters, the other party's behavior made her doubt her conjecture. At this moment, when the girl's husband appeared, she was starting to waver. This was because she could see that the moment the man appeared, his expression changed. The light in the depths of the young girl's eyes and the way she looked at the man. It couldn't be faked. The man who had suddenly appeared was indeed the person that the young girl valued the most. Diamo Xian held on to Yiqing Luo's waist as he slightly raised his eyes, looking towards the Devil Hall, and, beside her, that man who bore a striking resemblance to the Overlord. He furrowed his brows and pursed his red lips. The demon hall also noticed it. The moment the man lifted his eyes and shifted his gaze away from the girl, the man's azure eyes, which were as clear as the ocean, suddenly surged with a turbulent wave. It was like a whirlpool. The moment their gazes met, Yi Zichen's heart sank. She even felt an indescribable fear welling up from the depths of her heart. That's right. It was fear. She, the dignified lord of the Devil Hall, controlled the entire Devil region. At this moment, she was actually afraid of a seemingly innocent and harmless man. This knowledge made the Devil Hall's heart thump fiercely. A woman's intuition told her. This man wasn't simple. Chapter 51:12. Demonic Palace's mind was filled with thoughts as she sized up the man in front of her seriously. She heard the man's mellow and husky voice, without any emotions, but filled with an unexplainable domineering aura. What has the relationship between my wife and me got to do with you? Why do I need to prove it to you? Demonic Palace's face turned cold. Ever since she became the lord of the Demonic Palace, it had been a long time since she met someone who dared to go against her. Her cold and elegant eyes stared at Diemo Xian's seemingly obedient and harmless face, as her voice was deep and treacherous. Today, is this Palace Lord's and Sir Overlord's marriage ceremony. She seduced the Overlord, and made the Overlord to publicly regret this Palace Lord's marriage for her. Now that you've come out and said that you're her husband, what's wrong with me asking you for proof? The man's face didn't show much emotion. On this point, he was rather similar to the expressionless groom beside her. Demonic Palace pondered for a moment before continuing. If you're really her husband, then, you should stand on my side and ask her how she hooked up with the Overlord. Diemo Xian's azure blue eyes turned incomparably sharp as he listened to the woman's words. Demonic Palace thought that he was enraged because of her words. Her cold and elegant red lips unconsciously curled up into a contented smile. But the next moment she saw the man embracing the young lady in an absolutely protective manner as he encircled her in his arms. His gaze was cold as he stared at Demonic Palace. It's your incompetence that you can't take good care of your own groom. Don't blame your incompetence on my wife. He paused slightly before continuing. You said that my wife seduced the groom, show me the proof. Incompetence. These two words were deeply embedded in Demonic Palace's mind. The groom broke the engagement on the spot of the wedding ceremony. It wasn't just the groom's problem. The bride had indeed failed. Demonic Palace didn't say a word. Diemo Xian glanced at the groom with a smile that didn't look like a smile as he spoke in a mocking tone. Finally, because I'm her husband. No matter what happens, I will stand by her side unconditionally. And I believe in her. My wife, I dote on her. Who do you think you are? Every single word of his was trampling on the face of the Demon Hall. It was extremely humiliating. Some were angry, some were happy. When these words fell into Yi Qing Luo's ears, it was like the sweetest honey in the world, sweet right into her heart. The girl's face was as beautiful as a painting. Her long and narrow eyes were curved, and the joy emitted from the bottom of her heart. Not far away, Yi Jiu and Zhu Wuxin saw it clearly. Light flowed in Zhu Wuxin's cold and deep eyes. In the end, they turned into a pool of stagnant water that was as still as water. They sank and could no longer cause any ripples. Yi Jiu propped up his chin with interest and clicked his tongue as he muttered to himself, Aya, it's rare for a girl to fancy, but she already has someone in her heart. This king's future princess has run away again, what a pity. So, you've disrupted my wedding ceremony, and I can't pursue the matter? Demonic Palace sneered as he pushed the groom aside forcefully. Do you see that? This is the girl you want. She already has a husband and doesn't even want to take a look at you. The groom staggered a few steps from the push. His face was gloomy as his deep eyes stared angrily at Demonic Palace. His low and hoarse voice was filled with threat. Demonic Palace, if you still want the wedding to continue, then shut up. Demonic Palace opened his mouth but swallowed back his words. That cold and elegant face was covered with a thick layer of haze. Chapter 51:13. He. In this strange silent atmosphere, a soft he was especially obvious. Devil Palace and the groom's vision turned over in unison. The frost in their eyes was like a sharp blade. Dmo Xian's expression was calm as he met their gazes. His dark red lips curled into a casual cold arc. That soft "heh" came from his mouth. Devil Palace, you should rejoice. This wedding is now interrupted. The man's voice carried a hint of indifference and laziness, as if he was mocking something. Devil Palace's expression sunk, not understanding the man's words. Dmo Xian's gaze fell onto the groom as he gave a mocking smile. An impostor, dare to impersonate the Overlord in the Devil region. You've got some guts. Dmo Xian's words left his mouth. Instantly it set off a huge uproar. Everyone looked at the groom in disbelief. Impostor? Impersonate the Overlord? This Dizun is a fake? How could this be possible? What rubbish are you talking about? Devil Palace berated sternly as his eyes were filled with a chilly intent. Whether it's rubbish or not, Devil Palace will find out soon. Dmo Xian's tone was indifferent as he looked at the groom with a smile which didn't look like a smile. I wonder if this groom needs to quibble a little? The groom's gaze was cold and there was no expression on his handsome face. His ink-black eyes were like a sharp blade. I don't need to explain. He had learnt the Overlord's cold and aloof attitude. Yiqing Luo squinted her eyes slightly as she stared at the groom without blinking. Her eyes were filled with deep meaning. Actually, this impostor Overlord. There was really no difference between him and Dmo Xian. No matter if it was in terms of appearance or character, it was almost a copy. Even when he was testing if she was Yiqing Luo. That emotion, that expression, that feeling. It was exactly the same as what Dmo Xian had expressed. If it wasn't for the fact that she had an inexplicable intuition towards Dmo Xian, plus her absolute trust towards Dmo Xian, she was afraid that when she saw this groom at the wedding venue, she really knew how to create trouble and ruin the venue. Wait, copy? Yiqing Luo suddenly thought of something as her slender fingers clasped Dmo Xian's wrist tightly. The man lowered his head and looked at her. Yiqing Luo took a look at the groom as she suppressed her voice. That groom might be some kind of sorcery, a replica. This was similar to what she knew about clones in the 21st century. He had inherited the original owner's appearance, personality, and memories. Only then could they achieve a 100% similarity. However, in the end, a replica was just a replica. As long as he paid a little attention, he would be able to tell. But what Yiqing Luo was conflicted about was, if this groom before her eyes was really a replica of Dmo Xian, then was Dmo Xian's profound grade also copied over? If that was the case, the bridegroom's strength was too strong. Dmo Xian lightly patted the back of her hand and smiled. I'm here, everything's fine. Yiqing Luo blinked her eyes. He nodded at him, relieved. For Dmo Xian to say this, it meant that he already had a plan in mind. He probably already knew the identity of the groom. Madame Huang Ci. The demon lord was furious. He pointed his gun at Huang Ci. This is the guest you brought? You're determined to disrupt my wedding, aren't you? Huang Ci was a little dazed when she was called out. She was the clearest about Yiqing Luo's motive for coming to Devil Head City. She was indeed here for the Overlord. Chapter 51:14. Now, another husband had appeared out of nowhere, and she could tell that their relationship was very good. They were a couple who loved each other deeply. Then, the bride snatching and mess up the place? Were they all lying to her? Huang Ci's heart was filled with complex emotions. She took a step forward and looked at the Devil Lord's enraged face. My accompanying doctor is definitely not someone who would purposely cause trouble. Dr. Mu's husband's words are definitely not to cause trouble for the Devil Lord. Huang Ci still chose to believe in Yiqing Luo unwaveringly. She deliberated over her words and said, Demonic Lord, just like what you said, there's no smoke without fire. Dr. Mu's husband actually questioned the Emperor. Questioned the groom's identity, There must be a reason behind it. For demonic lord's lifetime happiness, it's best for demonic lord to investigate this. Demonic lord's eyes were sinister as he sneered. There's no smoke without fire. All right. This lord shall give you a chance. Tell me, why is this groom an impostor? She flicked her sleeves and sat on a chair by the side. If you don't give me a clear proof today, the both of you, as well as the people from the Devil Phoenix continent, don't even think of leaving Devil Head City. Demonic Lord's imposing manner was overbearing as his words were filled with rage. There were quite a number of people from the Devil Phoenix continent. After hearing this sentence, their faces revealed a panicked expression. All of them were grumbling incessantly. But the young couple who stood in front of Demonic Lord were calm and composed. DMO Xian's dark red lips curled up as he spoke calmly. Unfortunately, I and the Overlord in God Realm have a drinking relationship, so we're not strangers. Coincidentally, my wife and I followed the Overlord to the Devil region to handle some matters, but we didn't expect to hear the news of the Overlord getting married to the Demonic Lord. Yiqing Luo continued the conversation as she looked at the groom with ridicule. You impostor, you think that the Overlord doesn't care about his own reputation, so you're so unbridled, right? She scoffed, using the Overlord's name to get married to the Demonic Lord. What a good plan. The groom's expression was gloomy and cold as he emitted an invisible aura, creating an oppressive might. Unfortunately, you've only missed one point. Yiqing Luo's lips curled up as she took a look at DMO Xian. Her eyes were tainted with a few traces of ridicule. The two of them looked at each other. DMO Xian already knew the young lady's plan. His blue eyes, which were as clear as the sea, gradually softened, revealing a doting expression. Yiqing Luo raised her chin, her tone was filled with an imperceptible pride. The current Overlord already has someone in his heart, how could he bear to let the woman he loves misunderstand him? So, why would the Overlord spare a fake like you? The Demon Hall's sinister gaze shot over. It's just the two of you talking. Who knows what the truth is? What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Show us the evidence first. DMO Xian glanced at the groom as his dark red lips moved. I think everyone knows what the Overlord's war pet is. The bridegroom's deep eyes flickered and he said coldly, Xiaojiu. A snow-white nine-tailed holy beast. It could be said that it was the symbol of a venerable sovereign. This point, everyone who knew about venerable sovereigns knew. After the groom said out the nine-tailed fox's name, he continued, I came to the Devil region to get married to the Demon Hall, so I didn't bring Xiaojiu along. So if you want to use Xiaojiu to prove my identity, I'm afraid that won't work. Chapter 51:15. DMO Xian's blood-red lips curled into a casual smile. Oh, really? That seemingly obedient and harmless face revealed a hint of mockery at this moment. His gaze was still cold, especially when he looked at the groom. Even if he was smiling, the smile didn't reach his eyes. At this moment, the groom's calm face finally showed some signs of change. He frowned as he stared at DMO Xian, as though he was probing into something. At this moment, DMO Xian raised his hand. His bamboo-colored sleeves fluttered, creating a smoke-like ripple. Howl! A clear beast's howl broke through the sky. Soon after, a snow-white nine-tailed fox descended from the sky, stepping on blazing sparks as it arrived majestically. As the wedding venue was built in Devil Head City's biggest public square, it had a heavenly layout. The nine-tailed fox landed accurately beside DMO Xian. Its four limbs landed on the ground as its nine tails swayed in the wind. It was awe-inspiring and shocking. Although there were quite a number of guests present, they had only heard of the Overlord's mount, the nine-tailed fox, but had never seen it. But they had seen quite a number of them. When they saw that nine-tailed fox, quite a number of guests drew in a cold breath. That was indeed the Overlord's mount. That seemingly obedient and harmless man, who on earth was he? What relationship did he have with the Overlord? Why was he able to summon the Overlord's battle pet? And even able to instruct the Overlord's battle pet? When she saw little Nine, Yiqing Luo already understood Dmo Xian's intention. Her lips curled as she continued Dmo Xian's words. The Overlord is already aware of this matter, and specially asked my husband to bring little Nine over to verify. Who is this impostor who married the Devil Hall? Yiqing Luo's slender hand raised as she pointed to the groom. Little Nine, go over and take a look. Is that your master? The last two words. The young lady's soft voice was melodious, but there was an obvious sense of ridicule in it. Her long and narrow eyes were filled with a playful sneer. Little Nine proudly raised that huge fox head. The fluffy fur was translucent and soft. That pair of blood-colored eyes looked towards the direction of the groom. The 9 tails swayed gently. The guests, who were in a heated discussion, all held their breaths and stared at the space between 9-tailed fox and the groom. He was extremely nervous. The instant little Nine appeared, the scales in everyone's hearts were swaying left and right. Dr. Mu and his wife were deliberately disrupting the wedding and spreading rumors that the Overlord was an impostor. Then, how could the sovereign's battle pets listen to Dr. Mu and his wife? That 9-tailed fox had been the Overlord's battle pet for many years. It was a battle pet that had signed a soul contract with His Majesty. On top of that, the 9-tailed fox was a sacred beast, and it was born with pride. Other than Di Zun, no one else's orders would be obeyed. Thus, the 9-tailed fox obediently followed Dr. Mu and his wife. It must be His Majesty's order. As for the Overlord, everyone looked at the groom again. If the bridegroom was really a fake, how dare he impersonate the Overlord? She even pretended to marry a lord of the Demon Palace. This was not something that could be explained by courage. Little Nine took one step at a time towards the direction of the bridegroom. The fluffy and soft 9 tails were swaying non-stop. That footstep, one step at a time, was gentle and graceful. Until the moment it got close to the bridegroom, Bam! A majestic, profound ray struck down horizontally. Chapter 51:16. The bridegroom, who was dressed in a red robe, suddenly flew backward. Little Nine was stopped by a ray of profound light. The groom's figure had already leaped to the outside of the wedding hall. This action, it also proved that he was, without a doubt, an impostor. If he really was the Overlord, why would he be afraid of Little Nine's approach? How could he escape? Catch that impostor! A voice came out of nowhere from the crowd. At that moment, all the guests rushed towards the direction of the groom. The moment the groom turned around and fled, the cold and elegant face of the demonic palace was covered with a thick layer of haze. That pair of beautiful but malicious eyes stared fiercely at Yiqing Luo. As the crowd chased after the groom, she gritted her teeth and spat out 3 words: "Men, chase after him." The demon guards rushed forward to capture them. Following that, she looked at Yiqing Luo and spoke ruthlessly. "I didn't expect this Mr. Chow to have such a good relationship with the Overlord, even allowing you to bring his battle pet along." Yiqing Luo nodded smilingly. "That's natural, the relationship between my husband and the Overlord is something you can't imagine. How could they have imagined? These 2 people were the same person." The Demon Palace sneered. "Since young Master Chow said that the Di Zun is in the demon domain, why did he only let the 2 of you come to my wedding ceremony when he knew that there was an impostor?" She paused for a moment, then raised her voice. "Moreover, since the venerable sovereign has come to the devil area, shouldn't I do my duty as a host?" Yiqing Luo didn't give him any face as she chuckled. Her long and narrow eyes curved into a mocking arc. Her pink lips curled up, but her voice was soft and harmless as she said, "Lord Devil Palace, but such a small matter doesn't seem to require Lord Di Zun to personally deal with it, right? Moreover, since the Overlord sent my husband here to resolve this matter, it means that the Overlord doesn't want to be disturbed." She was just short of saying it directly. "Who do you think you are? Was it worthy for the Divine Venerable to show up in person? Heh heh. How would the Devil Palace not understand the meaning in Yi Qing Luo's words? Her face immediately darkened. The wide sleeves of the red wedding robe wrinkled in her palms. Yi Qing Luo seemed as though she couldn't see Devil Hall's murderous gaze. Instead she smiled as she continued, Devil Hall, if it wasn't for the fact that my husband appeared in time, I'm afraid you would have to marry a fake overlord. So, shouldn't you thank me and my wife? I saved your future happiness. The demon lord was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Thank you? Thank my ass. Because of the two of them. Her fiend hall had already become the joke of the entire fiend realm. How was she going to convince the masses in the future? When it came to the demon realm's demon palace, people would only think of a woman who married a fake venerable sovereign. But she couldn't have a fit. The nine-tailed fox, the venerable sovereign's battle pet, was still at the wedding. Marrying the fake Di Zun would be a disgrace to Di Zun's reputation. If she flared up now or when it came to the venerable sovereigns, it would be seen as coveting the venerable sovereigns. She hadn't forgotten what Dr. Mu had mentioned. The Overlord had a woman he loved deeply, so much that he couldn't bear to let that woman misunderstand him. Which was her motive this time round, Yi Qing Luo. Thinking in this way, the Devil Palace forcefully suppressed the anger in her. That cold and elegant face became slightly distorted because of this. Chapter 51:17. Indeed, I should be thanking you. When the Devil Palace said these words, it was as though she was gritting her teeth. She took a deep breath and continued, So, I want to thank the both of you properly. Her vision glanced towards the servant. Bring Dr. Mu and Master Chow to stay in the most prestigious palace in the Devil Domain. I will definitely thank the both of you properly, to stop the tragedy of me marrying the fake overlord. Yi Qing Luo heard the malicious intent in the Devil Palace's words and was about to reject. But her wrist tightened. Dmo Xian's large palm squeezed her palm as he smiled at her. Yi Qing Luo stopped her words of rejection and allowed the servant to lead the way. Dr. Mu. Madame Huang Xi's eyes were filled with worry as she called out to Yi Qing Luo. Anyone could tell that the Devil Palace wasn't sincere in thanking them. Once this couple stayed in the Devil Palace, it would probably bode ill rather than well. Yi Qing Luo took a look at Madame Huang Xi and was about to walk towards her. But she was stopped by the servant. Yi Qing Luo raised her brows. I'm Madame's accompanying doctor, and now that I have to separate from Madame, can't I even remind Madame of a few things to take note of? Although her words were directed at the servant. But it was obviously in the Devil Inquiry Hall. The servant remained unmoved. It was until the Devil Palace nodded to the servant that the servant let go. Yi Qing Luo sneered as she walked past the servant towards Madame Huang Xi. She lightly touched Huang Xi's hand as she spoke in a low voice. You and Zhusha leave Devil Head City first and return to Devil Phoenix Continent. Follow the method I taught you, soak for 4 hours every day, and after a long time, your body will definitely improve. I can't. Madame Huang Xi hadn't managed to say the word leave. The young lady's pink lips curled as she interrupted her words. Your body isn't well, so there's no point in staying here. Why not go back to Devil Phoenix Continent to recuperate and wait for me and my husband to look for you? Saying that, she squeezed Madame Huang Xi's hand. Madame Huang Xi's elegant face was filled with melancholy, but she could only sigh softly as she nodded her head. Yi Qing Luo reminded her with concern before returning to Dmo Xian's side. Following that, the servant left. At this moment, it was not appropriate for the guests to discuss anything in front of the Demon Hall. Then, the crowd dispersed. Huang Xi's face was filled with worry as she followed the crowd and left the wedding ceremony. After leaving, the melancholy on her face immediately disappeared, and a trace of coldness flashed across her eyes. She glanced sideways at Hai Yun and Zhusha. Let's go. Return to the Demon Phoenix Continent immediately. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a low voice filled with ridicule. Tisk, Miss Mu's heart is all for you, but when Miss Mu was in danger, all you thought of was to leave Devil Head City. Madame Huang Xi. Has she become so timid? A man in a white robe appeared in the corner ahead. The man's long silver hair spread out on his shoulders. It made the man's handsome face look even more devilish. Yuang? Huang Xi frowned slightly. Why are you following me? If I hadn't followed you, I wouldn't have known that Madame was such a cowardly person. Ijio chuckled, but his tone was mocking. Huang Xi's expression did not change as she calmly replied, "Whatever you say." Saying that, she walked past Ijio with the intention to leave. But Ijio went up to stop her. "Are you really going to leave Miss Mu like that?" Huang Xi pursed her lips slightly as that elegant face turned slightly pale. She fixed her gaze on Ijio. "Then, if it's Wang, how confident are you to bring Dr. Mu and his wife out of the demon hall safe and sound?" Chapter 51:18. Ijio's expression froze as he fell into silence. Huang Xi said indifferently, "If we act rashly, not only will we not be able to guarantee the safety of Dr. Mu and his wife, even I will not be able to escape." "So you've decided to ignore her?" Ijio frowned, his face full of disapproval. Huang Xi suddenly laughed. "Why does Ijio care so much about Dr. Mu?" "Ijio," Huang Xi continued, "Dr. Mu already has a husband, and she has a good relationship with young Master Chao. I'm afraid Ijio has no chance. It's true that this king admires Lady Mu, but it's not to the extent of stealing someone else's love." Ijio waved his sleeves. "This king is only worried about Lady Mu. I'm also worried about her." Huang Xi lowered her head. "Ijio should have heard what Dr. Mu said just now." "So?" Ijio asked. Huang Xi said, "Did Ijio not hear the hidden meaning behind Dr. Mu's words?" Ijio thought for a moment, but still did not understand. "What do you mean?" Huang Xi was about to speak. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice that seemed to be wrapped in frost came from behind the two of them. "Miss Mu's meaning is that, with Madame's strength alone, it is impossible to do anything. Why not return to the Demon Phoenix continent and borrow the power of the Demon Phoenix continent to restrain the Demon Hall?" That cold and indifferent voice caused both of them to be stunned, and they immediately turned their heads around. Then, they saw the expressionless, ice-cold man walking towards them. Ijio frowned. "It's you again. Pavilion Master Chu, you're really persistent." Zhu Wuxin did not even look at Ijio, but looked at Huang Xi indifferently. "Madam, with the Demon Phoenix continent and the Red Clear Pavilion, do you have the confidence to overthrow Demon Head City's rule over the Demon Domain?" When these words came out of Zhu Wuxin's mouth, Huang Xi and Ijio were shocked. Huang Xi and Ijio were so shocked that they couldn't regain their senses for a long time. When they finally reacted to Zhu Wuxin's words, their expressions changed. "Pavilion Master Chu, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. If others hear your words, it'll be terrible." Zhu Wuxin expressionlessly repeated, "Just give me one sentence. Do you have the confidence or not?" Another period of silence. Huang Xi pursed her pale lips and clenched her fingers. "Pavilion Master Chu, how confident are you?" "Madam?" Ijio furrowed his brows and reprimanded in a low voice. Did Huang Xi's words mean that she really wanted to join forces with the Red Clear Pavilion to overthrow the Devil Hall? Huang Xi's expression was resolute. Today's matter has already turned the demonic lord into a joke. She will definitely not let this matter rest so easily. She will definitely not let Physician Mu and his wife off. Most importantly, the Demon Palace has long since planned to invade the Demon Realm and rule it alone. Huang Xi raised her eyes and looked at Ijio. "Don't tell me you haven't noticed these abnormalities." Wing Nine fell silent. How could he not have sensed it? The movements of the Demon Hall were not big, but they were definitely not small either. The rulers of the three devil continents knew what they were doing. They were also secretly prepared. But no one pointed it out. Huang Xi didn't look at Ijio anymore. Instead, she looked at Zhu Wuxin. "What's the relationship between Pavilion Master Chu and Physician Mu? Why do you want to help her?" Zhu Wuxin lowered his eyes. his voice cold and somewhat hollow. For her, I should be a problem. Devil Hall Castle, within a luxurious palace. Yiqing Luo and Dmo Xian sat on the chair. Yiqing Luo sized up the surrounding environment. This palace, as compared to Huang Xi's courtyard, was much more luxurious and exquisite. It was more like an exquisite cage. Yiqing Luo didn't need to walk out to guess. There were probably quite a number of devil guards guarding the entrance of this palace. Chapter 51:19. Not to mention that there were quite a number of devil guards hidden in the dark. Since Yiqing Luo had followed the servants to this place, she had no intention to escape. Anyway, Xian was by her side. She had no fear. Yiqing Luo sat on the redwood chair and placed the palm-sized Nine on the tea table. Her fair fingers were fiddling with the soft fur on Nine's body. Nine's 4 legs were facing downwards, and its 9 soft tails were wrapped around Yiqing Luo's hand. Its feet were also pulling her hand. Yiqing Luo was having a great time playing. Ever since she changed her looks, she didn't see her family's few war beasts. Especially when they reached the devil's domain, her connection with the war beasts was cut off. Seeing Nine made her think of her adorable Chi-Chi, Sundra Chi-Yen, and those adorable war beasts. Why did you come here alone? Dmo Xian's azure blue gem-like eyes were fixated on her without blinking. It was as if she was the only one he could see in his eyes. Yiqing Luo blinked her eyes as her fingers pinched one of Nine's tails while smiling. If I didn't come, how would I know that you're getting married? She paused and smiled. The marriage partner, isn't it me? The surroundings of the palace were filled with devil's spies. Now that Dmo Xian had asked directly, it was obvious that he had set up an enchantment to block off those devil guards spying. Yiqing Luo was assured as she replied, "My marriage partner is only you." The man's voice was mellow as his eyes were filled with love. Yiqing Luo stopped fiddling with Nine as her eyelids lifted as she stared at the man. "Then why did you leave me behind and leave alone?" "I thought I would be able to return as soon as possible," Dmo Xian explained warmly, "but when I returned, there were no signs of you in the devil's forest, and beside, there were quite a number of devil's corpses." The gentleness in his eyes deepened. "At that time, my heart was in a mess." The obedient and harmless-looking man's eyes were filled with gentleness, as though water could be squeezed out. It made the man look especially young and tender. It made one want to pull him into one's embrace and cherish him. Yiqing Luo's stare was a little uncontrollable, although she was used to seeing this face along the way. But after not seeing him for so long, at this moment, he took a closer look. Yiqing Luo couldn't help but burst out laughing. The dignified Di Zun had such a harmless face. If the news got out, even venerable sovereign's dignity would be affected. "Let's see if you still dare to abandon me on your own." Yiqing Luo's heart was in a mess, but her words were full of threats. Dmo Xian shook his head. "I won't do it again. I'm already scared this time, there won't be a next time." Even if she fainted again, he would carry her and walk with her. His Luo air, he was someone who would never let others be at ease. It was best to keep him by her side. Yiqing Luo nodded smilingly. "It's good that you know to be afraid." Then, he changed the topic. "What did you do during the time you were away?" Profound flame pivot diagram. Dmo Xian spat out 5 words. Yiqing Luo's eyelids twitched as she unconsciously loosened her grip on Nine Tails. She sat up straight. "Have you found the lair of the mystic dragon?" "Not yet, but I have some clues." Dmo Xian's expression congealed slightly. "I can roughly confirm the location, but the Devil's Palace's marriage a few days ago made me have a bad premonition." Yiqing Luo nodded. "At this juncture, the Devil's Palace got married. Moreover, it's with an impostor. It really makes one ponder deeply." Chapter 51:20. Initially, Yiqing Luo was just guessing. Devil Palace wanted to make use of this marriage ceremony as an opportunity. Making use of the opportunity to trap the various powerhouses who came to attend the wedding ceremony, so as to catch them all in one fell swoop. but later on the bridegroom tried a few times and finally broke off the marriage, which made Yi Qing Luo dispel this idea. Based on my analysis, I feel that Devil Palace and the impostor's marriage, the motive should be to lure out Yi Qing Luo, which is me. Yi Qing Luo guessed, at the wedding venue, that impostor had been testing me several times, possibly suspecting my identity. Or perhaps, to be more accurate, someone is making use of the marriage ceremony to prove that Yi Qing Luo is in the Devil region. Because, if Yi Qing Luo was really in the Devil region, hearing the news of the Overlord marrying Devil Palace Lord, based on her character, she would definitely come to the venue, and if she didn't flip the place upside down, she would absolutely not give up. So when Devil Palace heard that Yi Qing Luo's current identity, which was Dr. Mu Yu, wanted to go to Devil Head City to snatch the bride, they started to suspect that Dr. Mu Yu was Yi Qing Luo. Hence, there were a few rounds of testing after that. DMO Xian's eyes sunk. Then, the person who lured out and wanted to verify is... The two of them exchanged glances and spat out 3 words at the same time. Secluded Palace. Except for Secluded Palace, there wouldn't be anyone who, in order to verify, to lure her out, would go through so much trouble. Furthermore, before the connection, Jiang family's aristocratic elders were so anxious to stop her from entering the Devil region. There was a possibility that this Devil region hid a huge secret of Secluded Palace. That was why Secluded Palace was so worried that Yi Qing Luo would appear in the Devil region. Something which made Secluded Palace so concerned and afraid. She had zero interest. But, if the Devil region had already got involved with Secluded Palace, then Nine's appearance, and earlier when DMO Xian mentioned that Overlord was in the Devil region, then it would be completely exposed. On the other path, the fake DMO Xian and fake Yi Qing Luo, who attracted Secluded Palace's firepower. Secluded Palace would definitely speed up the Devil region's actions. Don't worry. DMO Xian saw the worried look on the young lady's face and his dark red thin lips curled up slightly as he smiled warmly. With the acute senses of the Palace of Darkness, it's only a matter of time before they discover that the 2 people heading towards the other road are impostors. Even if the Palace of Darkness finds out, they will not be able to guess our current identities. At the wedding, Yi Qing Luo's performance in front of the fake Overlord's probing had already successfully dispelled Devil Hall's guesses. Adding on to the fact that DMO Xian appeared as Yi Qing Luo's husband. As long as the 2 of them could control themselves, they would not arouse any suspicions. However, if the 2 of them wanted to find the mystic dragon's lair, it would be much more troublesome. There would probably be countless pairs of eyes staring at them from all around the demon domain. Yi Qing Luo tugged on Nine's tail again. The furry touch made her restless heart calm down. If it really has something to do with the Palace of Darkness, we can investigate what kind of shocking secrets the Palace of Darkness is hiding here. Yi Qing Luo raised her eyes and took a look at DMO Xian. I somehow feel that Secluded Palace is very concerned about the Devil domain. DMO Xian was about to say something. Suddenly his dark red lips stopped his words. Following that, his deep eyes took a look at Yi Qing Luo. Yi Qing Luo instantly understood. Chapter 51-21. Someone was here. And at this moment, the only person who would come would probably be the battalion Demonic Palace. Yi Qing Luo's pink lips curled slightly as she casually lowered her eyes and her vision fell onto Nine. Her fingers were rubbing Nine's body. And when Demonic Palace stepped into the palace, what she saw was this scene. An imperceptible look of astonishment appeared on her cold face, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She stared at the 9-tailed fox in the young lady's hands. That palm-sized soft 9-tailed fox was wrapped around the young lady's fingertips, like an adorable pet. Who could tell? That was the accompanying war pet of the Overlord, the one who brought about endless massacres the moment it appeared? If it wasn't for the fact that she had seen it with her own eyes. Demonic Palace probably couldn't believe that the nine-tailed fox which was rubbed flat in the young lady's hands was the one and only sacred beast nine-tailed fox in the world. Devil Hall's suspicious and deep contemplative gaze sized Yi Ching Luo up from head to toe. The Overlord's only war pet, and also the symbol of the Overlord's great mercy. What it represented was the Overlord's great mercy face. But now, this was totally humiliating the Overlord. But the nine-tailed fox was obviously enjoying it, totally not feeling the humiliation of being teased as a pet. What was the relationship between this young lady and the Overlord? How could she be so familiar with the nine-tailed fox? Demonic Palace, what's the matter? Just say it. A clear voice that did not contain much emotion rang out. Demonic Palace regained her senses as she met with a pair of azure blue eyes. She couldn't help but shiver slightly, as though there was a chill running up from the bottom of her feet. Her exquisite brows creased tightly as she kept her emotions in check. Who are the both of you? Demonic Palace walked in and sat opposite Yi Ching Luo. Her gaze was extremely sharp. She even emitted an invisible pressure, probably with the intention of forcing Yi Ching Luo to answer the question. But facing Demonic Palace's overbearing manner, the young lady's brows were delicate and gentle. She casually grabbed one of Nine's tails, swinging it in her hand as she said, "Who are we? Lord Demonic Palace should have investigated clearly, so why bother asking?" The Demon Hall did not refute. He raised his chin slightly and said, "People of the immortal world, what is your purpose in coming to my demon region?" Her words showed that she had done a thorough investigation of their identities. Young Master Chao of the Chao family and Mu Yu, who was not favored by the Chao family. The Demon Hall had not only investigated their identities, even their social circle was thoroughly investigated. He did not find any connection between them and Di Zun. She really couldn't understand it. How could the man who had been described as a god by the various realms be so familiar with this couple? Yi Ching Luo raised her pink lips with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Purpose? Didn't my husband already pass through? Why doesn't Lord Devil Palace understand? The girl's tone was soft and gentle as she addressed him respectfully as Lord Devil Palace. But in the ears of the Demon Hall, they could only hear a thick sense of mockery. It was especially ear-piercing. Yi Ching Luo paused for a moment as her smile became even more radiant as she continued, "We're here on behalf of the Overlord." Before the Demon Hall opened his mouth, the young lady continued in a serious manner, "Don't ask me what we're here for, the Overlord didn't tell us." The words that were in the Demon Hall's mouth were stuck in his throat. That cold and solemn face was filled with gloomy clouds. However, the young lady seemed as though she couldn't see it. Chapter 51-22. She even smiled brightly at Demon Palace. "Don't forget, Sir Demon Palace, you're keeping us here not to question us, but to repay our gratitude." The young lady's long and narrow eyes were filled with radiance. Demon Palace's expression sunk even further. Yi Ching Luo was fearless as she continued, "So, Sir Demon Palace, why don't you talk about your motive?" Demon Palace's expression congealed. "What motive do I have? I'll have to ask Sir Demon Palace about this." The young lady intentionally emphasized on the word "sir." It was obviously a form of respect, but from the young lady's words, there was an inexplicable sense of sarcasm. Demon Palace's face turned cold. "I don't understand what you mean," I thought. "Sir Demon Palace came up with all sorts of questions, so you're going to be honest with us." Yi Ching Luo clicked her tongue as she shook her head. "Since Sir Demon Palace wants to continue acting dumb, then treat it as if I've never asked." "Be honest?" Demon Palace murmured these 4 words as a cold glint flashed past his eyes. "What can you tell me?" Yi Ching Luo tilted her head as she propped her chin as she pondered seriously. "Perhaps. I can tell you, where is the real Overlord?" The cold glint in Demon Palace's eyes intensified as a glint of resentment flashed past. Was this young lady doing this on purpose? She almost got married to the fake Overlord. How would she dare to meet the real Overlord? Wasn't it embarrassing? Did she still have any face all right? Demon Palace seriously suspected that this young lady was humiliating him. Perhaps we can help you achieve what you want. Diamo Xian opened his mouth calmly, cutting off Yiqing Luo's teasing words. His gaze was indifferent. What does Demon Palace think about what I want? Demon Palace sneered. Then tell me, what do I want? Youth power. Diamo Xian's reply was very straightforward, without any hesitation. His deep black eyes were as dark as a deep pool, and the devil region. When Diamo Xian mentioned the first two words, Demon Palace's expression had already changed. When the last two words were spoken, her brows were tightly knitted as she stared at Diamo Xian with some probing and suspicion. On what basis do I believe that you have this ability? You have no choice but to believe. Diamo Xian replied indifferently, you have no other choice. Such a nonchalant attitude was simply arrogant in front of the arrogant Devil Hall. However, the demonic hall did not do anything. She clasped her fingers together and her body tensed up. She was trying her best to suppress her anger. Only when his emotions had stabilized did he speak coldly. I have many choices. Why did I choose you? What a joke. If there were so many choices, the both of us husband and wife wouldn't have appeared here. Diamo Xian lifted his eyelids slightly. What's Lord Devil Palace's decision? Silence. There was dead silence. After an unknown period of time. In the end, it was the Demon Hall who spoke, breaking this strange atmosphere. She asked, what do you want to know? The secret of the Nether Palace. In the demonic domain. Diamo Xian's deep eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the demonic palace. When these words left his mouth, the woman froze for a moment. She pursed her red lips tightly as the haze in her eyes dispersed. I don't know what you're talking about. You can go back and consider it carefully. By then, you can tell me your answer. Diamo Xian was neither fast nor slow, as though he had already expected the demonic palace's reaction. Chapter 51-23. It was this kind of nonchalant attitude. On the contrary, it made one feel that what demonic palace's answer was not important to him. As though everything was within his control. Demonic Palace didn't know why, but she felt that the man in front of her wasn't as obedient and harmless as he looked. He wasn't just a God realm aristocrat who had nurtured such an imposing manner. Just a gaze or a simple syllable. That was enough to shock her. This imposing manner. It was innate, and there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Somehow she felt as though she had seen it somewhere before. Demonic Palace pursed his lips tightly. His cold and gloomy face was filled with complicated emotions. After that, he turned around and left without a word. Until he was far away. Yiqing Luo carried little Nine and stood up. Are you so sure that she will tell us everything she knows truthfully? She won't. Diamo Xian stretched out his hand towards her. His obedient and harmless face wasn't as cold and emotionless as it was tainted with a gentle smile. You can only believe half of her words. So she will definitely choose us, right? Yiqing Luo walked over and buried her body into his arms. Diamo Xian smiled. Her choice isn't important. Right from the start. Diamo Xian didn't believe Demonic Palace at all. But if Demonic Palace was willing to say a little, he would be able to deduce many things from it. But even if Demonic Palace wasn't willing to say, at most it would just be more troublesome for him. In fact, it was indeed as what Diamo Xian said. That night, when Yiqing Luo and Diamo Xian were already resting, a creak sound was heard outside the window. Demonic Palace snuck into the room. Yiqing Luo, who had just laid down, what happened in the day had already made her mentally exhausted. Now she wasn't even allowed to sleep properly at night. Wasn't this Demonic Palace too energetic? It seemed that she, the bride, was the most tired in the day. Luckily the both of them knew that they were surrounded by spies, so they slept in their clothes. When she heard the sound, Yi Qing Luo had already sat up and leaned against the headboard as she glanced lazily at Demonic Palace. I say, Sir Demonic Palace, you're a dignified Sir Demonic Palace, isn't it a little inappropriate to climb into our room in the middle of the night? The moonlight was like water, and the Demon Palace, who was dressed in a crow-feathered black robe, stood in the room as a pair of icy cold beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Yi Qing Luo. The young girl yawned, her posture was very indifferent. You should at least consider it. We are husband and wife. It's really inappropriate for you to climb the window without saying a word. But, after all, the Devil Hall Lord's wedding was called off halfway through. He doesn't understand this logic. I'll reluctantly forgive you. The girl's voice was soft, and her tone was languid. Every single word stabbed into the heart of the Demon Hall. The Demon Hall was so angry that his complexion turned extremely unsightly. Under the dim light, he looked extremely malevolent. She clenched her fists tightly, her killing intent bursting forth. A clear voice suppressed all the undercurrents in the room. Has the Devil Hall thought it through? Dmo Xian lit a candlestick and sat on the chair, which was shrouded in a layer of velvet light. The Demon Crown Prince suppressed his anger and walked over. This Crown Prince does not know much. These words indicated that she had agreed to Dmo Xian's conditions. Devil Region. More than half of the forces belong to Secluded Palace, right? Dmo Xian didn't beat around the bush as he asked directly. The Demon Hall muttered to himself for a moment, yes. This wedding, I'm afraid it's arranged by Secluded Palace? Yi Qing Luo's lips curled slightly as she asked with a smile. Trash 7th Young Mistress. Lord Di Zun, please be gentler with your love. Trash 7th Young Mistress. Lord Di Zun, please be gentler with your love. Chapter 51-24. Devil Hall's cold eyes sunk as he took a look at Yi Qing Luo, not really wanting to answer her question. However, Dmo Xian had no intention to speak again. It was obvious that he wanted her to answer the girl's question. The Demon Royal Highness pursed her red lips and coldly said, yes. Yi Qing Luo put on a curious look. Then do you know that the groom is a fake overlord? The young girl's face was delicate and sweet. When she blinked her long and narrow eyes, she looked completely harmless. He seemed to be asking casually. The Demon Crown Prince felt his heart being stabbed again. He suppressed his anger and said, this Crown Prince does not know. Then, how did Lord Devil Hall get to know and fall in love with that fake overlord, to the point of getting married? Yi Qing Luo's face was filled with gossip. The demonic sovereign frowned and looked at Lin Moxuan. This sovereign is here to discuss cooperation with young Master Chao. However, the man had no intention of opening his mouth. That pair of eyes that were as blue as water stared at the young girl with doting eyes. It seemed that as long as the girl was happy, he wouldn't have any objections. In other words, if the Devil Hall wanted to discuss things properly, they would have to go through with it. He had to satisfy the girl's curiosity. The Demon Princess's fingers tightened as she replied, I and that person only met for the first time when we decided to get married. In other words, there was no emotional foundation at all, and they were going to get married immediately. Yi Qing Luo sat up straight and scooped Nine up from the side, hugging him in her arms. Look at it in detail. The marriage between you and that fake overlord from Gloomy Palace. The demonic palace was silent for a moment. He stared at the nine-tailed fox in the girl's arms for a long time before he slowly spoke about the marriage. The Gloomy Palace and the Demon Hall had colluded long ago. The reason was that the Gloomy Palace had promised the Demon Hall to help her rule over the Demon Realm and become the one and only ruler of the Demon Realm. Just a few days ago, the Palace of Gloomy Shadows suddenly came looking for her. He wanted her to marry Di Zun, and he even announced it to the entire Demon Realm. He wanted everyone in the Demon Realm to know about it. The Demonic Hall did not agree at first. But the Anyo Palace tempted her with the identity of a venerable sovereign. In this world, which woman did not want to marry a venerable sovereign who was like a god? If the demon realm could ally with the Imperial Palace, with the help of Dizun, her status would definitely rise along with it. It would be even easier for him to achieve his goal. In the end, the Devil Hall agreed to marry Dizun. It was at that time. This was the first time she had been in close contact with the legendary Overlord. The demonic palace knew that there must be a reason why the Palace of Gloomy Shadows asked her to marry Dizun for no reason. After that, there was news from the Demon Phoenix continent that someone was planning to travel thousands of miles to the Demon Head City to snatch the bride. The Palace of Gloomy Darkness ordered her to keep a close eye on the person who wanted to kidnap the bride. Hearing Devil Palace's words, Yiqing Luo touched her chin as she lowered her eyes in deep thoughts. The words of the Demon Hall confirmed her previous guess. The Gloomy Palace was using this wedding ceremony to lure her out, especially when this identity of hers had turned the Anshu Hall upside down in the God world and killed an elder of the Jiang clan. Now, he had come to the demon domain to kidnap the bride. It was no wonder that the Palace of Darkness would suspect her. After understanding these matters, Yiqing Luo put on a solemn expression as she looked towards the Devil Hall. Lastly, I want to ask a very serious question. The Devil Palace frowned as he looked at her. Yiqing Luo maintained her solemn expression as she said word by word, "You really don't have any other thoughts towards Dizun?" Devil Hall. The corners of her eyes twitched as she didn't want to answer Yiqing Luo's question as she turned her head towards Dmo Xian. Chapter 51-25. Young Master Chao, I've already answered everything that needs to be answered. Shouldn't you show me your sincerity now? Dmo Xian finally had some reaction. He glanced sideways, his clear blue eyes were emotionless as he met her gaze. He asked indifferently, "Do you know the final plan of Abyss Palace?" Demon Palace frowned. "Before asking me questions, shouldn't you show your sincerity first?" Dmo Xian continued, "Once Demon Head City takes control of the demon region, do you think Abyss Palace will let you live? If Abyss Palace wants to take my life, let's see if they have the chance." Demon Palace's eyes turned sharp. "No?" Dmo Xian's red lips curled into a mocking smile. Demon Palace lowered his eyes to hide the turbulent waves in his eyes. She wasn't sure. As for Abyss Palace, she didn't know much about them. Even if she wanted to investigate, she couldn't find anything. Abyss Palace was too mysterious, especially the person behind the scenes. Even after working together so many times, she had never seen the person behind the scenes. If the other party really wanted to quietly take her life, in fact, it wasn't like he didn't have a chance. So, she had always been wary of Abyss Palace. She wouldn't completely trust Abyss Palace. Especially, the Palace of Tenyu even found a fake venerable emperor to marry her? This was totally pushing her out, using her as a tool. To let her publicize her marriage ceremony with the Dmo Xian. To spread it to the ears of the real Dmo Xian. Wouldn't she be the one to take the blame in the end? She absolutely believed. The Gloomy Palace would definitely not help her at all. She was afraid that Abyss Palace was planning to kill her with a borrowed knife. I exposed the fake Dmo Xian's identity, stopped you from getting married, and gave you a chance to live. Is that not sincerity? Dmo Xian's eyes were calm. His tone was indifferent, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. Yet it gives one a powerful and convincing feeling. Demon Palace actually had a kind of, the feeling of, his words are very reasonable. The Demon King did not retort. He said coldly, "I don't know much about what you want to find out from me. After all, the Palace of Gloomy Darkness has never trusted me." Yiqing Luo was very clear about Palace of Abyss's sinister and cunning nature. He didn't expect this demon hall to be able to get any good news from the dark Netherworld Palace. However, after all, he was the Lord of Devil Head City's Devil Hall. They had brains too. In the process of working with the Palace of Gloomy Darkness, he would find many clues that would be beneficial to him in case the other party betrayed him. Therefore, the Demon Hall definitely had a lot of information about the Dark Nether Palace. The Demon Hall said, "Although I'm not too sure why the Gloomy Palace chose to help me unify the Demon Domain, I do know some things. Previously, you asked me about the secret of Tenyu Palace in the Demon Domain. I guessed that it should be considered a secret of Tenyu Palace. Under the enticement of the Netherworld Palace, the Demon Palace agreed to cooperate with the Palace of Gloomy Darkness. With the help of the Dark Nether Palace, they indeed managed to subdue a few large factions without much effort. Very quickly, they invaded the hidden forces of the other three demon continents. After tasting the sweetness, the Demon Palace was assured, as they completely threw themselves into the cooperation with the Palace of Gloomy Darkness. But as 1/3 of the forces in the Demon Domain were in their hand, the Palace of Gloomy Darkness gradually retreated from the battlefield. He would only provide assistance from time to time. Chapter 51-26. It seemed as though they were intentionally leaving her hanging. As though they were telling her, without the Gloomy Palace, she was nothing. Subtly influencing her thoughts, attempting to control her thoughts. For the demonic palace to be able to sit in their current position, they naturally weren't fools. After a few similar actions, she sensed something amiss. She had always been curious about the real motive for the Gloomy Palace to help her take control of the Devil region. After that, she started to investigate. There was one time when the Gloomy Palace came forward to help solve a powerhouse's problem. The demonic palace personally took action and discovered that the Gloomy Palace had established a secret powerhouse in a secluded area in the Devil region which even they, the demonic palace, didn't know about. After a few rounds of investigation, the demonic palace discovered an extremely strange matter. That secret powerhouse's location would be secretly transported over 100 cultivators by the Gloomy Palace's disciples every day. But they had never seen those cultivators appear. Yes, cultivators. In the Devil region, everyone they saw were from the Devil region. The energy they used was different from the outside world's profound energy. It wasn't that the Devil region didn't allow outsiders to step in, but the Gloomy Palace inexplicably transported so many cultivators over and over again. Were they intending to make use of the outside world's cultivators to form an army to invade the Devil region? There was this thought. The demonic palace didn't act rashly to alert the enemy as they continued to feign civility with the Gloomy Palace. But they continued to investigate in secret. In the end, they more or less discovered something. For example, those cultivators, after wave, were sent into the secret powerhouse. None of them survived and their corpses didn't even have cherry blossoms. Another example was that every time a cultivator was transported into the secret powerhouse, there would be a sound of chanting incantations. The demonic palace didn't dare to investigate too deeply in case they were detected by the Gloomy Palace. After listening to the demonic palace's secret powerhouse, Yiqing Luo was playing with Nine's furry tails as she asked puzzledly, "Where is that secret powerhouse at? Why not bring us over to take a look?" The demonic palace's beautiful eyes glanced at Yiqing Luo as her voice was filled with ridicule. "Perhaps Mr. Chow can take a look. But if we bring you along, I'm afraid before we even get close, we will be detected by the people from the Gloomy Palace." Yiqing Luo tilted her head, vividly displaying the image of an ignorant young lady. "I have my husband to protect me, what's there to be afraid of?" After that, she smiled like a flower and looked at Dmo Xian. "If we are discovered by the people from the Palace of Darkness, at most we will just destroy the secret base of the Palace of Darkness, right, husband?" The Demon Hall sneered. "What do you think that is? Do you think you can destroy it just because you want to?" These words had just left his mouth. Then, she heard a clear and mellow voice say one word in a gentle and loving manner, "Okay." The demonic palace. Forgive her, who had her marriage broken off, for not understanding such feelings. She flicked her sleeves and spat out 3 words, "Vanquish Mountain." Then, he turned around and dashed out of the bed, disappearing from the room. Yiqing Luo clicked her tongue. So boring, totally unable to take the teasing. Alright, he has left, you should take a rest. Diamo Xian got up and returned to Yiqing Luo's side. He flicked his sleeves. The window was closed, and the candle was extinguished. He pulled her into his arms as he laid down to rest. Yiqing Luo blinked her eyes as she recalled the demonic palace's words in her mind. What do you think the Palace of Darkness is up to? Diamo Xian's mellow voice floated down from the top of her head, as gentle as a feather, as it tickled her heartstrings. Perhaps. There are quite a number of Palace of Darkness's hidden secrets hidden here. He laughed lightly. Won't we find out tomorrow what secret it is? Chapter 51-27. Yiqing Luo's little head wiggled restlessly. Somehow I feel that you seem to know the secret of the Palace of Darkness. Diamo Xian pressed her head. Want to know? I can't guess it. My heart is so stifled that I can't sleep. Yiqing Luo used her head to bump against his palm as she spoke coquettishly. The man laughed softly. His chest heaved up and down. His hand gently covered the back of the young lady's head, curling her soft fine hair as he spoke in a warm voice. I'm just guessing and have no evidence. But I think the secret of the Palace of Darkness is related to the mastermind behind the Palace of Darkness. His lips curled, perhaps in the Devil region. We will be able to meet the mastermind behind the Palace of Darkness, who had been hiding in the dark. Yiqing Luo's eyes widened as her little head lifted up and met his eyes. What you mean is, the mastermind behind the Palace of Darkness is in the Devil region? Amen. Diamo Xian nodded. Perhaps the reason why the Jiang family's aristocrats stopped us from heading to the Devil region. Yiqing Luo clicked her tongue as her face was filled with astonishment. We've been trying to find out where the mastermind behind the Palace of Darkness is hiding. I'd not expected to actually hide in the Devil region. If it wasn't for the fact that we followed the profound flame Dubhe map to the Devil region, we might never discover this point. Wait. Yiqing Luo's teasing expression congealed. She frowned. The profound flame Dubhe map directed us to the Devil region, and the mastermind behind the Palace of Darkness is also in the Devil region. There shouldn't be any connection, right? Diamo Xian had no intention to satisfy her curiosity as he once again covered her head with his broad palm and pressed her into his embrace. All right, sleep. I'm curious. If you don't tell me clearly, I won't be able to sleep. Yiqing Luo still wanted to struggle, but the man whispered a threat into her ear. Yiqing Luo decisively cowered as she obediently shut her eyes. The next morning, the Devil Hall was here again. Yiqing Luo sincerely felt that this woman didn't need to rest at all and was so energetic. She was suspecting if the Devil Hall had taken a fancy to her Chao Yun, so they kept sticking to her? She expressed that there was a possibility. After all, whether it was before or after the disguise, her man was so outstanding that she couldn't close her legs. You guys want to go to the Devil Extermination Mountain? This was the first thing the Devil Hall said after they arrived. Yiqing Luo was leisurely eating the breakfast that the servants had brought up, and feeding little Nine at the same time, without even raising her head. Why? Lord Devil Hall also wants to go? Yes. The Devil Hall replied straightforwardly. This Highness wants to go with you. Go and inform them. Yiqing Luo raised her head at this moment as she looked towards the Devil Hall, her eyes filled with ridicule. The Demon Lord's face darkened. Since I have already agreed to help you, why would I inform the gloomy palace? This is called grasping with both hands, stable. Yiqing Luo replied with a beaming smile. Don't tell me that Lord Devil Hall isn't thinking in this way. The Demon Royal Hall's brows twitched, and he frowned ferociously. Even if that was what she thought, she would never admit it. However, this young lady's words were very choking. The Devil Hall walked directly to the dining table and sat down as he raised his hand to pick up a white steamed bun, speaking calmly. Only I know the exact location, so it's more stable for me to bring you there. Yiqing Luo tilted her head, and after taking a look at him, she lowered her head to give little Nine a tail. The young lady's soft voice was filled with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble Lord Devil Hall. Seventh Miss Who Likes Trash. Lord Overlord, please be gentler with your love. Seventh Miss Who Likes Trash. Lord Overlord, please be gentler. Chapter 51-28. Just like that, the Demon Hall's action of taking a bite of the steamed bun froze. He didn't know whether to swallow it or not. His expression was extremely ugly. Why did she feel that? Had he been tricked by the girl? Yiqing Luo looked at Devil Hall's expression as she couldn't help but gave a low laugh. After the meal, Yiqing Luo and Dmo Xian planned to set off. The demonic hall had already ordered people to prepare a demonic ship. Yiqing Luo looked at the devil ship in front of her, which was even more exquisite and luxurious than Madame Huang Xi's, as she clicked her tongue. Are you certain that heading to Devil Extermination Mountain in such an ostentatious manner will not be detected by the secluded palace? Since the forces of the Dark Nether Palace had already infiltrated the demon region. In that case, he would definitely deploy a large number of informants. This was especially so for this partner, the Demon Hall. They would definitely pay more attention to it. They boarded the demonic ship and headed towards the Devil Destruction Mountain. The Palace of Gloomy Darkness would definitely notice it, right? The Demon Crown Prince leaped into the demonic ship. His cold voice contained a mocking tone as he said, "This Crown Prince is not that stupid." Yiqing Luo and Dmo Xian exchanged glances. After that, Dmo Xian stretched out his hand and wrapped it around her slender waist, bringing both of them onto the devil ship. The two of them had just steadied themselves. The devil ship was already moving and floating in midair. The demon royal stood in front of them and said, "The fake venerable sovereign has fled to the southwest. I want to capture him alive and interrogate him about the reason why he pretended to be a venerable sovereign and married me." That understatement made Yiqing Luo raise her opinion of the Devil Hall by a notch. Southwest, in the direction of Devil Destruction Mountain. However, the purpose of the demon ship was to catch the fake venerable sovereign. The Devil Hall needed an excuse to leave Devil Head City. Now, the excuse of being cheated into marriage was just right. Not only did it dispel the Palace of Gloomy Shadow's suspicions, but it also gave him a chance to leave Devil Head City openly. The speed of the demon ship was extremely fast. Devil Extermination Mountain was a little far from Devil Head City. However, with the reinforcement of the demonic ship, they arrived at a place that was half a day's journey away from Devil Destruction Mountain. Of course, it was impossible for them to directly head towards the Devil Destruction Mountain. If they were to approach Devil Destruction Mountain openly, they would not be able to do so. Even if they were here to catch the fake venerable sovereign, it would definitely raise the vigilance of the Dark Palace. Half a day's walking distance was just right. After the Demon Highness got off the demon ship, he led the demon guards and rushed into the castle town to capture the fake venerable sovereigns. It caused a huge commotion. On the other side, dressed in long black robes, the veiled trio had already stealthily headed in the direction of Devil Destruction Mountain. It was already dusk when they arrived at the castle where they had captured the fake sovereign city. When they finally arrived at Devil Destruction Mountain, the sky was already dark, and the blood-red moon hung in the sky, as if it was dyed with fresh blood. The blood-colored moonlight made Devil Destruction Mountain appear sinister and treacherous. It was as if the entire mountain range was covered in a layer of faint blood-colored light. The Demon Destruction Mountain is known as the land of extreme negative energy in the demon domain. The Devil Hall's voice was cold as he spoke in a low voice. Very few people would come here, so there will definitely be many dangers along the way. Don't cause too much of a commotion. These words were obviously directed at Yiqing Luo. Yiqing Luo nodded with a beaming smile as she held Dmo Xian's arm tightly with both hands. "I will follow my husband well and will not drag you down." The Devil Hall looked at her coldly as he led the way in front. The Devil Destruction Mountain, which was known as the land of extreme negative energy, was indeed surrounded by yin qi. And this yin qi was different from ordinary yin qi. It was a kind of hair-raising feeling, as if the entire body was filled with a cold yin qi. An even more exaggerated description would be like numerous venomous snakes, entangling their bodies and drilling into their bodies. Yiqing Luo acutely sensed it. This yin qi was mixed with an undetectable, profound yin qi. Seventh Miss who likes trash. Lord Overlord, please collect it gently. Seventh Miss who likes trash. Lord Overlord, please collect it gently. Chapter 51-29. Although it was very light, however, it was indeed the aura of mysterious yin qi. However, he was unable to determine the source of the mysterious yin qi from this faint aura. Yiqing Luo's long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly, as her little hand, which was tightly clasped with Dmo Xian, pinched him. Dmo Xian lowered his eyes and met her gaze. Apparently, Dmo Xian had already detected this trace of profound yin qi. The presence of dark yin qi meant that there were indeed traces of the tenebrous palace in this demon destruction mountain. At the very least, the demon hall did not lie. At a time like this, why are you still looking at each other affectionately? The demon palace lowered his voice and said coldly, the entire mountain could be the territory of the palace of gloomy darkness. We have to be careful at all times. Yiqing Luo nodded smilingly. All right, no problem. The demon hall felt like it had punched cotton. When faced with the young girl, all the mockery felt as if it couldn't hurt her at all. On the contrary, she was infuriated. Devil Hall kept his emotions in check, and couldn't be bothered to look at the two people in front of him. He turned and entered the Devil Destruction Mountain. Yiqing Luo felt that Devil Destruction Mountain's environment was extremely strange. The entire mountain range was filled with lush forests and trees. The trees were luxuriant and intertwined with each other. The scarlet moonlight cast mottled silhouettes through the branches and leaves, making the scene look somewhat strange. But on the lush mountain range, it was full of vitality. But Yiqing Luo totally didn't sense any signs of life. Yes, the entire Devil Destruction Mountain did not have a trace of life. Instead, it emitted a bone-chilling aura of death. Mixed with the yin qi, there was a sense of déjà vu that made one's scalp tingle. There was something strange about this mountain. They sneaked all the way into the depths of the mountain. The deeper they went in, Yiqing Luo could feel that the yin qi was so dense that it almost drowned her. No matter how prepared she was, at this moment, her delicate body could not help but tremble slightly. What the hell is this place? Had she stepped into the rhythm of hell? How could there be such dense yin qi? Yiqing Luo stuffed herself into Dmo Xian's arms. Hugging her Xian, her body warmed up a little. Dmo Xian naturally detected Yiqing Luo's abnormality at the first instance. He looked down at the person in his arms and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Profound qi spread from his palm and poured into the girl's body. Take out the jade pendant that Feng Liqiong gave you. Dmo Xian whispered into her ear. That jade pendant. When she had just arrived in the divine world, Feng Liqiong had specially asked Ji Wuhua to put it on her because she couldn't withstand the spiritual energy of the divine world. She had always been wearing that jade pendant. Yiqing Luo hooked out that piece of jade from her neck. The man's hand gently held one of her hands. Yiqing Luo only felt a chill on her fingertip. Then, a drop of blood fell on the jade pendant. The warm dark force wrapped around her fingertip. She couldn't feel the slightest bit of pain in her fingers before she was pitifully taken into the man's palm. The jade pendant that was stained with a drop of blood instantly absorbed the drop of blood. Yiqing Luo keenly sensed that the jade pendant vibrated in her palm. There seemed to be a surge of dark light. The next moment, her body was completely covered by the light of the jade pendant. The dense yin qi in the surroundings totally didn't affect her at all. It was as if she had been completely separated from the aura of the Devil Destruction Mountain. This jade pendant, It could actually be used in this way. Yiqing Luo stared at the jade pendant in her palm as her eyes revealed a faint smile. That little uncle of hers was really a person who was hard on the mouth but soft on the heart. He had obviously said that he had delayed her existence because of Feng Go. Seventh Miss Who Likes Trash. Overlord, please be gentler with your love. Seventh Miss Who Likes Trash. Overlord, please be gentler with your love. Chapter 5130. But every single time, he would still stand on her uncle's side, thinking for her sake. Even when she had just arrived at God Realm. They had never interacted before. But in order for her to be safe and sound in God Realm, he placed this jade pendant on her. What are you trying to do now? In front, Demon Palace was already several hundred meters away from them. When she heard that no one was following her, she turned her head and saw the both of them standing on the same spot. She suppressed her anger and turned back. Her sinister beautiful eyes looked at Yiqing Luo impolitely. We've only walked halfway and you can't take it anymore? Such a delicate girl, you should have waited in the Demon Palace castle right from the start. Why are you dragging us down? Yiqing Luo glanced at Demon Palace. Looking at Demon Palace's expression and the way he looked at her. As though he didn't notice the profound glow on her. In that case, the light on her body, only she could see it? That would be the best. Otherwise, the flickering profound light on her body would easily expose her position. The longer we walk in the forest, the higher the chances of being exposed. Demon Palace saw that the both of them didn't respond and her tone turned colder. If you don't really want to infiltrate the Palace of Darkness's secret forces to settle the matter, we can go back now. I'll pamper you, you can be delicate. The man's expression was calm, his voice was cold. This sentence made Demon Palace stunned for a moment before she realized that he was replying to her previous sentence, the humiliation towards the young lady. Demon Palace's expression sunk instantly. Dmo Xian hugged the young lady again as he walked forward. Demon Palace's expression twisted for a while before she clenched her fists tightly as she followed up angrily and unwillingly. Along the way, nothing was said. Dmo Xian couldn't be bothered with Demon Palace, while Demon Palace was infuriated. Yiqing Luo, on the other hand, was researching the profound glow on her body. She was so happy with it that she had no time to tease Demon Palace. They continued walking forward for another hour or so. The surrounding dense forest became more and more lush. The ground was covered with countless vines and weeds. There was no place for one to step on. It looked as though it had been barren for a long time and no one had stepped on it. After all, it was a place with extreme negative energy. Generally speaking, no one from the Devil Domain would run to the deepest part of Devil Destruction Mountain. Yiqing Luo surveyed the surroundings. He could sense that the aura of death in the surroundings had grown denser. There was not the slightest bit of the vitality of nature, which was lush with leaves and overgrown with weeds. Energy lingered above his head. Dmo Xian narrowed his eyes. There's an array in front. After passing through the formation, we will arrive at the secret force of the Gloomy Palace. The demonic palace stopped, however. Outside the formation, there is usually a team of Deathsworn from the Palace of Gloomy Darkness guarding it. She paused for a moment, and the expression on her face became somewhat complicated. Those death warriors are very strange. They're impervious to swords and spears, impervious to fire and water. Most importantly, they can't be killed at all. Yiqing Luo instantly knew what the Devil Palace was referring to. That was a real death army, an army of corpses. Previously, she had found a way to deal with the undead army. The Palace of Gloomy Darkness no longer used this kind of corpse secret technique. Who would have thought that it would actually appear here? He used the undead army to guard the outer perimeter of the formation. Looks like the Palace of the Gloomy Abyss really valued this secret power. These death warriors are extremely sharp and possess extraordinary strength. The demonic palace didn't know that Yiqing Luo and the others knew the ability of the death warriors. As they continued on, Just in case, let's split up. Yiqing Luo glanced sideways at the demonic palace as her long and narrow eyes rose slightly, as her lips curled into an ambiguous arc. All right. Chapter 51:31. Seeing Yiqing Luo's straightforward reply, Devil Palace's brows creased. This young lady had probably been spoiled rotten by her husband and totally didn't know about the current situation? The reason why she said, act separately, was to intentionally let Yiqing Luo know that if she was alone, she totally had no ability to protect herself. What she wanted to see was Mu Yu revealing a terrified expression, hugging Chao Yun tightly and acting coquettishly, not willing to separate. But she had not expected the other party to agree readily. Indeed, a young lady who was ignorant of worldly affairs. Devil Palace laughed coldly to herself. She wanted to see if Mu Yu would be the first one to be discovered and caught by the Palace of Darkness after they split up. In case Chao Yun stopped her, Devil Palace rushed to speak first. This palace's suggestion to split up isn't really to split up, but to set off from one end to avoid being discovered by the Death Warriors. Moreover, if we split up, if one of us is discovered by the Death Warriors, the other two can still think of a way to rescue him. As she said that, she looked at Dmo Xian. Of course, we can't split up too much. Do you have any objections? Devil Palace's words were obviously asking for Dmo Xian's opinion. The man's seemingly obedient and harmless face was calm. His clear blue eyes casually glanced at the Demon Palace, and then moved away without a care in the world. Finally, it fell onto the young lady. His gaze softened in an instant. His dark red lips moved slightly as he replied indifferently, "My wife will make the decision." Devil Palace. Another mouthful of dog food. Yiqing Luo winked at him as she beamed. What Lord Devil Hall said is very forceful. If the three of us are together, if we're discovered by the Death Warriors, then we'll be wiped out at the same time. If we were to split up, it would reduce the chances of being discovered. She held Dmo Xian's hand and said, I'll be careful, husband, don't worry. Dmo Xian nodded his head slightly and without giving the Devil's Palace another glance, he walked straight ahead. Yiqing Luo also skipped towards another direction. By the time Devil Palace reacted, she was the only one left. Devil Palace stared at the direction where Yiqing Luo left as his fists clenched tightly as his sinister beautiful eyes shot out sharply. Next year today would be Mu Yu's death anniversary. Although Yiqing Luo and Dmo Xian were acting separately, in reality, after the two of them left the Demon Hall, they had already quietly met up. What a joke! This was a place that hid the greatest secret of the Dark Palace. How could Dmo Xian possibly allow her to act alone? What he said just now was just him purposely ignoring the Demon Hall. As for the Demon Hall, Yiqing Luo didn't trust him. Who knew if the Devil Hall had intentionally lured the two of them here? No matter what the Demonic Palace's goal was, she didn't trust the Demon Hall at all. Therefore, splitting up was the best choice. Most importantly, she had the teleportation secret technique. There was no need to be as careful as the Demon Hall. The place where the two of them met was only a few dozen steps away from the formation. Yiqing Luo could clearly feel the lingering profound yin qi around her. This formation. It was a forbidden spell formation. Yiqing Luo really couldn't understand where did the Palace of Secluded Darkness got their hands on so many messy forbidden arts. Was he not afraid that he would be punished by the heavenly Tao for defying the heavens too much? Forget it, let's not count on the heavenly Tao. Previously, that so-called peace envoy said something about maintaining the realm's balance and restricting the realm. In the end, didn't he meet with some huge incident and disappeared without a trace? Chapter 51:32. It was better to rely on herself. Rather than rely on anyone, she might as well rely on herself. Amen. And her Xian Yiqing Luo hugged Dmo Xian's arm as she looked at the array in front. Inside the array, a thin mist pervaded. She could faintly see a few people standing upright in the middle of the array. No, they couldn't be called as people. Just their outer appearance, shrouded in a black robe, standing upright in their designated place, like a scarecrow, not moving at all. Yiqing Luo knew. That was the dead body army. Once the both of them took half a step closer to the array. Those corpses which were like scarecrows would definitely attack them together. Yiqing Luo pinched Dmo Xian's arm. Can you use the blink movement secret art to bypass the array directly? Dmo Xian glanced sideways as his slender fingers pinched her delicate nose. This array is a little strange. If you use the blink movement secret art rashly, there is a possibility of falling into the array, and it will still alarm those corpses. His vision looked towards the array, then he released the hand which was holding the young lady's waist. Let me try. Yiqing Luo walked behind him, with a fangirl look. In fact, she didn't have the time to see clearly what Dmo Xian did. She only saw. Her man took a step forward. After that, the bamboo-colored brocade robe fluttered without any wind, making a fluttering sound. And then, she could only see that bamboo-colored robe, as hazy as green smoke, or as though pieces of green bamboo broke out from the ground, growing rapidly. She even smelled a fresh bamboo fragrance. After that, the next moment, her waist was locked by the man, and the man's deep voice floated down from above. All right, next. I'll have to trouble my wife. This was it? What on earth happened earlier? Why did it end before she could appreciate her Xian's heroic bearing? Her forehead was poked by the man's slender fingers. Why are you in a daze? Yiqing Luo blinked, staring at Dmo Xian. Are you doing it on purpose, not wanting me to see how powerful you are? When the man heard that, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. That obedient and harmless face made one feel even more pity for him. Between his azure blue eyes, there seemed to be ripples of water that were slowly spreading. Yiqing Luo bumped her face against his chest. This man was trying to seduce her again. Oh, she just had to fall for this trick. Even if his face was a face that had been disguised. But because it was her, he couldn't resist it no matter what. Yiqing Luo resigned herself to her fate and wrapped her arms around the man's tight waist. Then, he teleported. Two figures instantly leaped into the formation. The formation was still surrounded by a thin mist that gradually swallowed the two figures. No one noticed. The moment the girl's figure entered the formation, around her neck, her fingers, her wrists, and her ears, suddenly a faint light shone. It was extremely faint and fleeting. When the blink movement secret art settled down, Yiqing Luo sensed that something was amiss. She subconsciously wanted to tighten her grip around Nan Rao's arm. But he grabbed nothing. Her expression froze. Xian? In the surroundings, there was no sign of Dmo Xian at all. Not only did she not see Dmo Xian, the place she was in now was also an illusory darkness. The surrounding was like a solidified thick black fog. This kind of darkness was different from the darkness in the dark. She could clearly see the thick black fog around her. But there were large patches of darkness, which made her feel like she was imprisoned in the darkness. She couldn't see the road ahead clearly. This place, what was this place? Why were she and Xian separated? Chapter 51-33. Lass. Suddenly, a familiar and gentle voice rang in her mind. This voice made Yiqing Luo surprised. Old Man Tsang? Old Man Tsang, who had been cutting off contact, could actually sense her now. Yiqing Luo raised her wrist and looked at the azure dew bracelet. What's going on? I couldn't contact you during this period of time. Old Man Tsang's tone was filled with worry. Did something happen? Yiqing Luo succinctly explained that she couldn't contact him after she reached the Devil Domain. And the reason why she appeared here was explained. Old Man Tsang muttered to himself for a moment. His tone was solemn. Your situation, there's a possibility. You and the Overlord were involved in a different array. Different array? Yiqing Luo frowned. But that array, Xian had already dealt with it? Maybe it's an array within an array. Old Man Tsang couldn't be sure. Of course, the array within the array doesn't mean The array within the array, it's all done by the Palace of Darkness. Yiqing Luo understood the deeper meaning in his words. What you mean is, this place originally had an array, and the Palace of Darkness had covered it with another array. And the array that Xian resolved just now, only resolved the Palace of Darkness array? You can explain it that way. Old Man Tsong's tone was solemn. An array that even the Overlord didn't detect, it's definitely not simple. Be careful. Which meant, she and Dmo Xian were involved in another array. And that array separated her and Dmo Xian. This array was set up by the Palace of Darkness? Or, even the Palace of Darkness didn't know about it? Or, the array set up by the Palace of Darkness on the surface was actually to conceal this array? The more Yiqing Luo thought, the more she felt that things weren't simple. And there was another thing that made her feel strange was, after being involved in this array, she and Old Man Tsong could actually contact each other. However, the battle pets in the pet space were still as quiet as a dead silence, still unable to sense the existence of the battle pet. So, in this array, only the Azure Dew bracelet regained its connection with her. This place, I've never seen it before. Old Man Tsong carefully sensed the surrounding atmosphere, and this black fog gives me an extremely evil feeling. Evil? Yiqing Luo was stunned. Are you sure? I'm not sure. Old Man Tsong sighed softly. The aura here is too strange. This old man has an ominous premonition. He had just finished his sentence. Yiqing Luo's heart suddenly thumped. Then, her feet left the ground, and her whole body fell weightlessly. The falling speed was extremely fast. Yiqing Luo could only hear the whistling sound of the wind. She even took the opportunity to look down. Below them, there was a huge whirlpool, and huge waves were swirling around them. Within the vortex, a thick layer of condensed black fog covered it. That solidified feeling. It made Yiqing Luo feel that when she fell into the whirlpool, she would be badly injured. The thick, majestic black mist made the atmosphere and environment even more terrifying and gloomy. Yiqing Luo also felt. The black fog below seemed to have stretched out a pair of long hands, grabbed her feet, and pulled her into the whirlpool. What the F***ck was going on? Following Yiqing Luo's inner howl of rage, her whole body fell into the whirlpool. Chapter 5134. The stifling pain in her chest made Yiqing Luo feel that it was difficult to breathe. The stifling feeling made her eyelids heavier, and that icy cold big palm that grabbed her feet kept twisting upwards, as if it was imprisoning her tightly. The icy cold touch was like a needle, piercing into her body. It was so painful that she wanted to groan out, but she couldn't make any sound between her breath. Yiqing Luo tried hard to maintain her consciousness, but that cold bone-piercing, evil and malicious yin qi made her unable to resist at all. Vaguely, she heard Old Man Tsong's urgent call. She could even feel it. On her body, the jade pendant's profound light shield was constantly contending against that yin qi. Yiqing Luo was like being squeezed between two kinds of forces, not knowing how long she had fallen. The strong suction force finally stopped. It was at this moment. A huge force filled her limbs and bones. This surge of power was completely sudden. Yiqing Luo didn't have time to react and suddenly felt pain all over her body. Finally she couldn't bear it. Her pink lips opened and spat out a painful cry. And it was this cry that came out. She suddenly opened her eyes and sat down weakly on the rain. What entered her eyes was not the thick black from before, but a dazzling white, like a bright light, piercing straight into her eyes. Yiqing Luo raised her hand in pain and blocked the white light, until she adapted to this light. She then slowly stood up from the ground. She was now in a huge. Yiqing Luo wasn't sure what kind of building was in front of her, or it was like an extremely old castle. So old. Even the castle's gate was an oval stone gate. What was this place? Yiqing Luo looked around vigilantly. White light shrouded the floating. There was only this castle in front of her. There was nothing else in all directions. Moreover, the surrounding atmosphere was a little cold and damp. He could feel waves of cold wind sweeping past his bare feet. It seemed like something was touching her feet. Yiqing Luo tentatively took a step forward. The sound of water splashing could be heard from beneath his feet. Startled, she looked down. Only then did he realize that he was standing on a vast expanse of white water. Every step she took, the water rippled and spread out in all directions. She was stunned and somewhat shocked. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. Why do I feel like the castle was calling to her, enticing her? It was as if there was an inexplicable attraction that made her want to head towards the castle unconsciously. That castle, what secrets were they hiding? Yiqing Luo pressed her aching brows as she took a look at the castle and looked at the vast expanse of white surroundings, as well as the rippling lake surface beneath her feet. It seemed that she could only head towards the castle in front. No matter what secrets were hidden in that castle. Or was there any danger? It was better than standing here and waiting for death. He didn't know when the lake would go crazy. If he couldn't stand up, he would drown in the lake. She had to think of a way to leave this illusory array. If she and Ah Xian separated, Ah Xian would definitely be anxious. Yiqing Luo clenched her slender fingers as her narrow eyes fixed on the castle in front for a moment. Finally, she took a step and headed towards the castle. Chapter 51-35. Such a huge castle was emitting a desolate and silent atmosphere. Just as she neared the stone door, she could feel a strong malicious intent coming from within. Yiqing Luo's footsteps halted. Lass, something is wrong with this castle. That strong malice was really too chilling. Yiqing Luo pursed her red lips. Her intuition had always been very sharp. Although she could feel the malicious intent, but she inexplicably felt. This intent wasn't targeted at her. Instead it felt. An inexplicable attraction was attracting her to step into the castle. This feeling made Yiqing Luo's heart feel uneasy. What exactly was hidden in this castle? Was it the secluded palace's scheme? Or something else? Yiqing Luo's thoughts were in a whirl. Finally, her figure flashed as she displayed her teleportation secret technique and entered the castle. The white light flickered, but she didn't see the young lady's figure. After Yiqing Luo entered the castle, she began to study the layout and topography of the castle. Her line of sight wandered around quickly. She originally thought that there must be something hidden in this castle. But after one round, there wasn't a single human presence in this castle. Not a single living thing could be seen. Only the cold yin qi that came from all directions corroded her breathing. This castle was huge. It was so huge that Yiqing Luo spent an entire hour before she could remember all the topography in her mind. Finally, she stood in the middle of the castle, in the largest and most spacious main hall. The deathly silent atmosphere didn't slow down because of her arrival. On the contrary, the atmosphere was even stronger. Outside of this cold yin qi, Yiqing Luo hadn't noticed anything strange. No, this castle's malicious intent is too strong, and the yin qi is not something that can be formed overnight. Old Man Tsang's tone was solemn and vigilant. Lass, don't let your guard down. Yiqing Luo frowned slightly as she replied, I know. Her words had just ended. Her vision fell onto her wrist. Earlier, she didn't seem to be hallucinating. The moment Old Man Tsang opened his mouth to remind her, the azure dew bracelet inexplicably burned her hand. Although it was very slight, but she still felt it. Old Man Tsang, do you feel it? Yiqing Luo clenched her fist tightly as she stared at the azure dew bracelet. Old Man Tsang was confused. Feel what? As soon as he opened his mouth, the azure dew bracelet burned again. However, Old Man Tsang clearly did not notice. Yiqing Luo's fingertips rested on the azure dew bracelet. Her long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly. The azure dew bracelet to this place. There was a reaction. Yiqing Luo told this discovery to Old Man Tsang. Old Man Tsang was somewhat surprised. As the guardian spirit of the Azure Dew bracelet, he didn't feel the slightest bit of strangeness. Yiqing Luo muttered to herself for a moment, "Why don't you come out in your spiritual form? Perhaps your spiritual form will be able to sense this castle." This castle that appeared out of nowhere. It was impossible for it to be like what it seemed on the surface. There were no creatures at all. There must be something hidden behind this castle. "I'll give it a try." Following Old Man Tsang's words, a wisp of white smoke lingered above Yiqing Luo's head. The white-bearded, white-browed, white-robed old man circled around her twice in a transparent manner. Old Man Tsang was about to speak. Suddenly, his expression froze. That white smoke-like spiritual form fiercely flew towards the center of the main hall, towards a black iron mirror hanging on the wall. "Old Man Tsang!" Yiqing Luo immediately flew up and stretched out her hand to pull Old Man Tsang. Her finger passed through Old Man Tsang's body. And Old Man Tsang absorbed the black mirror at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 5136. Yiqing Luo didn't have time to think and pounced towards the direction where Old Man Tsang disappeared. The moment she was sucked into the black mirror, on Yiqing Luo's body, all the vast aqua divine armaments were emitting a dazzling glow. The light from the Azure Dew artifacts formed a line of intertwining light that enveloped Yiqing Luo. Then, all the light rushed towards the Azure Dew bracelet on Yiqing Luo's wrist. Yiqing Luo suddenly felt her chest was heavy, as if there were countless forces squeezing her internal organs. At the same time, she could sense a strong sense of malice. It was getting closer and more obvious. Yiqing Luo's gaze followed Old Man Tsang's spiritual body closely, her fingers pressed on the Azure Dew bracelet, desperately calling Old Man Tsang back. But the moment she entered the black mirror, Yiqing Luo was stunned. What entered her eyes was still the main hall of the ancient castle. The exact same main hall. Even the furnishings and decorations were exactly the same. The only difference was in the center of the main hall, a dense black light gathered. That black light was extremely dazzling. Old Man Tsang was currently suspended above the black light, unable to move. However, there was only doubt on Old Man Tsang's face, no expression of pain. "Old Man Tsang, are you all right?" Yiqing Luo worriedly asked. "I'm fine, just can't move." Old Man Tsang tried to move his spiritual body, but his limbs seemed to be pressed by something heavy, making him only float in the air. Yiqing Luo pursed her pink lips. Her gaze fell on the black light wrapped around Old Man Tsang's limbs. She could clearly see in that ball of black light, which was below Old Man Tsang, a figure was faintly discernible. The black light was too dazzling, but it couldn't escape the density. She could barely see clearly that the figure was bent over, head hung low, as if powerless in the black light. Who was this person? Yiqing Luo congealed her eyes and looked over seriously. At the same time, the black light rippled, revealing that figure. That was a man. A man dressed in a black robe had his head lowered, hanging there powerlessly. His messy long hair covered his face. What attracted Yiqing Luo's attention was, the man's limbs were bound by huge iron chains. The ends of the chains bound the man's limbs. On the other side, there was a black light hidden in the void. Yiqing Luo could even see that in that black glow in the void, numerous iron chains were intertwined, as though they were trying to bind the man completely within. Yiqing Luo stared at that man in a daze as she was still in a daze. The secret hidden in this ancient castle was probably the man in the black iron mirror, because she could clearly feel it. The strong malice she had sensed all this time. It was coming from the man's body. Although the man seemed to be unconscious, however, the killing intent and malice on his body could not be concealed. Furthermore, why would this man attract Old Man Tsang's spiritual body? Last look. Vast water divine artifact. Old Man Tsang's shocked voice called Yiqing Luo back from her contemplation. She composed herself, raised her hand, and lowered her eyes to look at the azure water's silk chain on her wrist. He could see the azure water ring and the azure water chain intertwining with each other, as well as the other azure water's divine artifact's power, all surged towards the azure water's bracelet. What's going on? Yiqing Luo looked at the azure water's bracelet that was being irrigated by the divine artifact's power, and was somewhat stunned. This was the first time she had seen such a situation. Azure water's divine artifact seems to be related to this array. Old Man Tsang said. Trash 7th young mistress. Lord Dizun, please be gentler with your love. Trash 7th young mistress. Lord Dizun, please be gentler with your love. Chapter 5137. And the connection was huge. This was the first time the Azure Aqua Divine Relic had such a big reaction. So, Old Man Tsang would be imprisoned in this black glow. Was it also because of this reason? Wait, Yiqing Luo was startled. Array! Yes, this is an array. Old Man Tsang's expression was very solemn, half squinting his eyes, dangerous and deep. The person below, those iron chains wrapped around his body, forming a pattern. It is a complicated array. Old Man Tsang paused. His tone became even heavier. Moreover, it is an extremely ancient array, so ancient that, at least during the era of the Divine Emperor, it could only be set up. This array is sealing this man. Is it a seal? Yiqing Luo frowned slightly, her charming eyes fixated on the man in the black glow. There was a strange feeling in her heart. Why, that man seemed to be beckoning her to walk over. Obviously, his whole body was emitting a thick malicious intent. But Yiqing Luo still felt that kind of malicious intent couldn't affect her at all. He didn't want to hurt her. Yiqing Luo's pale little hand pressed on her heart. Her slender brows, knitted even tighter, wrinkling into a ball. Why would she have this kind of feeling? Was it that man who was sealed? Up to mischief? Yiqing Luo suppressed the impulse in her heart, then bit by bit, she approached the man a few steps. Closer and closer. On her wrist, that blossoming cherry blossom azure aqua bracelet, flashing with the power of the divine weapon, became stronger and stronger. Whoosh! A ball of profound light like a raging flame suddenly gushed out, instantly spreading over the entire castle's main hall. In a split second, the main hall was shrouded in a layer of strong red light. At the same time, the strong red light easily dispersed the thick black glow around the man's body. Under the red light, like a raging fire, in the black light, revealed the man's hanging figure. She could also clearly see, under the cover of that messy long hair, half of his side profile. Yiqing Luo didn't know how she should describe the feeling after seeing the man clearly. From the man's body, Yiqing Luo only felt a kind of bone-piercing cold aura, and also carried a thick malicious intent, pouncing on her. Just like this man carried too much blood and slaughter on his back. Only then could it create such a deep and dense yin-chi. Yiqing Luo could only see the man's side profile. However, one could tell that the man was very handsome. However, under the crisscrossing of the red and black lights, his skin seemed a little cold and pale. Who was this man? Why would it be sealed here by a formation? Yiqing Luo also asked this question. Old Man Tsang moved his head with some difficulty and looked down. I don't know either. I've never seen this kind of black light before, and the aura emanating from the man's body. It was also very unfamiliar. Yiqing Luo glanced at her wrist. Her slender fingers lightly touched the azure dew bracelet. The petals were like blooming cherry blossoms, contrasting perfectly with the girl's fair skin. She pursed her lips and said, I have a guess. Old Man Tsang, Azure dew bracelet. Can it undo this formation? Yiqing Luo hesitated for a moment, but still said it out. Old Man Tsang was silent for a moment. The Azure Dew artifact's reaction is indeed very strong. Even I have no way to control my spiritual body to return to the Azure Dew bracelet. It's very possible that this formation is attracting the Azure Dew artifact's power. Trash 7th young miss. Overlord, please be gentle. Trash 7th young miss. Overlord, please be gentle. 44,143 Dextal. Chapter 5138. So, this ancient castle had been sending her a summoning signal. It was hope. Could she use the Azure Dew artifact to undo his seal? That meant this man could possibly have consciousness. With this thought, Yiqing Luo's gaze towards the man became a bit more probing. She took another step towards the man and opened her mouth. You can hear me, right? The man in the crisscrossing black and red light didn't move at all. He is sealed here by the array, so he should have no consciousness and can't hear. Old Man Tsang opened his mouth to explain. The words just left his mouth. An extremely intense malicious intent, carrying an irresistible oppressive force, directly struck towards Yiqing Luo. Within the malicious intent, killing intent burst forth. But Yiqing Luo didn't feel vigilant against that killing intent, or a feeling that made her whole body tremble. That was the man's aura. He indeed had consciousness. Old Man Tsang obviously felt this feeling. His illusory body, under this kind of harsh aura, actually began to sway like it was being blown away by the wind. A pained expression appeared on his face. Yiqing Luo's expression tightened as she urgently opened her mouth. If you can hear me, first let go of Old Man Tsang's spirit body. That aura didn't move. On the contrary, Old Man Tsang's body became increasingly illusory. Don't you want me to help? This is your attitude when you want me to help? Yiqing Luo clenched her fists tightly as she nervously looked at Old Man Tsang, and then looked towards the man. Let go of Old Man Tsang, and let him return to the Azure Dew bracelet. The young girl's voice was already tainted with some anger. That malicious, harsh aura, after pausing for a moment. It slowly retracted back. Then, Old Man Tsang's figure fell down from midair. Old Man Tsang. Yiqing Luo quickly raised her hand and let Old Man Tsang return to the Azure Dew bracelet. Almost at the moment when the black light released Old Man Tsang, Old Man Tsang's figure returned to the Azure Dew bracelet. His voice was a bit weak. I'm fine, I'll be fine after resting in the bracelet. This man needs my help and temporarily won't do anything to me. Moreover, he's sealed, so he shouldn't be able to do anything to me. Yiqing Luo comforted. You rest first, I'll probe his background. Judging from the commotion just now, the man was obviously conscious, and he could hear Yiqing Luo's words. She stared vigilantly at the man and the giant chains wrapped around his body. She spoke again. Your formation needs the vast water divine artifact to undo it, right? I have the vast water divine artifact, and only I alone can activate its power. Following her words, the malice surrounding her seemed to want to swallow her whole. However, he was also trying his best to suppress his killing intent. Yiqing Luo's expression remained unchanged as she continued, If you want me to help you, I can. However, as a condition for helping you, you should also show your sincerity. The malicious intent was even more ferocious than before. Yiqing Luo could even hear the sound of howling wind in her ears. It was as if a person was roaring angrily beside her ear. This man didn't seem to have a good temper. I need to communicate with you. What can I do? She couldn't always feel his malicious intent and guess the meaning he was expressing. She hadn't lit up that kind of skill. This kind of communication was totally unworkable. After Yiqing Luo's voice fell, the malicious intent surrounding her subsided. As if it was silent. Trash 7th young miss. Overlord, please be gentle. Trash 7th young miss. Overlord, please be gentle. 44,143 Dextal. Chapter 5139. About the time it took to burn half a stick of incense, Yiqing Luo felt there was an extremely strong attraction in front of her, constantly attracting her, calling her to come closer. This was, the man was calling her? Yiqing Luo pursed her lips, her eyes cold and stern, secretly guessing the man's intentions. She suppressed the attraction surging in her chest. While looking down, she concentrated on the azure dew bracelet on her wrist. The power of the divine artifact was dazzling, the red flames burning like a raging fire. Yi Qing Luo's brain quivered. You mean, you want me to use the azure dew bracelet to get close to you? Strong malice floated and lingered, as if responding to Yi Qing Luo's question. Yi Qing Luo stood in the same place without moving. Her fingertips lightly stroked the azure dew bracelet, her pink lips slightly raised. How can I believe you? Intense malice surged forth once again, as if it was about to erupt in anger. Yi Qing Luo still smiled, but the smile did not reach the bottom of her eyes. The azure dew artifact is the key to unlocking this formation. You want me to use the azure dew bracelet to get close to you. What if I unravel your formation and you want to kill me? Who am I going to cry to? She very rationally analyzed. So, from my point of view, I can't let myself be in extreme danger and unable to save myself. Now you are the one asking for my help, your attitude. Better be a little more respectful. The surging malice was thick and deep. It made Yi Qing Luo feel like her breathing was being choked. But the next moment, that surging malice dispersed. Like a compromise, Yi Qing Luo's taut heartstrings relaxed. Sure enough, she guessed correctly. The other party right now urgently needed someone to help him unravel the formation. And she was the suitable candidate. The man was anxious to unravel the formation and regain his freedom. He absolutely would not easily anger her. Otherwise, the man would not need to go through so many ways to summon her here. Yi Qing Luo glanced at the azure dew bracelet, then slowly stepped into the intersecting black and red lights, which was beside the man. She was very careful not to touch the huge iron chains that bound the man. And this formation did not have any intention of stopping her from approaching. Just like that, very easily, simply, stood beside the man. At close range, Yi Qing Luo could clearly see the man's appearance. Only then did she see clearly, on the man's head, there were two inconspicuous protrusions. Yi Qing Luo stared at it carefully and stretched out her hand to touch it. It was a little hard, and its shape looked like something like a horn. However, he couldn't tell what kind of horn it was. This man was not human? Yi Qing Luo was rather astonished as she stared at the man from head to toe. When she pinched the horn on the man's head, the malice of the tyrannical aura that she had been suppressing once again surged up. Yi Qing Luo retracted her hand. If you don't allow me to touch, then so be it. Why are you so fierce? I'm just curious about what's growing on your head. The tyrannical malice surrounded her body, giving her a kind of gloomy pressure before slowly dispersing. Yi Qing Luo raised her fair hand. His slender, jade-like fingers, under the crisscrossing red and black light, looked like translucent jade. She moved slightly. The power of the vast water divine artifact slowly seeped into the man's body through her fingertips. Dong! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Bang! The huge chains hit the ground, making a dull sound. Boom! The iron chains swayed incessantly, as if venting some kind of emotion. Trash 7th young miss. Overlord, please be gentle. Trash 7th young miss. Overlord, please be gentle. 44,143 Dextal. Chapter 5140. In the surrounding void of black light, those crisscrossing iron chains began to collide violently. The hurricane swept and the yin-chi spread. The strong malicious intent was like a bloody mouth opened wide, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it let out a clamorous roar. Yi Qing Luo was shaken so much that she took a step back, raising her eyes to look at the man with vigilance. She should be glad that this castle seemed to be frozen. Other than the surrounding black light that would float, there was nothing else. So when the hurricane swept, she was only filled with yin-chi and malicious cold wind, directly blowing towards her face. It wasn't like those kinds of big moves after the formation was activated, like flying sand and gravel all over the sky, or whatever tornado sweeping. After Yi Qing Luo stabilized herself, her long and narrow eyes narrowed dangerously. After that, Her fingertips moved. A raging flame feather fan appeared from the palm of her hand. Her nimble fingers moved slightly. The raging flame red light instantly gathered towards the glower flame fan. Even the power of the divine weapon that had seeped into the man's body also turned back at an extremely fast speed. Clatter, clatter. The huge iron chain swayed crazily, as if in the next moment it would split open. Even in the void of black light, the complex intertwining iron chain swayed incessantly, as if it was angry about something. Yiqing Luo's red lips curled up in a mocking and sarcastic manner. Her charming eyes looked at the man with some traces of ridicule. This man, indeed, was trying to trick her. Luckily she kept an eye on him, knew that he needed to rely on the vast water divine weapons power to be able to break the seal. So in the beginning, she only injected a little, vast water divine weapons power to test him. As expected, he actually wanted to take the opportunity to directly devour her. Did he really think she was stupid? Looks like you don't need my help. Yiqing Luo's voice was icy cold, with a hint of sarcasm. And as Yiqing Luo drew out the last trace of the divine weapons power, that violently swaying iron chain finally stopped. Following that, there was a strong malicious intent surrounding her. Like a threat, like a warning. Yiqing Luo was expressionless and unmoved. She took 2 steps back until she was out of the range of the chains. Only then did she casually sit down cross-legged. I haven't even undone the seal, and you already want to take my life. If I help you undo the seal, do you think I can still live? She sneered. I don't trust you now, so the deal we made before is invalid. That intense malicious intent surged even more violently. The entire ball of dense black light wrapped around her body. However, before he could get close, the azure dew bracelet would gush out a fiery red light, directly blocking off the malicious corrosion. Yiqing Luo's lips curled upwards as she looked at the man with a gaze filled with ridicule. Still trying to act? I don't mind staying here to see how long you can keep up the act. She leisurely looked down at the glowing flame fan in her fingertip. Her slender and fair fingers held onto the glowing flame fan as she casually tapped it. She was completely unresponsive to the man's malice and the chilling aura. Until after the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Crash, the sound of the huge iron chain hitting the ground. A violent hurricane swept through the entire castle's main hall. First it was a very slight sound. Following that, it began to violently collide. Compared to earlier, when Yiqing Luo poured the divine weapon's power into the man, the sound was even louder. When did you find out? A bone-chilling voice, as if it came from hell, resounded through the main hall. Yiqing Luo listened to this voice and felt her hair stand on end. 7th Miss Who Likes Trash. Overlord, please be gentler with your love. 7th Miss Who Likes Trash. Overlord, please be gentler with your love. Chapter 51-41. She slowly raised her eyes. Her long and narrow eyes were filled with some mischievousness as she looked at the man who was restrained by the iron chain. Their eyes met. Yiqing Luo had a moment of astonishment. That was a pair of deep and cold, as if hiding the world's endless killing and sin, eyes. Black, extremely black. Evil, extremely evil. Evil, extremely evil. Just the 4 eyes met. Yiqing Luo felt that her body and mind, even her soul, seemed to have a cold current, spreading to her limbs and bones. It made her feel a kind of unbearable pressure. That man. The man who was restrained by the iron chain. Yiqing Luo also clearly saw that face hidden under the messy long hair. It was completely different from what she imagined. That could no longer be called a human face. The man's face, which was the side of his face that she saw at the beginning, was indeed handsome, sword-like brows raised, eyes full of malice, revealing the coldness of killing and sin. But, on the other side, it made one's hair stand. That side of the face was covered with black scales, one after another, densely covering half of the face. The color of his lips was not the red of a human, but a kind of purplish black, as if it was poisoned. Yiqing Luo's slender brows frowned slightly. No wonder you're the new owner of the vast water divine weapon. The man's cold voice rang. That pair of malicious eyes sized up Yiqing Luo. After seeing this lord's face, you can still maintain your composure. But you're really ugly and quite scary. Yiqing Luo objectively evaluated. The man laughed loudly, laughing so much that Yiqing Luo felt like the mountains were collapsing. Especially when he laughed, that half of the face full of black scales, twisted together, looking even more terrifying. You're the descendant of that woman, Fengge? After the man finished laughing, he stared at Yiqing Luo, sizing her up. It's been thousands of years, I don't know how many generations have passed, but you still look like that woman. This man really knew Fengge? That also meant this man, at least thousands of years ago, when her mother was still alive. Old monster. Yiqing Luo. She's my mother. The man's eyes, which were filled with malice, were momentarily stunned. Then he stared at Yiqing Luo, sizing her up from head to toe. Are you lying to me? I've read countless women, how could I not see that you're just a 15 or 16-year-old girl? Moreover, if you were that woman's daughter, would you be so weak? Yiqing Luo. It's up to you to believe or not. It was one thing to suspect that she wasn't her mother's daughter, but there was no need to attack her personally, right? The man stared at Yiqing Luo for quite some time. Even the chains on his 4 limbs kept shaking. Finally, they were able to ascertain Yiqing Luo's age. Thinking that Yiqing Luo was lying to him, he asked his doubts again. How did you know that I am actually conscious? Furthermore, it was so timely that it prevented me from devouring it. I guessed it. Yiqing Luo replied carelessly. The man frowned slightly, and the black scales on his palm gathered together again. You guessed it? At that time, she had made a solemn vow, confident that she would be able to drag it out with him. It was actually a guessed it? Yiqing Luo nodded. Just a casual guess. If you have really regained your consciousness, and I'm staring at you, after a long time, you won't be able to maintain a single movement. I didn't expect you to be so impatient. Then what if I actually haven't regained my consciousness? The man felt stuffy. 7th Miss who likes trash. Overlord, please be gentler with your love. 7th Miss who likes trash. Overlord, please be gentler with your love. Chapter 51-42. Yiqing Luo casually lifted her eyelids. If you don't, then so be it, it's just a waste of time. This seat can spend another 10,000 years here. You, a human, without any food here, can you outlast this seat? The malevolence in the man's eyes intensified. Yiqing Luo sneered at him. I'm not stupid, I'll wait for a while. If you really don't regain consciousness, I'll leave. Do you think, after entering here, you can still get out? The man sneered. Yiqing Luo raised her brows. If I don't try, how would I know? She indifferently leaned back and lazily lifted her eyelids. What's more, I've made the right bet, haven't I? The man's dark and gloomy face, that half of his face with black scales, seemed to have waves of scales floating. Heh. You're smart. You flatter me. Yiqing Luo bluntly admitted. The man's treacherous, murderous eyes began to scrutinize Yiqing Luo, bit by bit. Finally, it landed on her wrist. That azure dew bracelet with cherry blossoms, dazzling red light, like a burning fire. He said, What do you want, to help this seat to undo this array? Yiqing Luo tilted her head, opened a pair of innocent and harmless eyes and replied seriously, Earlier, if I wasn't smart, I'm afraid my azure dew artifact would have been swallowed by you. A person who wants my life, why should I save him? She blinked her eyes, which were as bright as the stars in the sky, and there was a harmless light circulating in them. She smiled. If it were you, would you be willing? A strong murderous aura suddenly rose from the man's body. That horrifying face also twisted into a horrifying expression. His poisoned purplish-black lips curled up sinisterly and said word by word coldly, "Feng family's descendant, you have no choice. You can only leave this place if you undo this hall's array, otherwise you will be trapped here with this seat." The man's malicious intent and the dense evil aura didn't affect the young lady in the slightest. The girl's eyes were calm. Her bright red lips curled up in a very casual manner. "It doesn't matter. I'll die if I save you, and I'll die if I don't. I might as well not save you. At least, if I die, you'll still be sealed." The man, this young girl, was simply a marvel. It was one thing for him to not be afraid of the evil aura he was emitting. His words could choke someone to death. Clearly, his attempt to forcefully devour the young girl's power had completely angered her. In the depths of the man's eyes, a whirlpool surged and then it stopped. The sound of the huge chains around him also became slightly softer. He patiently said, "Then, what do you want? This is how you should ask for help." The girl nodded in satisfaction. Her bright red lips curled into a gratified smile. "At the very least, you should show me your sincerity. You came here for the Divine Emperor's tomb, right?" The man was stating a fact, not a question. The smile on Yi-Ching Luo's face instantly froze. The Divine Emperor's tomb? What did the Divine Emperor's tomb and this array have to do with him? The man was keenly aware that the expression on the young girl's face was not right. He sneered. "That woman's descendant came here not to enter her tomb. Waste 7th Miss. Overlord, please be gentle. Waste 7th Miss. Overlord, please be gentle." 44,143 Dextal. Chapter 51-43. She's truly a failure. Even her descendants didn't think of paying their respects to her. "What did you say?" Yi-Ching Luo interrupted the man's sneer as she stared into his eyes and asked word by word, "This is the Divine Emperor's tomb?" The man's eyes, filled with malice, suddenly curved sinisterly. "Did I say that again?" Yi-Ching Luo's heart pounded wildly. Her fair and delicate fingers were tightly clenched. His palms were covered in cold sweat. She forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva and forcefully suppressed the excitement in her chest. Her purpose in coming to the infernal domain was for the Divine Emperor's tomb, to find her mother's tomb chamber. Following the mysterious flames Dubhe diagram all the way, he only found the demon domain. The next clue was the demon dragon's lair. This was because they could not find any information about the demon dragon in the demon domain. There was no progress in searching for the Divine Emperor's tomb. But unexpectedly, it was an accident. She had news about the tomb of the Divine Emperor. Yi-Ching Luo's long and narrow eyes were fixated on the man who was restrained by the iron chains. "Is this the demon dragon's lair?" When he heard Yi-Ching Luo's question, that sinister-looking man who was waiting for Yi-Ching Luo to ask congealed his expression. His eyes were filled with bloodlust and viciousness, and they were filled with killing intent. "Mystic Dragon. It's been a long time since I've heard this title," he said. His voice was dark, hoarse, and somewhat piercing. The guess in Yi-Ching Luo's heart was verified after the man said this sentence. She looked at the man and suddenly smiled. "So, you are the Mystic Dragon. No wonder this man's body was filled with endless murderous intent. Anyone who got close to him would be corroded by the Yin energy around him. No wonder half of this man's face was covered in scales. Those were dragon scales, the so-called demon dragon's lair." He was referring to the place where the Mystic Dragon King, the man in front of him, was sealed. This was an ancient castle. "That's right, I am the one who caused people to tremble in fear 10,000 years ago, the one who stood above the realms, the Devil Dragon King, Long Outyen." The man raised his eyebrows, his gaze deep and cold. His eyes were filled with malice, arrogant and flamboyant. But when he heard that name, Yi-Ching Luo almost choked. What? Was she hallucinating? Did she hear it wrong? What was the name of this demon dragon king? Long Outyen? So explosive, so Mary Sue, so casual? Yi Qing Luo was flustered in the wind. To be honest, the name Long Outyen and his identity as the demonic Dragon King were a perfect match. It was just as cool and arrogant. But she really had no choice but to look directly at this name. This name almost made her heart, which had been excited about finding the demonic dragon's lair, calm down. Looking at Yi Qing Luo's constipated expression, the man, Long Ao Tian, stared at her maliciously. Have you heard of my name? Yi Qing Luo. She had heard it countless of times, all kinds of versions of Long Outyen. She adjusted the expression on her face, curled her lips, and very seriously praised, "The name is very nice, it suits your temperament." Of course. Long Outyen sneered. Back then, I was invincible in every realm. Then why are you sealed here now? Yi Qing Luo listened to his boasting expressionlessly. Long Outyen. That is because I lost the bet with that woman, so I willingly stayed here. Since you are willing, what else do you need me to help you with? Yi Qing Luo continued to be expressionless. She was either expressionless or unable to hold back her laughter. Waste 7th Miss. Overlord, please be gentle. Waste 7th Miss. Overlord, please be gentle. 44,143 Dextal. Chapter 51-44. As though Yi Qing Luo had poked his sore spot. Long Outyen's entire body rolled up a gust of chilly yin qi, rushing towards Yi Qing Luo's face. That sinister, malicious, and terrifying face was also filled with anger. His malicious eyes stared at her fiercely. Yi Qing Luo continued to stab him expressionlessly. Why do I feel that you can't beat my mother, so you were sealed in this formation? Long Outyen heard the way Yi Qing Luo addressed Feng Go. His gaze was strange. That woman is really your mother? Could it be your mother? Yi Qing Luo asked expressionlessly. Long Outyen retorted, How can you say that? How could that woman be my mother? Yi Qing Luo. Mother, it felt like he was scolding someone. She felt that ever since she knew the name of this demon dragon king, the entire scene had changed. Previously she thought that this man was filled with murderous and malevolent yin qi, and he would fly into a rage at any disagreement, was an extremely cold, strong man. But, when he opened his mouth, Yi Qing Luo felt that he was an idiot, and the kind of idiot with a childish temperament. Anyway, from his conversation with her, Yi Qing Luo totally couldn't sense that this was a devil dragon king who killed without batting an eyelid, and was filled with killing and blood stench. My mother sealed you here because... She paused slightly and her tone was hesitant. To guard the entrance to the Divine Emperor's tomb? The profound flame Tianshu diagram indicated that the entrance to the Divine Emperor's tomb was in the demon dragon's lair, which was the place where Long Outyen was sealed. In addition to what Long Outyen said, he was sealed here because of a bet with Feng Go. Yi Qing Luo had a very bold guess. This Long Outyen was the demon dragon king, in fact. He was the guardian of the Divine Emperor's tomb entrance. Previously, when Shi and Dmo Xian broke the array to enter the Nether Palace's secret force, they had neglected the fact that under the Nether Palace's array was the array which had sucked her in. It was probably the formation that her mother had set up that year, and the reason why she was sucked into the formation, but Dmo Xian didn't come over. Probably because she was Feng Ji's daughter. Feng Ji's blood flowed in her. Most importantly, she had the vast water divine relic. This was the key to unlocking Long Outyen's formation. Thinking about it this way, all his previous doubts had been resolved. Guard the tomb of the Divine Emperor? I'm a high and mighty demonic dragon. How could I guard that woman's tomb? Long Outyen spat on the ground. If that woman hadn't tricked me and caused me to lose the bet, I wouldn't have been sealed here. He was fuming with anger as he stared at Yi Qing Luo. Since you're that woman's daughter, then release the seal for me. This seat is already sick of staying in this damn place. Yi Qing Luo beamed as she stated her conditions. I want to enter the Divine Emperor's tomb. Go in if you want. What do you want to talk to me about? Long Outyen's eyes were filled with malice, and there was a cold glint in them. Yi Qing Luo tilted her head as she put on a serious look. But, I don't know how to go in. How would I know? Long Outyen replied snappily. Yi Qing Luo spread out her hands with a helpless look. Then there's no other way. Since you're unable to fulfill my request, then there's nothing for us to discuss. Saying that, she brushed her peach-red dress and stood up slowly. The peach-red dress was like peach blossom petals, which accentuated the young lady's outstanding figure. Long Outyen stared straight at her as his voice lowered. You're really that woman's daughter, you look so alike.